Question 73, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 73. Of the comparison of one sin with another, in 10 articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 5. We must now consider the comparison of one sin with another, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. First, whether all sins and vices are connected with one another. Second, whether all are equal. Third, whether the gravity of sin depends on its object. Fourth, whether it depends on the excellence of the virtue to which it is opposed. Fifth, whether carnal sins are more grievous than spiritual sins. Sixth, whether the gravity of sins depends on their causes. Seventh, whether it depends on their circumstances. Eighth, whether it depends on how much harm ensues. Ninth, whether on the position of the person sinned against. Tenth, whether sin is aggravated by reason of the excellence of the person sinning. First article. Whether all sins are connected with one another. Objection 1. It would seem that all sins are connected. For it is written in James 2:10, "Whosoever shall keep the whole law, but offend in one point, is become guilty of all." Now, to be guilty of transgressing all the precepts of the law is the same as to commit all sins, because as Ambrose says On Paradise 8, "Sin is a transgression of the divine law, and disobedience of the heavenly commandments." Therefore, whoever commits one sin is guilty of all. Objection 2: Further, each sin banishes its opposite virtue. Now whoever lacks one virtue lacks them all, as was shown above in Question 65, Article 1. Therefore, whoever commits one sin is deprived of all the virtues. Therefore, whoever commits one sin is guilty of all sins. Objection 3: Further, all virtues are connected because they have a principle in common, as stated above in Question 65, Articles 1 and 2. Now, as the virtues have a common principle, so have sins, because, as the love of God, which builds the city of God, is the beginning and root of all the virtues, so self-love, which builds the city of Babylon, is the root of all sins, as Augustine declares (On the City of God, 14:28). Therefore, all sins and vices are also connected, so that whoever has one has them all. On the contrary, some vices are contrary to one another, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. ii, 8. But contraries cannot be together in the same subject. Therefore, it is impossible for all sins and vices to be connected with one another. I answer that, the intention of the man who acts according to virtue in pursuance of his reason is different from the intention of the sinner in straying from the path of reason. For the intention of every man acting according to virtue is to follow the rule of reason, wherefore the intention of all the virtues is directed to the same end, so that all the virtues are connected together in the right reason of things to be done, notably prudence, as stated above in Question 65, Article 1. But the intention of the sinner is not directed to the point of straying from the path of reason; rather it is directed to tend to some appetible good, whence it derives its species. Now these goods, to which the sinner's intention is directed when departing from reason, are of various kinds, having no mutual connection; in fact, they are sometimes contrary to one another. Since, therefore, vices and sins take their species from that to which they turn, it is evident that, in respect of that which completes a sin's species, sins are not connected with one another. For sin does not consist in passing from the many to the one, as is the case with virtues, which are connected, but rather in forsaking the one for the many. Reply Obj. 1: James is speaking of sin, not as regards the thing to which it turns and which causes the distinction of sins, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 1), but as regards that from which sin turns away, inasmuch as man, by sinning, departs from a commandment of the law. Now all the commandments of the law are from one and the same, as he also says in the same passage, so that the same God is despised in every sin. And in this sense he says that whoever offends in one point is become guilty of all, forasmuch as, by committing one sin, he incurs the debt of punishment through his contempt of God, which is the origin of all sins. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above in Q. 71, A. 4, the opposite virtue is not banished by every act of sin, because venial sin does not destroy virtue, while mortal sin destroys infused virtue, by turning man away from God. Yet one act, even of mortal sin, does not destroy the habit of acquired virtue, though if such acts be repeated so as to engender a contrary habit, the habit of acquired virtue is destroyed, the destruction of which entails the loss of prudence, since when a man acts against any virtue whatever, he acts against prudence, without which no moral virtue is possible, as stated above (Q. 58, A. 4, as well as in Q. 65, A. 1). Consequently, all the moral virtues are destroyed as to the perfect and formal being of virtue, which they have in so far as they partake of prudence, yet there remain the inclinations to various acts, which inclinations, however, are not virtues. Nevertheless, it does not follow that for this reason man contracts all vices of sins. First, because several vices are opposed to one virtue, so that a virtue can be destroyed by one of them without the others being present. Secondly, because sin is directly opposed to virtue as regards the virtue's inclination to act, as stated above (Q. 71, A. 1). Wherefore, as long as any virtuous inclinations remain, it cannot be said that man has the opposite vices or sins. Reply Obj. 3: The love of God is unitive, inasmuch as it draws man's affections from the many to the one, so that the virtues which flow from the love of God are connected together. But self-love disunites man's affections among different things, so far as man loves himself, by desiring for himself temporal goods, which are various and of many kinds. Hence vices and sins, which arise from self-love, are not connected together. Second article: Whether all sins are equal? Objection 1: It would seem that all sins are equal. Because sin is to do what is unlawful. Now to do what is unlawful is reproved in one and the same way in all things. Therefore sin is reproved in one and the same way. Therefore one sin is not graver than another. Obj. 2: Further, every sin is a transgression of the rule of reason, which is to human acts what a linear rule is in corporal things. Therefore, to sin is the same as to pass over a line. But passing over a line occurs equally and in the same way, even if one go a long way from it or stay near it, since privations do not admit of more or less. Therefore, all sins are equal. Obj. 3: Further, sins are opposed to virtues. But all virtues are equal, as Cicero states. Therefore, all sins are equal. On the contrary, our Lord said to Pilate (John 19:11), "He that hath delivered me to thee hath the greater sin." And yet it is evident that Pilate was guilty of some sin. Therefore one sin is greater than another. I answer that, the opinion of the Stoics, which Cicero adopts in the book On Paradoxes, was that all sins are equal, from which opinion arose the error of certain heretics, who not only hold all sins to be equal, but also maintain that all the pains of hell are equal. So far as can be gathered from the words of Cicero, the Stoics arrived at their conclusion through looking at sin on the side of the privation only, in so far, to wit, as it is a departure from reason. Wherefore, considering simply that no privation admits of more or less, they held that all sins are equal. Yet, if we consider the matter carefully, we shall see that there are two kinds of privation. For there is a simple and pure privation, which consists, so to speak, in being corrupted. Thus death is privation of life, and darkness is privation of light. Such like privations do not admit of more or less, because nothing remains of the opposite habit. Hence a man is not less dead on the first day after his death, or on the third or fourth days, than after a year, when his corpse is already dissolved. And in like manner a house is no darker if the light be covered with several shades, than if it were covered by a single shade shutting out all the light. There is, however, another privation which is not simple, but retains something of the opposite habit. It consists in becoming corrupted rather than being corrupted, like sickness, which is a privation of the due commensuration of the humors, yet so that something remains of that commensuration, else the animal would cease to live. And the same applies to deformity and the like. Such privations admit of more or less on the part of what remains of the contrary habit. For it matters much in sickness or deformity whether one departs more or less from the due commensuration of humors or members. The same applies to vices and sins, because in them the privation of the due commensuration of reason is such as not to destroy the order of reason altogether. Else evil, if total, destroys itself, as stated in Ethics 4:5. For the substance of the act, or the affection of the agent, could not remain unless something remained of the order of reason. Therefore it matters much to the gravity of a sin whether one departs more or less from the rectitude of reason, and accordingly we must say that sins are not all equal. Reply Obj. 1: To commit sin is unlawful on account of some inordinateness therein. Wherefore those which contain a greater inordinateness are more unlawful, and consequently graver sins. Reply Obj. 2: This argument looks upon sin as though it were a pure privation. Reply Obj. 3: Virtues are proportionately equal in one and the same subject, yet one virtue surpasses another in excellence according to its species. And again, one man is more virtuous than another in the same species of virtue, as stated above (Q. 66, AA. 1, 2). Moreover, even if virtues were equal, it would not follow that vices are equal, since virtues are connected, and vices or sins are not. Third article. Whether the gravity of sins varies according to their objects. Objection 1. It would seem that the gravity of sins does not vary according to their objects. Because the gravity of a sin pertains to its mode or quality, whereas the object is the matter of the sin. Therefore the gravity of sins does not vary according to their various objects. Objection 2. Further, the gravity of a sin is the intensity of its malice. Now sin does not derive its malice from its proper object to which it turns, and which is some appetible good, but rather from that which it turns away from. Therefore the gravity of sins does not vary according to their various objects. Objection 3. Further, sins that have different objects are of different kinds. But things of different kinds cannot be compared with one another, as is proved in Phys. 7:30. Therefore one sin is not graver than another by reason of the difference of objects. On the contrary, sins take their species from their objects, as was shown above in Q. 72, A. 1. But some sins are graver than others in respect of their species, as murder is graver than theft. Therefore the gravity of sins varies according to their objects. I answer that, as is clear from what has been said in Q. 71, A. 5, the gravity of sins varies in the same way as one sickness is graver than another. For just as the good of health consists in a certain commiseration of the humors, in keeping with an animal's nature, so the good of virtue consists in a certain commiseration of the human act in accord with the rule of reason. Now it is evident that the higher the principle the disorder of which causes the disorder in the humors, the graver is the sickness. Thus a sickness which comes on the human body from the heart, which is the principle of life, or from some neighboring part, is more dangerous. Wherefore a sin must needs be so much the graver, as the disorder occurs in a principle which is higher in the order of reason. Now in matters of action, the reason directs all things in view of the end. Wherefore the higher the end which attaches to sins in human acts, the graver the sin. Now the object of an act is its end, as stated above in Q. 72, A. 3, second reply. And consequently the difference of gravity in sins depends on their objects. Thus it is clear that external things are directed to man as their end, while man is further directed to God as his end. Wherefore a sin which is about the very substance of man, for example, murder, is graver than a sin which is about external things, for example, theft. And graver still is a sin committed directly against God, for example, unbelief, blasphemy, and the like. And in each of these grades of sin, one sin will be graver than another according as it is about a higher or lower principle. And forasmuch as sins take their species from their objects, the difference of gravity which is derived from the objects is first and foremost, as resulting from the species. Reply to Obj. 1. Although the object is the matter about which an act is concerned, yet it has the character of an end, in so far as the intention of the agent is fixed on it, as stated above in Q. 72, A. 3, second reply. Now the form of a moral act depends on the end, as was shown above in Q. 72, A. 6, as well as in Q. 18, A. 6. Reply to Obj. 2. From the very fact that man turns unduly to some mutable good, it follows that he turns away from the immutable good, which aversion completes the nature of evil. Hence the various degrees of malice and sins must needs follow the diversity of those things to which man turns. Reply to Obj. 3. All the objects of human acts are related to one another, wherefore all human acts are somewhat of one kind, in so far as they are directed to the last end. Therefore nothing prevents all sins from being compared with one another. Fourth Article. Whether the gravity of sins depends on the excellence of the virtues to which they are opposed. Objection 1. It would seem that the gravity of sins does not vary according to the excellence of the virtues to which they are opposed, so that, to wit, the graver sin is opposed to the greater virtue. For, according to Proverbs 15:5, "In abundant justice there is the greatest strength." Now, as our Lord says (Matthew 5:20 and following), abundant justice restrains anger, which is a less grievous sin than murder, which less abundant justice restrains. Therefore the least grievous sin is opposed to the greatest virtue. Obj. 2: Further, it is stated in Ethic. ii, 3 that "virtue is about the difficult and the good." Whence it seems to follow that the greater virtue is about what is more difficult. But it is a less grievous sin to fail in what is more difficult than in what is less difficult. Therefore the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue. Obj. 3: Further, charity is a greater virtue than faith or hope, according to 1 Corinthians 13:13. Now hatred, which is opposed to charity, is a less grievous sin than unbelief or despair, which are opposed to faith and hope. Therefore the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 8:10 that "the worst is opposed to the best." Now in morals, the best is the greatest virtue, and the worst is the most grievous sin. Therefore the most grievous sin is opposed to the greatest virtue. I answer that, a sin is opposed to a virtue in two ways. First, principally and directly, that sin, to wit, which is about the same object, because contraries are about the same thing. In this way, the more grievous sin must needs be opposed to the greater virtue, because, just as the degrees of gravity in a sin depend on the object, so also does the greatness of a virtue, since both sin and virtue take their species from the object, as shown above in Q. 60, A. 5, as well as in Q. 72, A. 1. Wherefore the greatest sin must needs be directly opposed to the greatest virtue, as being furthest removed from it in the same genus. Secondly, the opposition of virtue to sin may be considered in respect of a certain extension of the virtue in checking sin. For the greater a virtue is, the further it removes man from the contrary sin, so that it withdraws man not only from that sin, but also from whatever leads to it. And thus it is evident that the greater a virtue is, the more it withdraws man also from less grievous sins. Even as the more perfect health is, the more does it ward off even minor ailments. And in this way the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue, on the part of the latter's effect. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument considers the opposition which consists in restraining from sin, for thus abundant justice checks even minor sins. Reply to Obj. 2. The greater virtue that is about a more difficult good is opposed directly to the sin which is about a more difficult evil. For in each case there is a certain superiority, in that the will is shown to be more intent on good or evil, through not being overcome by the difficulty. Reply to Obj. 3. Charity is not any kind of love, but the love of God. Hence not any kind of hatred is opposed to it directly, but the hatred of God, which is the most grievous of all sins. Fifth article. Whether carnal sins are of less guilt than spiritual sins? Objection 1. It would seem that carnal sins are not of less guilt than spiritual sins. Because adultery is a more grievous sin than theft. For it is written in Proverbs 6:30, 32, "The fault is not so great when a man has stolen, but that he is an adulterer, for the folly of his heart shall destroy his own soul." Now theft belongs to covetousness, which is a spiritual sin, while adultery pertains to lust, which is a carnal sin. Therefore, carnal sins are of greater guilt than spiritual sins. Objection 2: Further, Augustine says in his commentary on Leviticus that "the devil rejoices chiefly in lust and idolatry." But he rejoices more in the greater sin. Therefore, since lust is a carnal sin, it seems that the carnal sins are of most guilt. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher proves in Ethic. vii, 6 that "it is more shameful to be incontinent in lust than in anger." But anger is a spiritual sin, according to Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:17, while lust pertains to carnal sins. Therefore, carnal sin is more grievous than spiritual sin. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 33:11 that carnal sins are of less guilt, but of more shame, than spiritual sins. I answer that, Spiritual sins are of greater guilt than carnal sins. Yet this does not mean that each spiritual sin is of greater guilt than each carnal sin, but that, considering the sole difference between spiritual and carnal, spiritual sins are more grievous than carnal sins, other things being equal. 3 reasons may be assigned for this. The first is on the part of the subject, because spiritual sins belong to the spirit, to which it is proper to turn to God, and to turn away from Him; whereas carnal sins are consummated in the carnal pleasure of the appetite, to which it chiefly belongs to turn to goods of the body, so that carnal sin, as such, denotes more a turning to something, and for that reason implies a closer cleaving, whereas spiritual sin denotes more a turning from something, whence the notion of guilt arises, and for this reason it involves greater guilt. A second reason may be taken on the part of the person against whom sin is committed. Because carnal sin, as such, is against the sinner's own body, which he ought to love less, in the order of charity, than God and his neighbor, against whom he commits spiritual sins, and consequently spiritual sins, as such, are of greater guilt. A third reason may be taken from the motive, since the stronger the impulse to sin, the less grievous the sin, as we shall state further on in Article 6. Now carnal sins have a stronger impulse, notably, our innate concupiscence of the flesh. Therefore, spiritual sins, as such, are of greater guilt. Reply to Obj. 1. Adultery belongs not only to the sin of lust, but also to the sin of injustice, and in this respect may be brought under the head of covetousness, as a gloss observes on Eph. 5:5, "No fornicator, or unclean, or covetous person, etc." So that adultery is so much more grievous than theft, as a man loves his wife more than his chattels. Reply to Obj. 2. The devil is said to rejoice chiefly in the sin of lust, because it is of the greatest adhesion, and man can with difficulty be withdrawn from it. For the desire of pleasure is insatiable, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 3:12. Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher himself says in Ethic. 7:6, the reason why it is more shameful to be incontinent in lust than in anger is that lust partakes less of reason, and in the same sense he says in Ethic. 3:10 that "sins of intemperance are most worthy of reproach, because they are about those pleasures which are common to us and irrational animals." Hence by these sins man is, so to speak, brutalized, for which same reason Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:17 that they are more shameful. End of question 73, Part 1, read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 73, Part 2, of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 73. Of the comparison of one sin with another, in 10 articles. Part 2, Articles 6 through 10. Sixth Article. Whether the gravity of a sin depends on its cause. Objection 1. It would seem that the gravity of a sin does not depend on its cause. Because the greater a sin's cause, the more forcibly it moves to sin, and so the more difficult it is to resist. But sin is lessened by the fact that it is difficult to resist, for it denotes weakness in the sinner, if he cannot easily resist sin, and a sin that is due to weakness is deemed less grievous. Therefore, sin does not derive its gravity from its cause. Objection 2, further, concupiscence is a general cause of sin, wherefore a gloss on Romans 7:7, "For I had not known concupiscence," says, "The law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evils." Now the greater the concupiscence by which man is overcome, the less grievous his sin. Therefore, the gravity of a sin is diminished by the greatness of its cause. Objection 3, further, as rectitude of the reason is the cause of a virtuous act, so defect in the reason seems to be the cause of sin. Now the greater the defect in the reason, the less grievous the sin. So much so that he who lacks the use of reason is altogether excused from sin, and he who sins through ignorance sins less grievously. Therefore, the gravity of a sin is not increased by the greatness of its cause. On the contrary, if the cause be increased, the effect is increased. Therefore, the greater the cause of sin, the more grievous the sin. I answer that, in the genus of sin, as in every other genus, two causes may be observed. The first is the direct and proper cause of sin, and is the will to sin, for it is compared to the sinful act as a tree to its fruit, as a gloss observes on Matthew 7:18. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit. And the greater this cause is, the more grievous will the sin be, since the greater the will to sin, the more grievously does man sin. The other causes of sin are extrinsic and remote, as it were, being those whereby the will is inclined to sin. Among these causes we must make a distinction, for some of them induce the will to sin in accord with the very nature of the will. Such is the end, which is the proper object of the will. And by such like cause sin is made more grievous, because a man sins more grievously if his will is induced to sin by the intention of a more evil end. Other causes incline the will to sin, against the nature and order of the will, whose natural inclination is to be moved freely of itself in accord with the judgment of reason. Wherefore those causes which weaken the judgment of reason, for example ignorance, or which weaken the free movement of the will, for example weakness, violence, fear, or the like, diminish the gravity of sin, even as they diminish its voluntariness. And so much the so that if the act be altogether involuntary, it is no longer sinful. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument considers the extrinsic moving cause, which diminishes voluntariness. The increase of such a cause diminishes the sin, as stated. Reply to Obj. 2. If concupiscence be understood to include the movement of the will, then where there is greater concupiscence, there is a greater sin. But if by concupiscence we understand a passion, which is a movement of the concupiscible power, then a greater concupiscence, forestalling the judgment of reason and the movement of the will, diminishes the sin, because the man who sins, being stimulated by a greater concupiscence, falls through a more grievous temptation, wherefore he is less to be blamed. On the other hand, if concupiscence be taken in this sense, which is the following of the judgment of reason and the movement of the will, then the greater concupiscence, the graver the sin, because sometimes the movement of concupiscence is redoubled by the will tending unrestrainedly to its object. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument considers the cause which renders the act involuntary, and such a cause diminishes the gravity of sin, as stated. Seventh Article. Whether a circumstance aggravates a sin? Objection 1. It would seem that a circumstance does not aggravate a sin, because sin takes its gravity from its species. Now a circumstance does not specify a sin, for it is an accident thereof. Therefore the gravity of a sin is not taken from a circumstance. Objection 2. Further, a circumstance is either evil or not. If it is evil, it causes of itself a species of evil, and if it is not evil, it cannot make a thing worse. Therefore, a circumstance nowise aggravates a sin. Obj. 3. Further, the malice of a sin is derived from its turning away from God. But circumstances affect sin on the part of the object to which it turns. Therefore, they do not add to the sin's malice. On the contrary, ignorance of a circumstance diminishes sin, for he who sins through ignorance of a circumstance deserves to be forgiven, according to Ethic. 3:1. Now this would not be the case unless a circumstance aggravated a sin. Therefore, a circumstance makes a sin more grievous. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in speaking of habits of virtue, in Ethic. 2:1, 2, it is natural for a thing to be increased by that which causes it. Now it is evident that a sin is caused by a defect in some circumstance, because the fact that a man departs from the order of reason is due to his not observing the due circumstances in his action. Wherefore it is evident that it is natural for a sin to be aggravated by reason of its circumstances. This happens in three ways. First, insofar as a circumstance draws a sin from one kind to another. Thus fornication is the intercourse of a man with one who is not his wife. But if to this be added the circumstance that the latter is the wife of another, the sin is drawn to another kind of sin, notably injustice, insofar as he usurps another's property, and in this respect adultery is a more grievous sin than fornication. Secondly, a circumstance aggravates a sin not by drawing it into another genus, but only by multiplying the ratio of sin. Thus, if a wasteful man gives both when he ought not, and to whom he ought not to give, he commits the same kind of sin in more ways than if he were to merely give it to whom he ought not, and for that very reason his sin is more grievous. Even as that sickness is the graver which affects more parts of the body. Hence Cicero says, in his Paradoxes iii, that "in taking his father's life, a man commits many sins, for he outrages one who begot him, who fed him, who educated him, to whom he owes his lands, his house, his position in the republic." Thirdly, a circumstance aggravates a sin by adding to the deformity which the sin derives from another circumstance. Thus, taking another's property constitutes the sin of theft. But if to this be added the circumstance that much is taken of another's property, the sin will be more grievous, although in itself to take more or less has not the character of a good or of an evil act. Reply to Obj. 1: Some circumstances do specify a moral act, as stated above in Q. 18, A. 10. Nevertheless, a circumstance which does not give the species may aggravate a sin, because even as the goodness of a thing is weighed not only in reference to its species, but also in reference to an accident, so the malice of an act is measured not only according to the species of that act, but also according to a circumstance. Reply to Obj. 2: A circumstance may aggravate a sin either way. For if it is evil, it does not follow that it constitutes the sin species, because it may multiply the ratio of evil within the same species, as stated above. And if it be not evil, it may aggravate a sin in relation to the malice of another circumstance. Reply to Obj. 3: Reason should direct the action not only as regards the object, but also as regards every circumstance. Therefore one may turn aside from the rule of reason through corruption of any single circumstance, for instance, by doing something when one ought not, or where one ought not. And to depart thus from the rule of reason suffices to make the act evil. This turning aside from the rule of reason results from man's turning away from God, to whom man ought to be united by right reason. Eighth Article. Whether sin is aggravated by reason of its causing more harm? Objection 1. It would seem that a sin is not aggravated by reason of its causing more harm. Because the harm done is an issue consequent to the sinful act. But the issue of an act does not add to its goodness or malice, as stated above in Q. 20, A. 5. Therefore, a sin is not aggravated on account of its causing more harm. Obj. 2: Further, harm is inflicted by sins against our neighbor. Because no one wishes to harm himself, and no one can harm God, according to Job 35:6, 8. "If thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him? Thy wickedness may hurt a man that is like thee." If therefore sins were aggravated through causing more harm, it would follow that sins against our neighbor are more grievous than sins against God or oneself. Obj. 3: Further, greater harm is inflicted on a man by depriving him of the life of grace, than by taking away his natural life. Because the life of grace is better than the life of nature, so far that man ought to despise his natural life, lest he lose the life of grace. Now, speaking absolutely, a man who leads a woman to commit fornication deprives her of the life of grace, by leading her into mortal sin. If, therefore, a sin were more grievous on account of its causing a greater harm, it would follow that fornication, absolutely speaking, is a more grievous sin than murder, which is evidently untrue. Therefore, a sin is not more grievous on account of its causing a greater harm. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. 3:14): "Since vice is contrary to nature, a vice is the more grievous according as it diminishes the integrity of nature." Now the diminution of the integrity of nature is a harm. Therefore a sin is graver according as it does more harm. I answer that, Harm may bear a threefold relation to sin. Because sometimes the harm resulting from a sin is foreseen and intended, as when a man does something with a mind to harm another, for example, a murderer or a thief. In this case, the quantity of harm aggravates the sin directly, because then the harm is the direct object of the sin. Sometimes the harm is foreseen but not intended, for instance, when a man takes a short cut through a field, the result being that he knowingly injures the growing crops, although his intention is not to do this harm, but to commit fornication. In this case, again, the quantity of the harm done aggravates the sin. Indirectly, however, in so far, to wit, as it is owing to his will being strongly inclined to sin, that a man does not forbear from doing, to himself or to another, a harm which he would not wish simply. Sometimes, however, the harm is neither foreseen nor intended, and then if this harm is connected with the sin accidentally, it does not aggravate the sin directly, but on account of his neglecting to consider the harm that might ensue, a man is deemed punishable for the evil results of his action if it be unlawful. If, on the other hand, the harm follow directly from the sinful act, although it neither be foreseen nor intended, it aggravates the sin directly, because whatever is directly consequent to a sin belongs in a manner to the very species of that sin. For instance, if a man is a notorious fornicator, the result is that many are scandalized. And although such was not his intention, nor was it perhaps foreseen by him, yet it aggravates his sin directly. But this does not seem to apply to penal harm, which the sinner himself incurs. Such like harm, if accidentally connected with the sinful act, and if neither foreseen nor intended, does not aggravate a sin, nor does it correspond with the gravity of the sin. For instance, if a man in running to slay slips and hurts his foot. If, on the other hand, this harm is directly consequent to the sinful act, although perhaps it be neither foreseen nor intended, then greater harm does not make greater sin, but on the contrary, a graver sin calls for the infliction of a greater harm. Thus an unbeliever who has heard nothing about the pains of hell would suffer greater pain in hell for a sin of murder than for a sin of theft. But his sin is not aggravated on account of his neither intending nor foreseeing this, as it would be in the case of a believer, who, seemingly, sins more grievously in the very fact that he despises a greater punishment, that he may satisfy his desire to sin. But the gravity of this harm is caused by the sole gravity of sin. Reply to Obj. 1: As we have already stated in Q. 20, A. 5, in treating of the goodness and malice of external actions, the result of an action, if foreseen and intended, adds to the goodness and malice of an act. Reply to Obj. 2. Although the harm done aggravates a sin, it does not follow that this alone renders a sin more grievous. In fact, it is inordinateness which of itself aggravates a sin. Wherefore the harm itself that ensues aggravates a sin, in so far only as it renders the act more inordinate. Hence it does not follow, supposing harm to be inflicted chiefly by sins against our neighbor, that such sins are the more grievous, since a much greater inordinateness is to be found in sins which man commits against God, and in some which he commits against himself. Moreover, we might say that although no man can do God any harm in his substance, yet he can endeavor to do so in things concerning him, for example, by destroying faith, by outraging holy things, which are most grievous sins. Again, a man sometimes knowingly and freely inflicts harm on himself, as in the case of suicide, though this be referred finally to some apparent good, for example, delivery from some anxiety. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument does not prove, for two reasons. First, because the murderer intends directly to do harm to his neighbors, whereas the fornicator who solicits the woman intends not harm but pleasure. Secondly, because murder is the direct and sufficient cause of bodily death, whereas no man can of himself be the sufficient cause of another's spiritual death, because no man dies spiritually except by sinning of his own will. Ninth Article. Whether a sin is aggravated by reason of the condition of the person against whom it is committed? Objection 1. It would seem that sin is not aggravated by reason of the condition of the person against whom it is committed. For if this were the case, a sin would be aggravated chiefly by being committed against a just and holy man. But this does not aggravate a sin, because a virtuous man who bears a wrong with equanimity is less harmed by the wrong done to him than others who, through being scandalized, are also hurt inwardly. Therefore, the condition of the person against whom a sin is committed does not aggravate the sin. Obj. 2. Further, if the condition of the person aggravated the sin, this would still be more the case if the person be near of kin, because, as Cicero says in his Paradoxes III, "The man who kills his slave sins once; he that takes his father's life sins many times." But the kinship of a person sinned against does not apparently aggravate a sin, because every man is most akin to himself, and yet it is less grievous to harm oneself than another, for example, to kill one's own than another's horse, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics v, 11. Therefore, kinship of the person sinned against does not aggravate the sin. Obj. 3. Further, the condition of the person who sins aggravates a sin chiefly on account of his position or knowledge, according to Wisdom 6:7. "The mighty shall be mightily tormented." And in Luke 12:47, "The servant who knew the will of his lord, and did it not, shall be beaten with many stripes." Therefore, in like manner, on the part of the person sinned against, the sin is made more grievous by reason of his position and knowledge. But apparently it is not a more grievous sin to inflict an injury on a rich and powerful person than on a poor man, since "there is no respect of persons with God," according to Colossians 3:25, according to whose judgment the gravity of a sin is measured. Therefore, the condition of the person sinned against does not aggravate the sin. On the contrary, Holy Writ censures especially those sins that are committed against the servants of God. Thus it is written in 3 Kings 19:14, "They have destroyed thy altars, they have slain thy prophets with the sword." Moreover, much blame is attached to the sin committed by a man against those who are akin to him, according to Micah 7:6. "The son dishonoureth the father, and the daughter riseth up against her mother." Furthermore, sins committed against persons of rank are expressly condemned. Thus it is written (Job 34:18): "Who saith to the king, Thou art an apostate; who calleth rulers ungodly." Therefore the condition of the person sinned against aggravates the sin. I answer that, the person sinned against is, in a manner, the object of the sin. Now it has been stated above (A. 3) that the primary gravity of a sin is derived from its object, so that a sin is deemed to be so much the more grave, as its object is a more principal end. But the principal ends of human acts are God, man himself, and his neighbor. For whatever we do, it is on account of one of these that we do it, although one of them is subordinate to the other. Therefore the greater or lesser gravity of a sin, in respect of the person sinned against, may be considered on the part of these three. First, on the part of God, to whom man is the more closely united, as he is more virtuous or more sacred to God; so that an injury inflicted on such a person redounds onto God, according to Zechariah 2:8: "He that toucheth you, toucheth the apple of my eye." Wherefore a sin is the more grievous, according as it is committed against a person more closely united to God by reason of personal sanctity or official station. On the part of man himself, it is evident that he sins all the more grievously, according as the person against whom he sins is more united to him, either through natural affinity or kindness received or any other bond. Because he seems to sin against himself rather than the other, and for this very reason sins all the more grievously, according to Ecclesiasticus 14:5: "He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?" On the part of his neighbor, a man sins the more grievously, according as his sin affects more persons, so that a sin committed against a public personage, for example, a sovereign prince who stands in the place of the whole people, is more grievous than a sin committed against a private person. Hence it is expressly prohibited (Exodus 22:28): "The prince of thy people thou shalt not curse." In like manner, it would seem that an injury done to a person of prominence is all the more grave, on account of the scandal and the disturbance it would cause among many people. Reply to Obj. 1: He who inflicts an injury on a virtuous person, so far as he is concerned, disturbs him internally and externally; but that the latter is not disturbed internally is due to his goodness, which does not extenuate the sin of the injurer. Reply to Obj. 2: The injury which a man inflicts on himself in those things which are subject to the dominion of his will, for instance his possessions, is less sinful than if it were inflicted on another, because he does it of his own will. But in those things that are not subject to the dominion of his will, such as natural and spiritual goods, it is a graver sin to inflict an injury on oneself. For it is more grievous for a man to kill himself than another. Since, however, things belonging to our neighbor are not subject to the dominion of our will, the argument fails to prove, in respect of injuries done to such like things, that it is less grievous to sin in their regard, unless indeed our neighbor be willing, or give his approval. Reply to Obj. 3: There is no respect for persons, if God punishes more severely those who sin against a person of higher rank, for this is done because such an injury redounds to the harm of the many. _Tenth Article. Whether the excellence of the person sinning aggravates the sin. Objection 1. It would seem that the excellence of the person sinning does not aggravate the sin. For man becomes great chiefly by cleaving to God, according to Ecclesiasticus 25:13. How great is he that findeth wisdom and knowledge! But there is none above him that feareth the Lord. Now the more a man cleaves to God, the less is a sin imputed to him, for it is written (2 Corinthians 30:18, 19): "The Lord who is good will show mercy to all of them, who with their whole heart seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and will not impute it to them that they are not sanctified." Therefore a sin is not aggravated by the excellence of the person sinning. Obj. 2: Further, there is no respect of persons with God, according to Rom. 2:11. Therefore He does not punish one man more than another for one and the same sin. Therefore a sin is not aggravated by the excellence of the person sinning. Obj. 3: Further, no one should reap disadvantage from good. But he would, if his action were the more blameworthy on account of his goodness. Therefore a sin is not aggravated by reason of the excellence of the person sinning. On the contrary, Isidore says (On the Greatest Good 2:18): "A sin is deemed so much the more grievous, as the sinner is held to be a more excellent person." I answer that, sin is twofold. There is a sin which takes us unawares on account of the weakness of human nature, and such like sins are less imputable to one who is more virtuous, because he is less negligent in checking those sins, which nevertheless human weakness does not allow us to escape altogether. But there are other sins which proceed from deliberation, and these sins are all the more imputed to a man according as he is more excellent. 4 reasons may be assigned for this. First, because a more excellent person, for example, one who excels in knowledge and virtue, can more easily resist sin. Hence our Lord said in Luke 12:47 that the "servant who knew the will of his Lord, and did it not, shall be beaten with many stripes." Secondly, on account of ingratitude, because every good in which a man excels is a gift of God, to whom man is ungrateful when he sins; and in this respect any excellence, even in temporal goods, aggravates a sin, according to Wisdom 6:7: "The mighty shall be mightily tormented." Thirdly, on account of the sinful act being specially inconsistent with the excellence of the person sinning. For instance, if a prince were to violate justice, whereas he is set up as the guardian of justice; or if a priest were to be a fornicator, where he has taken the vow of chastity. Fourthly, on account of the example or scandal; because, as Gregory says (Pastoral Rule 1:2), "sin becomes much more scandalous when the sinner is honored for his position. And the sins of the great are much more notorious, and men are wont to bear them with more indignation." Reply Obj. 1: The passage quoted alludes to those things which are done negligently when we are taken unawares through human weakness. Reply Obj. 2: God does not respect persons in punishing the great more severely, because their excellence conduces to the gravity of their sin, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: The man who excels in anything reaps disadvantage, not from the good which he has, but from his abuse thereof. End of question 73. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 74, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 74. Of the subject of sin, in 10 articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 6. We must now consider the subject of vice or sin, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. First, whether the will can be the subject of sin. Second, whether the will alone is the subject of sin. Third, whether the sensuality can be the subject of sin. Fourth, whether it can be the subject of mortal sin. Fifth, whether the reason can be the subject of sin. Sixth, whether morose delectation or non-morose delectation be subjected in the higher reason. Seventh, whether the sin of consent in the act of sin is subjected in the higher reason. Eighth, whether the lower reason can be the subject of mortal sin. Ninth, whether the higher reason can be the subject of venial sin. 10th, whether there can be in the higher reason a venial sin directed to its proper object. First article. Whether the will is a subject of sin. Objection 1. It would seem that the will cannot be a subject of sin. For Dionysius says On the Divine Names 4 that evil is outside the will and the intention. But sin has the character of evil. Therefore, sin cannot be in the will. Objection 2. Further, the will is directed either to the good or to what seems good. Now from the fact that will wishes the good, it does not sin, and that it wishes what seems good but is not truly good, points to a defect in the apprehensive power rather than in the will. Therefore, sin is nowise in the will. Objection 3. Further, the same thing cannot be both subject and efficient cause of sin, because the efficient and the material cause do not coincide, according to Phys. 270. Now the will is the efficient cause of sin, because the first cause of sinning is the will, as Augustine states On the Two Souls against the Manichees, 10, 10, and 11. Therefore, it is not the subject of sin. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Retractions 1:9 that it is by the will that we sin, and live righteously. I answer that sin is an act, as stated above in question 71, articles 1 and 6. Now some acts pass into external matter, for example, to cut and to burn, and such acts have for their matter and subject the thing into which the action passes. Thus the Philosopher states in Phys. 3:18 that movement is the act of the thing moved, caused by a mover. On the other hand, there are acts which do not pass into external matter, but remain in the agent, for example, to desire and to know. And such are all moral acts, whether virtuous or sinful. Consequently, the proper subject of sin must needs be the power which is the principle of the act. Now since it is proper to moral acts that they are voluntary, as stated above in Question 1, Article 1, as well as in Question 18, Article 6, it follows that the will, which is the principle of voluntary acts, both of good acts and of evil acts or sins, is the principle of sins. Therefore, it follows that sin is in the will as its subject. Reply to Obj. 1. Evil is said to be outside the will, because the will does not tend to it under the aspect of evil. But since some evil is an apparent good, the will sometimes desires an evil, and in this sense is in the will. Reply to Obj. 2. If the defect in the apprehensive power were nowise subject to the will, there would be no sin, either in the will or in the apprehensive power, as in the case of those whose ignorance is invincible. It remains therefore that when there is in the apprehensive power a defect that is subject to the will, this defect also is deemed a sin. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument applies to those efficient causes whose actions pass into external matter, and which do not move themselves, but move other things, the contrary of which is to be observed in the will. Hence the argument does not prove. Second article. Whether the will alone is the subject of sin. Objection 1. It would seem that the will alone is the subject of sin. For Augustine says in On the Two Souls against the Manichees 10:10 that "no one sins except by the will." Now the subject of sin is the power by which we sin. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. Objection 2. Further, sin is an evil contrary to reason. Now good and evil pertaining to reason are the object of the will alone. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. Objection 3. Further, every sin is a voluntary act, because, as Augustine states in On the Free Will 3:18, "So true is it that every sin is voluntary, that unless it be voluntary, it is no sin at all." Now the acts of the other powers are not voluntary, except in so far as those powers are moved by the will. Nor does this suffice for them to be the subject of sin, because then even the external members of the body, which are moved by the will, would be a subject of sin, which is clearly untrue. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. On the contrary, sin is contrary to virtue, and contraries are about one same thing. But the other powers of the soul, besides the will, are the subject of virtues, as stated above in Question 56. Therefore the will is not the only subject of sin. I answer that, as was shown above in Article 1, whatever is the principle of a voluntary act is a subject of sin. Now voluntary acts are not only those which are elicited by the will, but also those which are commanded by the will, as we stated above in Question 6, Article 4, in treating of voluntariness. Therefore not only the will can be a subject of sin, but also all those powers which can be moved to their acts, or restrained from their acts, by the will. And these same powers are the subjects of good and evil moral habits, because act and habit belong to the same subject. Reply to Obj. 1. We do not sin except by the will as first mover, but we sin by the other powers as moved by the will. Reply to Obj. 2. Good and evil pertain to the will as its proper objects, but the other powers have certain determinate goods and evils, by reason of which they can be the subject of virtue, vice, and sin, in so far as they partake of will and reason. Reply Obj. 3. The members of the body are not principles but merely organs of action, wherefore they are compared to the soul which moves them, as a slave who is moved but moves no other. On the other hand, the internal appetitive powers are compared to reason as free agents, because they both act and are acted upon, as is made clear in Polit. I, 3. Moreover, the acts of the external members are actions that pass into external matter, as may be seen in the blow that is inflicted in the sin of murder. Consequently, there is no comparison. Third article: whether there can be sin in the sensuality. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be sin in the sensuality. For sin is proper to man who is praised or blamed for his actions. Now sensuality is common to us and irrational animals. Therefore, sin cannot be in the sensuality. Objection 2. Further, no man sins in what he cannot avoid, as Augustine states in De Lib. Arb. 3:18. But man cannot prevent the movement of the sensuality from being inordinate, since "the sensuality ever remains corrupt, so long as we abide in this mortal life, wherefore it is signified by the serpent," as Augustine declares in De Trin. xii, 12, 13. Therefore the inordinate movement of the sensuality is not a sin. Obj. 3. Further, that which man himself does not do is not imputed to him as a sin. Now, "that alone do we seem to do ourselves, which we do with the deliberation of reason," as the Philosopher says in Ethic. ix, 8. Therefore the movement of the sensuality, which is without the deliberation of reason, is not imputed to a man as a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Rom. 7:19, "The good which I will, I do not, but the evil which I will not, that I do": which words Augustine explains (Against Julian 3:26) as referring to the evil of concupiscence, which is clearly a movement of the sensuality. Therefore there can be sin in the sensuality. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 2 and 3, sin may be found in any power whose act can be voluntary and inordinate, wherein consists the nature of sin. Now it is evident that the act of the sensuality, or sensitive appetite, is naturally inclined to be moved by the will. Wherefore it follows that sin can be in the sensuality. Reply Obj. 1. Although some of the powers of the sensitive part are common to us and irrational animals, nevertheless, in us, they have a certain excellence through being united to the reason. Thus we surpass other animals in the sensitive part, forasmuch as we have the powers of cogitation and reminiscence, as stated in the first part, Q. 78, A. 4. In the same way, our sensitive appetite surpasses that of other animals, by reason of a certain excellence, consisting in its natural aptitude to obey the reason, and in this respect it can be the principle of a voluntary action, and consequently the subject of sin. Reply Obj. 2. The continual corruption of the sensuality is to be understood as referring to the fomes, which is never completely destroyed in this life, since though the stain of original sin passes, its effect remains. However, this corruption of the fomes does not hinder man from using his rational will to check individual inordinate movements, if he be presentient of them, for instance by turning his thoughts to other things. Yet while he is turning his thoughts to something else, an inordinate movement may arise about this also. Thus when a man, in order to avoid the movements of concupiscence, turns his thoughts away from carnal pleasures to the considerations of science, sometimes an unpremeditated movement of vainglory will arise. Consequently, a man cannot avoid all such movements, on account of the aforesaid corruption, but it is enough, for the conditions of a voluntary sin, that he be able to avoid each single one. Reply to Obj. 3. Man does not do perfectly himself what he does without the deliberation of reason, since the principal part of man does nothing therein. Wherefore such is not perfectly a human act, and consequently it cannot be a perfect act of virtue or of sin, but is something imperfect of that kind. Therefore such movement of the sensuality as forestalls the reason is a venial sin, which is something imperfect in the genus of sin. Fourth article. Whether mortal sin can be in the sensuality? Objection 1. It would seem that mortal sin can be in the sensuality, because an act is discerned by its object. Now it is possible to commit a mortal sin about the objects of the sensuality, for example, about carnal pleasures. Therefore, the act of the sensuality can be a mortal sin, so that mortal sin can be found in the sensuality. Objection 2. Further, mortal sin is opposed to virtue. But virtue can be in the sensuality, for temperance and fortitude are virtues of the irrational parts, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 3:10. Therefore, since it is natural to contraries to be about the same subject, sensuality can be the subject of mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, venial sin is a disposition to mortal sin. Now disposition and habit are in the same subject. Since, therefore, venial sin may be in the sensuality, as stated above in Article 3, third reply, mortal sin can be there also. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Retractions 123, "The inordinate movement of concupiscence, which is the sin of the sensuality, can be in those who are in a state of grace, in whom, however, mortal sin is not to be found. Therefore, the inordinate movement of the sensuality is not a mortal sin." I answer that, just as a disorder which destroys the principle of the body's life causes the body's death, so too a disorder which destroys the principle of spiritual life, viz. the last end, causes spiritual death, which is mortal sin, as stated above in Q. 72, A. 5. Now it belongs to the reason alone, and not to the sensuality, to order anything to the end, and disorder in respect of the end can only belong to the power whose function it is to order others to the end. Wherefore mortal sin cannot be in the sensuality, but only in the reason. Reply to Obj. 1. The act of the sensuality can concur towards a mortal sin. Yet the fact of its being a mortal sin is due, not to its being an act of the sensuality, but to its being an act of reason, to whom the ordering to the end belongs. Consequently, mortal sin is imputed, not to the sensuality, but to reason. Reply Obj. 2. An act of virtue is perfected not only in that it is an act of the sensuality, but still more in the fact of its being an act of reason and will, whose function it is to choose. For the act of moral virtue is not without the exercise of choice. Wherefore the act of moral virtue, which perfects the appetitive power, is always accompanied by an act of prudence, which perfects the rational power, and the same applies to mortal sin, as stated in the first reply. Reply Obj. 3. A disposition may be related in three ways to that to which it disposes. For sometimes it is the same thing, and is in the same subject. Thus inchoate science is a disposition to perfect science. Sometimes it is in the same subject, but is not in the same thing. Thus heat is a disposition to the form of fire. Sometimes it is neither the same thing nor in the same subject, as in those things which are subordinate to one another in such a way that we can arrive at one through the other. For example, goodness of the imagination is a disposition to science, which is in the intellect. In this way, the venial sin that is in the sensuality may be a disposition to mortal sin, which is in the reason. Fifth article. Whether sin can be in the reason. Objection 1. It would seem that sin cannot be in the reason. For the sin of any power is a defect thereof. But the fault of the reason is not a sin; on the contrary, it excuses sin. For a man is excused from sin on account of ignorance. Therefore sin cannot be in the reason. Obj. 2. Further, the primary object of sin is the will, as stated above in A. 1. Now reason precedes the will, since it directs it. Therefore sin cannot be in the reason. Obj. 3. Further, there can be no sin except about things which are under our control. Now perfection and defect of reason are not among those things which are under our control, since by nature some are mentally deficient, and some shrewd-minded. Therefore no sin is in the reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12) that sin is in the lower and in the higher reason. I answer that, the sin of any power is an act of that power, as we have clearly shown in Articles 1, 2, and 3. Now reason has a twofold act. One is its proper act in respect of its proper object, and this is the act of knowing the truth. The other is the act of reason as directing the other powers. Now in both of these ways there may be sin in the reason. First, in so far as it errs in the knowledge of truth, which error is imputed to the reason as a sin, when it is in ignorance or error about what it is able and ought to know. Secondly, when it either commands the inordinate movements of the lower powers, or deliberately fails to check them. Reply Obj. 1. This argument considers the defect in the proper act of the reason in respect of its proper object, and with regard to the case when it is a defect of knowledge about something which one is unable to know. For then this defect of reason is not a sin, and excuses from sin, as is evident with regard to the actions of madmen. If, however, the defect of reason be about something which a man is able and ought to know, he is not altogether excused from sin, and the defect is imputed to him as a sin. The defect which belongs only to the act of directing the other powers is always imputed to reason as a sin, because it can always obviate this defect by means of its proper act. Reply Obj. 2. As stated above (Q. 17, A. 1), when we were treating of the acts of the will and reason, the will moves and precedes the reason, in one way, and the reason moves and precedes the will in another, so that both the movement of the will can be called rational, and the act of the reason voluntary. Accordingly, sin is found in the reason, either through being a voluntary defect of the reason, or through the reason being the principle of the will's act. The reply to the third objection is evident from what has been said. Sixth Article. Whether the sin of morose delectation is in the reason? Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of morose delectation is not in the reason. For delectation denotes a movement of the appetitive power, as stated above in Q. 31, A. 1. But the appetitive power is distinct from the reason, which is an apprehensive power. Therefore, morose delectation is not in the reason. Obj. 2. Further, the object shows to which power an act belongs, since it is through the act that the power is directed to its object. Now a morose delectation is sometimes about sensible goods, and not about the goods of reason. Therefore, the sin of morose delectation is not in the reason. Obj. 3. Further, a thing is said to be morose from the Latin mora, delay, through taking a length of time. But length of time is no reason why an act should belong to a particular power. Therefore, morose delectation does not belong to the reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12) that if the consent to a sensual delectation goes no further than the mere thought of the pleasure, I deem this to be like as though the woman alone had partaken of the forbidden fruit. Now, the woman denotes the lower reason, as he himself explains. Therefore, the sin of morose delectation is in the reason. I answer that, as stated above in A. 5, sin may be in the reason, not only in respect of reason's proper act, but sometimes in respect of its directing human actions. Now it is evident that reason directs not only external acts, but also internal passions. Consequently, when the reason fails in directing the internal passions, sin is said to be in the reason, as also when it fails in directing external actions. Now it fails in two ways in directing internal passions. First, when it commands unlawful passions. For instance, when a man deliberately provokes himself to a movement of anger or of lust. Secondly, when it fails to check the unlawful movement of a passion. For instance, when a man, having deliberately considered that a rising movement of passion is inordinate, continues, notwithstanding, to dwell upon it, and fails to drive it away. And in this sense the sin of morose delectation is said to be in the reason. Morose derives from the verb immoratur. Reply Obj. 1. Delectation is indeed in the appetitive power as its proximate principle, but it is in the reason as its first mover, in accordance with what has been stated above in Article 1, notably, that actions which do not pass into external matter are subjected in their principles. Reply to Obj. 2. Reason has its proper elicited act about its proper object, but it exercises the direction of all the objects of those lower powers that can be directed by the reason, and accordingly delectation about sensible objects comes also under the direction of reason. Reply to Obj. 3. Delectation is said to be morose not from a delay of time, but because the reason in deliberating dwells immoratur thereon, and fails to drive it away, deliberately holding and turning over what should have been cast aside as soon as it touched the mind, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 12:12. End of question 74, Part 1, read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 74, Part 2 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 74. Of the subject of sin, in 10 articles. Part 2, Articles 7 through 10. Seventh Article. Whether the sin of consent to the act is in the higher reason. Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of consent to the act is not in the higher reason. For consent is an act of the appetitive power, as stated above in question 15, Article 1, whereas the reason is an apprehensive power. Therefore, the sin of consent to the act is not in the higher reason. Objection 2, further. The higher reason is intent on contemplating and consulting the eternal law, as Augustine states in On the Trinity 12:7. Translator's note: rationes aeternae, where, as in similar passages, ratio has been rendered by the English type, because St. Thomas was speaking of the divine idea as the archetype of the creature. Hence the type or idea is a rule of conduct, and is identified with the eternal law. Cf. Article 8, first objection, as well as Article 9. End of note. But sometimes consent is given to an act without consulting the eternal law, since man does not always think about divine things whenever he consents to an act. Therefore, the sin of consent to the act is not always in the higher reason. Objection 3, further. Just as man can regulate his external actions according to the eternal law, so can he regulate his internal pleasures or other passions. But consent to a pleasure without deciding to fulfill it by deed belongs to the lower reason, as Augustine states in On the Trinity 12:2. Therefore, the consent to a sinful act should also be sometimes ascribed to the lower reason. Objection 4. Further, just as the higher reason excels the lower, so does the reason excel the imagination. Now sometimes man proceeds to act through the apprehension of the power of imagination, without any deliberation of his reason, as when, without premeditation, he moves his hand or foot. Therefore sometimes also the lower reason may consent to a sinful act, independently of the higher reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12): "If the consent to the evil use of things that can be perceived by the bodily senses, so far approves of any sin, as to point, if possible, to its consummation by deed, we are to understand that the woman has offered the forbidden fruit to her husband." I answer that, consent implies a judgment about the thing to which consent is given. For just as the speculative reason judges and delivers its sentence about intelligible matters, so the practical reason judges and pronounces sentence on matters of action. Now we must observe that in every case brought up for judgment, the final sentence belongs to the supreme court, even as we see that in speculative matters the final sentence touching any proposition is delivered by referring it to the first principles, since, so long as there remains a yet higher principle, the question can yet be submitted to it: wherefore the judgment is still in suspense, the final sentence not being as yet pronounced. But it is evident that human acts can be regulated by the rule of human reason, which rule is derived from the created things that man knows naturally, and further still, from the rule of the divine law, as stated above in Q. 19, A. 4. Consequently, since the rule of the divine law is the higher rule, it follows that the ultimate sentence, whereby the judgment is finally pronounced, belongs to the higher reason, which is intent on the eternal types. Now when judgment has to be pronounced on several points, the final judgment deals with that which comes last: and in human acts, the action itself comes last, and the delectation which is the inducement to the action is a preamble thereto. Therefore the consent to an action belongs properly to the higher reason, while the preliminary judgment, which is about the delectation, belongs to the lower reason, which delivers judgment in a lower court, although the higher reason can also judge of the delectation, since whatever is subject to the judgment of the lower court is subject also to the judgment of the higher court, but not conversely. Reply to Obj. 1: Consent is an act of the appetitive power, not absolutely, but in consequence of an act of reason deliberating and judging, as stated above in Q. 15, A. 3. Because the fact that the consent is finally given to a thing is due to the fact that the will tends to that upon which the reason has already passed its judgment. Hence consent may be ascribed both to the will and to the reason. Reply to Obj. 2: The higher reason is said to consent from the very fact that it fails to direct the human act according to the divine law, whether or not it advert to the eternal law. For if it thinks of God's law, it holds it in actual contempt, and if not, it neglects it by a kind of omission. Therefore the consent to a sinful act always proceeds from the higher reason, because, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12), "the mind cannot effectively decide on the commission of a sin, unless by its consent, whereby it wields its sovereign power of moving the members to action, or of restraining them from action, it becomes the servant or slave of the evil deed." Reply Obj. 3: The higher reason, by considering the eternal law, can direct or restrain the internal delectation, even as it can direct or restrain the external action. Nevertheless, before the judgment of the higher reason is pronounced, the lower reason, while deliberating the matter in reference to temporal principles, sometimes approves of this delectation, and then the consent to the delectation belongs to the lower reason. If, however, after considering the eternal law, man persists in giving the same consent, such consent will then belong to the higher reason. Reply Obj. 4: The apprehension of the power of imagination is sudden and indeliberate, wherefore it can cause an act before the higher or lower reason has time to deliberate. But the judgment of the lower reason is deliberate, and so requires time, during which the higher reason can also deliberate. Consequently, if by its deliberation it does not check the sinful act, this will deservedly be imputed to it. Eighth Article. Whether consent to delectation is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that consent to delectation is not a mortal sin. For consent to delectation belongs to the lower reason, which does not consider the eternal types, that is, the eternal law, and consequently does not turn away from them. Now every mortal sin consists in turning away from the divine law, as is evident from Augustine's definition of mortal sin, which was quoted above in Q. 71, A. 6. Therefore, consent to delectation is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2: Further, consent to a thing is not evil unless the thing to which consent is given be evil. Now, the cause of anything being such is yet more so, or at any rate not less. Consequently, the thing to which a man consents cannot be a lesser evil than his consent. But delectation without deed is not a mortal sin, but only a venial sin. Therefore, neither is the consent to the delectation a mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, delectations differ in goodness and malice, according to the difference of the deeds, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. x, 3, 5. Now the inward thought is one thing, and the outward deed, for example, fornication, is another. Therefore, the delectation consequent to the act of inward thought differs in goodness and malice from the pleasure of fornication, as much as the inward thought differs from the outward deed, and consequently there is like difference of consent on either hand. But the inward thought is not a mortal sin, nor is the consent to that thought, and therefore neither is the consent to the delectation. Obj. 4: Further, the external act of fornication or adultery is a mortal sin, not by reason of the delectation, since this is found also in the marriage act, but by reason of an inordinateness in the act itself. Now he that consents to the delectation does not, for this reason, consent to the inordinateness of the act. Therefore, he seems not to sin mortally. Obj. 5: Further, the sin of murder is more grievous than simple fornication. Now it is not a mortal sin to consent to the delectation resulting from the thought of murder. Much less, therefore, is it a mortal sin to consent to the delectation resulting from the thought of fornication. Obj. 6: Further, The Lord's Prayer is recited every day for the remission of venial sins, as Augustine asserts in his Enchiridion 78. Now Augustine teaches that consent to delectation may be driven away by means of the Lord's Prayer, for he says (De Trin. xii, 12) that "this sin is much less grievous than if it be decided to fulfill it by deed. Wherefore we ought to ask pardon for such thoughts also, and we should strike our breasts and say, Forgive us our trespasses." Therefore consent to delectation is a venial sin. On the contrary, Augustine adds after a few words: "Man will be altogether lost, unless, through the grace of the Mediator, he be forgiven those things which are deemed mere sins of thought, since without the will to do them, he desires nevertheless to enjoy them." But no man is lost except through mortal sin. Therefore consent to delectation is a mortal sin. I answer that, there have been various opinions on this point. For some have held that consent to delectation is not a mortal sin but only a venial sin, while others have held it to be a mortal sin, and this opinion is more common and more probable. For we must take note that since every delectation results from some action, as stated in Ethic. x, 4, and again that since every delectation may be compared to two things, viz. to the operation from which it results, and to the object in which a person takes delight. Now it happens that an action, just as a thing, is an object of delectation, because the action itself can be considered as a good and as an end, in which the person who delights in it rests. Sometimes the action itself, which results in delectation, is the object of delectation, in so far as the appetitive power, to which it belongs to take delight in anything, is brought to bear on the action itself as a good. For instance, when a man thinks and delights in his thought, in so far as his thought pleases him; while at other times the delight consequent to an action, for example, a thought, has for its object another action, as being the object of his thought; and then his thought proceeds from the inclination of the appetite, not indeed to the thought, but to the action thought of. Accordingly, a man who is thinking of fornication may delight in either of two things: first, in the thought itself; secondly, in the fornication thought of. Now the delectation in the thought itself results from the inclination of the appetite to the thought, and the thought itself is not in itself a mortal sin; sometimes indeed it is only a venial sin, as when a man thinks of such a thing for no purpose; and sometimes it is no sin at all, as when a man has a purpose in thinking of it; for instance, he may wish to preach or dispute about it. Consequently, such affection or delectation in respect of the thought of fornication is not a mortal sin in virtue of its genus, but is sometimes a venial sin and sometimes no sin at all. Wherefore neither is it a mortal sin to consent to such a thought. In this sense the first opinion is true. But that a man in thinking of fornication takes pleasure in the act thought of, is due to his desire being inclined to this act. Wherefore the fact that a man consents to such a delectation amounts to nothing less than a consent to the inclination of his appetite to fornication. For no man takes pleasure, except in that which is in conformity with his appetite. Now it is a mortal sin, if a man deliberately chooses that his appetite be conformed to what is in itself a mortal sin. Wherefore, such a consent to delectation in a mortal sin is itself a mortal sin, as the second opinion maintains. Reply to Obj. 1: Consent to delectation may be not only in the lower reason, but also in the higher reason, as stated above in Article 7. Nevertheless, the lower reason may turn away from the eternal types, for, though it is not intent on them, as regulating according to them, which is proper to the higher reason, yet it is intent on them as being regulated according to them. And by turning from them in this sense, it may sin mortally, since even the acts of the lower powers and of the external members may be mortal sins, in so far as the direction of the higher reason fails in directing them according to the eternal types. Reply to Obj. 2: Consent to a sin that is venial in its genus is itself a venial sin, and accordingly one may conclude that the consent to take pleasure in a useless thought about fornication is a venial sin. But delectation in the act itself of fornication is, in its genus, a mortal sin, and that it be a venial sin before the consent is given is accidental, notably on account of the incompleteness of the act, which incompleteness ceases when the deliberate consent has been given, so that therefore it has its complete nature and is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 3: This argument considers the delectation which has the thought for its object. Reply to Obj. 4: The delectation which has an external act for its object cannot be without complacency in the external act as such, even though there be no decision to fulfill it on account of the prohibition of some higher authority. Wherefore the act is inordinate, and consequently the delectation will be inordinate also. Reply to Obj. 5: The consent to delectation, resulting from complacency in an act of murder thought of, is a mortal sin also, but not the consent to delectation resulting from complacency in the thought of murder. Reply to Obj. 6: The Lord's Prayer is to be said in order that we may be preserved not only from venial sin, but also from mortal sin. Ninth Article. Whether there can be venial sin in the higher reason as directing the lower powers? Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be venial sin in the higher reason as directing the lower powers, that is, as consenting to a sinful act. For Augustine says On the Trinity xii, 7 that the higher reason is intent on considering and consulting the eternal law. But mortal sin consists in turning away from the eternal law. Therefore it seems that there can be no other than mortal sin in the higher reason. Obj. 2: Further, the higher reason is the principle of the spiritual life, as the heart is of the body's life. But the diseases of the heart are deadly. Therefore the sins of the higher reason are mortal. Obj. 3: Further, a venial sin becomes a mortal sin if it be done out of contempt. But it would seem impossible to commit even a venial sin deliberately without contempt. Since then the consent of the higher reason is always accompanied by deliberate consideration of the eternal law, it seems that it cannot be without mortal sin, on account of the contempt of the divine law. On the contrary, consent to a sinful act belongs to the higher reason, as stated above in Article 7. But consent to an act of venial sin is itself a venial sin. Therefore a venial sin can be in the higher reason? I answer that, as Augustine says on the Trinity 12:7, the higher reason is intent on contemplating or consulting the eternal law. It contemplates it by considering its truth. It consults it by judging and directing other things according to it. And to this pertains the fact that by deliberating through the eternal types, it consents to an act or dissents from it. Now it may happen that the inordinateness of the act to which it consents is not contrary to the eternal law, in the same way as mortal sin is, because it does not imply aversion from the last end, but is beside that law, as an act of venial sin is. Therefore, when the higher reason consents to the act of a venial sin, it does not turn away from the eternal law. Wherefore it sins not mortally, but venially. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. Disease of the heart is twofold: one which is in the very substance of the heart, and affects its natural consistency, and such a disease is always mortal. The other is a disease of the heart consisting in some disorder, either of the movement or of the parts surrounding the heart, and such a disease is not always mortal. In like manner, there is mortal sin in the higher reason, whenever the order itself of the higher reason to its proper object, which is the eternal law, is destroyed. But when the disorder leaves this untouched, the sin is not mortal, but venial. Reply to objection 3. Deliberate consent to a sin does not always amount to contempt of the divine law, but only when the sin is contrary to the divine law. Tenth Article. Whether venial sin can be in the higher reason as such? Objection 1. It would seem that venial sin cannot be in the higher reason as such, that is, as considering the eternal law. For the act of a power is not found to fail, except that power be inordinately disposed with regard to its object. Now the object of the higher reason is the eternal law, in respect of which there can be no disorder without mortal sin. Therefore there can be no venial sin in the higher reason as such. Obj. 2: Further, since the reason is a deliberative power, there can be no act of reason without deliberation. Now every inordinate movement in things concerning God, if it be deliberate, is a mortal sin. Therefore venial sin is never in the higher reason as such. Obj. 3. Further, it happens sometimes that a sin which takes us unawares is a venial sin. Now a deliberate sin is a mortal sin, through the reason, in deliberating, having recourse to some higher good, by acting against which man sins more grievously. Just as when the reason, in deliberating about an inordinate pleasurable act, considers that it is contrary to the law of God, it sins more grievously in consenting, than if it only considered that it is contrary to moral virtue. But the higher reason cannot have recourse to any higher tribunal than its own object. Therefore, if a movement that takes us unawares is not a mortal sin, neither will the subsequent deliberation make it a mortal sin, which is clearly false. Therefore there can be no venial sin in the higher reason as such. On the contrary, a sudden movement of unbelief is a venial sin, but it belongs to the higher reason as such. Therefore there can be a venial sin in the higher reason as such. I answer that the higher reason regards its own object otherwise than the objects of the lower powers that are directed by the higher reason. For it does not regard the objects of the lower powers, except in so far as it consults the eternal law about them, and so it does not regard them save by way of deliberation. Now deliberate consent to what is a mortal sin in its genus is itself a mortal sin, and consequently the higher reason always sins mortally if the acts of the lower powers to which it consents are mortal sins. With regard to its own object, it has a twofold act, notably, simple intuition and deliberation, in respect of which it again consults the eternal law about its own object. But in respect of simple intuition, it can have an inordinate movement about divine things, as when a man suffers a sudden movement of unbelief. And although unbelief, in its genus, is a mortal sin, yet a sudden movement of unbelief is a venial sin, because there is no mortal sin unless it be contrary to the law of God. Now it is possible for one of the articles of faith to present itself to the reason suddenly under some other aspect, before the eternal law, that is, the law of God, is consulted, or can be consulted, on the matter, as, for instance, when a man suddenly apprehends the resurrection of the dead as impossible naturally, and rejects it as soon as he had thus apprehended it, before he has had time to deliberate and consider that this is proposed to our belief in accordance with the divine law. If, however, the movement of unbelief remains after this deliberation, it is a mortal sin. Therefore, in sudden movements, the higher reason may sin venially in respect of its proper object, even if it be a mortal sin in its genus, or it may sin mortally in giving a deliberate consent. But in things pertaining to the lower powers, it always sins mortally in things which are mortal sins in their genus, but not in those which are venial sins in their genus. Reply to Obj. 1: A sin which is against the eternal law, though it be mortal in its genus, may nevertheless be venial on account of the incompleteness of a sudden action, as stated. Reply to Obj. 2: In matters of action, the simple intuition of the principles from which deliberation proceeds belongs to the reason as well as the act of deliberation, even as in speculative matters it belongs to the reason both to syllogize and to form propositions. Consequently, the reason also can have a sudden movement. Reply to Obj. 3: One and the same thing may be the subject of different considerations, of which one is higher than the other. Thus the existence of God may be considered either as possible to be known by the human reason, or as delivered to us by divine revelation, which is a higher consideration. And therefore, although the object of the higher reason is, in its nature, something sublime, yet it is reducible to some yet higher consideration, and in this way, that which in the sudden movement was not a mortal sin, becomes a mortal sin in virtue of the deliberation which brought it into the light of a higher consideration, as was explained above. End of question 74. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 75 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 75. Of the causes of sin in general, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sin. 1. In general. 2. In particular. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether sin has a cause. Second, whether it has an internal cause. Third, whether it has an external cause. Fourth, whether one sin is the cause of another. First article. Whether sin has a cause. Objection 1. It would seem that sin has no cause. For sin has the nature of evil, as stated above in question 71, Article 6. But evil has no cause, as Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4. Therefore, sin has no cause. Objection 2. Further, a cause is that from which something follows of necessity. Now that which is of necessity seems to be no sin, for every sin is voluntary. Therefore, sin has no cause. Objection 3. Further, if sin has a cause, this cause is either good or evil. It is not a good, because good produces nothing but good, for a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, according to Matthew 7:18. Likewise, neither can evil be the cause of sin, because the evil of punishment is a sequel to sin, and the evil of guilt is the same as sin. Therefore, sin has no cause. On the contrary, whatever is done has a cause, for according to Job 5:6, "Nothing upon earth is done without a cause." But sin is something done, since it is a word, deed, or desire contrary to the law of God. Therefore, sin has a cause. I answer that a sin is an inordinate act. Accordingly, so far as it is an act, it can have a direct cause, even as any other act. But so far as it is inordinate, it has a cause in the same way as a negation or privation can have a cause. Now 2 causes may be assigned to a negation. In the first place, absence of the cause of affirmation, that is, the negation of the cause itself, is the cause of the negation in itself, since the result of removing the cause is the removal of the effect. Thus the absence of the sun is the cause of darkness. In the second place, the cause of an affirmation, of which a negation is a sequel, is the accidental cause of the resulting negation. Thus fire, by causing heat in virtue of its principal tendency, consequently causes a privation of cold. The first of these suffices to cause a simple negation. But since the inordinateness of sin and of every evil is not a simple negation, but the privation of that which something ought naturally to have, such an inordinateness must needs have an accidental efficient cause. For that which it naturally is and ought to be in a thing is never lacking except on account of some impeding cause. And accordingly, we are wont to say that evil, which consists in a certain privation, has a deficient cause or an accidental efficient cause. Now every accidental cause is reducible to the direct cause. Since then sin, on the part of its inordinateness, has an accidental efficient cause, and on the part of the act a direct efficient cause, it follows that the inordinateness of sin is a result of the cause of the act. Accordingly, then, the will, lacking the direction of the rule of reason and of the divine law, and intent on some mutable good, causes the act of sin directly, and the inordinateness of the act indirectly, and beside the intention. For the lack of order in the act results from the lack of direction in the will. Reply to Obj. 1: Sin signifies not only the privation of good, which privation is its inordinateness, but also the act which is the subject of that privation, which has the nature of evil. And how this evil has a cause has been explained. Reply to Obj. 2: If this definition is to be verified in all cases, it must be understood as applying to a cause which is sufficient and not impeded. For it happens that a thing is the sufficient cause of something else, and that the effect does not follow of necessity on account of some supervening impediment. Else it would follow that all things happen of necessity, as is proved in Metaphysics 6:5. Accordingly, though sin has a cause, it does not follow that this is a necessary cause, since its effect can be impeded. Reply to Obj. 3: As stated above, the will, in failing to apply the rule of reason or of the divine law, is the cause of sin. Now the fact of not applying the rule of reason or of the divine law has not in itself the nature of evil, whether of punishment or of guilt, before it is applied to the act. Wherefore, accordingly, evil is not the cause of the first sin, but some good lacking some other good. Second article: Whether sin has an internal cause? Objection 1: It would seem that sin has no internal cause. For that which is within a thing is always in it. If, therefore, sin had an internal cause, man would always be sinning, since, given the cause, the effect follows. Obj. 2: Further, a thing is not its own cause. But the internal movements of a man are sins. Therefore they are not the cause of sin. Obj. 3: Further, whatever is within man is either natural or voluntary. Now that which is natural cannot be the cause of sin, for sin is contrary to nature, as Damascene states in De Fide Orth. ii, 3 and 4:21. While that which is voluntary, if it be inordinate, is already a sin. Therefore nothing intrinsic can be the cause of the first sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Anima Against the Manichees, 10, 10, 11), as well as in his Retractions 1:9, that "the will is the cause of sin." I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, the direct cause of sin must be considered on the part of the act. Now we may distinguish a twofold internal cause of human acts: one remote, the other proximate. The proximate internal cause of the human act is the reason and will, in respect of which man has free will; while the remote cause is the apprehension of the sensitive part, and also the sensitive appetite. For just as it is due to the judgment of reason, that the will is moved to something in accord with reason, so it is due to an apprehension of the senses that the sensitive appetite is inclined to something, which inclination sometimes influences the will and reason, as we shall explain further on in Question 77, Article 1. Accordingly, a double interior cause of sin may be assigned: one proximate, on the part of the reason and will, and the other remote, on the part of the imagination or sensitive appetite. But since we have said above in Article 1, third reply, that the cause of sin is some apparent good, as motive, yet lacking the due motive, notably the rule of reason or the divine law, this motive, which is an apparent good, appertains to the apprehension of the senses and to the appetite, while the lack of the due rule appertains to the reason, whose nature it is to consider this rule, and the completeness of the voluntary sinful act appertains to the will, so that the act of the will, given the conditions we have just mentioned, is already a sin. Reply to Obj. 1: That which is within a thing as its natural power is always in it, but that which is within it as the internal act of the appetitive or apprehensive power is not always in it. Now the power of the will is the potential cause of sin, but is made actual by the preceding movements, both of the sensitive part in the first place, and afterwards of the reason. For it is because a thing is proposed as appetible to the senses, and because the appetite is inclined, that the reason sometimes fails to consider the due rule, so that the will produces the act of sin. Since therefore the movements that precede it are not always actual, neither is man always actually sinning. Reply to Obj. 2: It is not true that all the internal acts belong to the substance of sin, for this consists principally in the act of the will. But some precede and some follow the sin itself. Reply to Obj. 3: That which causes sin, as a power produces its act, is natural. And again, the movement of the sensitive part, from which sin follows, is natural sometimes, as for instance, when anyone sins through appetite for food. Yet sin results in being unnatural from the very fact that the natural rule fails, which man, in accord with his nature, ought to observe. Third article: Whether sin has an external cause? Objection 1: It would seem that sin has no external cause. For sin is a voluntary act. Now voluntary acts belong to principles that are within us, so that they have no external cause. Therefore sin has no external cause. Obj. 2: Further, as nature is an internal principle, so is the will. Now in natural things sin can be due to no other than an internal cause. For instance, the birth of a monster is due to the corruption of some internal principle. Therefore, in the moral order, sin can arise from no other than an internal cause. Therefore it has no external cause. Obj. 3: Further, if the cause is multiplied, the effect is multiplied. Now the more numerous and weighty the external inducements to sin are, the less is a man's inordinate act imputed to him as sin. Therefore nothing external is a cause of sin. On the contrary, it is written in Numbers 21:16: "Are not these they that deceived the children of Israel by the counsel of Balaam, and made you transgress against the Lord by the sin of Phogor?" Therefore, something external can be a cause of sin. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, the internal cause of sin is both the will, as completing the sinful act, and the reason, as lacking the due rule, and the appetite, as inclining to sin. Accordingly, something external might be a cause of sin in three ways: either by moving the will itself immediately, or by moving the reason, or by moving the sensitive appetite. Now, as stated above in Question 9, Article 6, and in Question 10, Article 4, none can move the will inwardly save God alone, who cannot be a cause of sin, as we shall prove further on, in Question 79, Article 1. Hence it follows that nothing external can be a cause of sin, except by moving the reason, as a man or devil by enticing to sin, or by moving the sensitive appetite, as certain external sensibles move it. Yet neither does external enticement move the reason, of necessity, in matters of action, nor do things proposed externally, of necessity, move the sensitive appetite, except perhaps it be disposed thereto in a certain way. And even the sensitive appetite does not, of necessity, move the reason and will. Therefore something external can be a cause moving to sin, but not so as to be a sufficient cause thereof; and the will alone is the sufficient completive cause of sin being accomplished. Reply to Obj. 1: From the very fact that the external motive causes of sin do not lead to sin sufficiently and necessarily, it follows that it remains in our power to sin or not to sin. Reply to Obj. 2: The fact that sin has an internal cause does not prevent its having an external cause, for nothing external is a cause of sin, except through the medium of the internal cause, as stated. Reply to Obj. 3: If the external causes inclining to sin be multiplied, the sinful acts are multiplied, because they incline to the sinful act in both greater numbers and greater frequency. Nevertheless, the character of guilt is lessened, since this depends on the act being voluntary and in our power. Fourth Article: Whether one sin is a cause of another. Objection 1: It would seem that one sin cannot be the cause of another. For there are four kinds of cause, none of which will fit in with one sin causing another: because the end has the character of good, which is inconsistent with sin, which has the character of evil. In like manner, neither can a sin be an efficient cause, since "evil is not an efficient cause, but is weak and powerless," as Dionysius declares in On the Divine Names IV. The material and formal cause seem to have no place except in natural bodies, which are composed of matter and form. Therefore sin cannot have either a material or a formal cause. Obj. 2: Further, "To produce its like belongs to a perfect thing," as stated in Meteorology 4:2. But sin is essentially something imperfect. Therefore one sin cannot be a cause of another. Obj. 3: Further, if one sin is the cause of a second sin, in the same way yet another sin will be the cause of the first, and thus we go on indefinitely, which is absurd. Therefore one sin is not the cause of another. On the contrary, Gregory says in his Homily 11 on Ezekiel, "A sin that is not quickly blotted out by repentance is both a sin and a cause of sin." I answer that, forasmuch as a sin has a cause on the part of the act of sin, it is possible for one sin to be cause of another, in the same way as one human act is the cause of another. Hence it happens that one sin may be the cause of another in respect of the four kinds of causes. First, after the manner of an efficient or moving cause, both directly and indirectly. Indirectly is that which removes an impediment is called an indirect cause of movement. For when man, by one sinful act, loses grace or charity, or shame, or anything else that withdraws him from sin, he thereby falls into another sin, so that the first sin is the accidental cause of the second. Directly is when, by one sinful act, man is disposed to commit more readily another like act, because acts cause dispositions and habits inclining to like acts. Secondly, after the manner of a material cause, one sin is the cause of another, by preparing its matter. Thus, covetousness prepares the matter for strife, which is often about the wealth a man has amassed together. Thirdly, after the manner of a final cause, one sin causes another, insofar as a man commits one sin for the sake of another which is his end, as when a man is guilty of simony for the end of ambition, or fornication for the purpose of theft. And since the end gives the form to moral matters, as stated above in question 1, Article 3, and in question 18, Articles 4 and 6, it follows that one sin is also the formal cause of another, because, in the act of fornication committed for the purpose of theft, the former is material while the latter is formal. Reply to Obj. 1. Sin, insofar as it is inordinate, has the character of evil. But insofar as it is an act, it has some good, at least apparent, for its end, so that, as an act, but not as being inordinate, it can be the cause, both final and efficient, of another sin. A sin has matter, not of which, but about which it is, and it has its form from its end. Consequently, one sin can be the cause of another, in respect of the four kinds of cause, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. Sin is something imperfect on account of its moral imperfection on the part of its inordinateness. Nevertheless, as an act, it can have natural perfection, and thus it can be the cause of another sin. Reply to Obj. 3. Not every cause of one sin is another sin, so that there is no need to go on indefinitely. For one may come to one sin which is not caused by another sin. End of question 75. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 76 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 76. Of the causes of sin in particular, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sin, in particular, and 1. The internal causes of sin, 2. Its external causes, and 3. Sins which are the causes of other sins. In view of what has been said above in Article 2, the first consideration will be threefold. So that in the first place we shall treat of ignorance, which is the cause of sin on the part of reason; secondly, of weakness or passion, which is the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite; thirdly, of malice, which is the cause of sin on the part of the will. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether ignorance is a cause of sin. Second, whether ignorance is a sin. Third, whether it excuses from sin altogether. Fourth, whether it diminishes sin. First article: whether ignorance can be a cause of sin. Objection 1. It would seem that ignorance cannot be a cause of sin. Because a non-being is not the cause of anything. Now ignorance is a non-being, since it is a privation of knowledge. Therefore ignorance is not a cause of sin. Objection 2. Further, causes of sin should be reckoned in respect of sin being a turning to something, as was stated above in Question 75, Article 1. Now ignorance seems to savor of turning away from something. Therefore it should not be reckoned a cause of sin. Objection 3. Further, every sin is seated in the will. Now the will does not turn to that which is not known, because its object is the good apprehended. Therefore ignorance cannot be a cause of sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (On Nature and Grace, 67) that "some sin through ignorance." I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Phys. viii, 27, a moving cause is twofold: direct and indirect. A direct cause is one that moves by its own power, as the generator is the moving cause of heavy and light things. An indirect cause is either one that removes an impediment, or the removal itself of an impediment, and it is in this way that ignorance can be the cause of a sinful act. Because it is a privation of knowledge perfecting the reason that forbids the act of sin, in so far as it directs human acts. Now we must observe that the reason directs human acts in accordance with a twofold knowledge, universal and particular, because in conferring about what is to be done, it employs a syllogism, the conclusion of which is an act of judgment, or of choice, or an operation. Now actions are about singulars, wherefore the conclusion of a practical syllogism is a singular proposition. But a singular proposition does not follow from a universal proposition, except through the medium of a particular proposition. Thus a man is restrained from an act of parricide by the knowledge that it is wrong to kill one's father, and that this man is his father. Hence ignorance about either of these two propositions, notably of the universal principle which is a rule of reason, or of the particular circumstance, could cause an act of parricide. Hence it is clear that not every kind of ignorance is the cause of a sin, but that alone which removes the knowledge which would prevent the sinful act. Consequently, if a man's will be so disposed that he would not be restrained from the act of parricide, even though he recognized his father, his ignorance about his father is not the cause of his committing the sin, but is concomitant with the sin. Wherefore such a man sins not through ignorance, but in ignorance, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. iii, 1. Reply Obj. 1: Non-being cannot be the direct cause of anything. but it can be an accidental cause, as being the removal of an impediment. Reply Obj. 2: As knowledge, which is removed by ignorance, regards sin as turning towards something, so too ignorance of this respect of a sin is the cause of that sin, as removing its impediment. Reply Obj. 3: The will cannot turn to that which is absolutely unknown, but if something be known in one respect, and unknown in another, the will can will it. It is thus that ignorance is the cause of sin. For instance, when a man knows that what he is killing is a man, but not that it is his own father; or when one knows that a certain act is pleasurable, but not that it is a sin. Second article: Whether ignorance is a sin? Objection 1: It would seem that ignorance is not a sin. For sin is "a word, deed, or desire contrary to God's law," as stated above (Q. 71, A. 5). Now ignorance does not denote an act, either internal or external. Therefore ignorance is not a sin. Obj. 2: Further, sin is more directly opposed to grace than to knowledge. Now privation of grace is not a sin, but a punishment resulting from sin. Therefore ignorance, which is privation of knowledge, is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, if ignorance is a sin, this can only be in so far as it is voluntary. But if ignorance is a sin through being voluntary, it seems that the sin will consist in the act itself of the will, rather than in the ignorance. Therefore the ignorance will not be a sin, but rather a result of sin. Obj. 4: Further, every sin is taken away by repentance. Nor does any sin, except only original sin, pass as to guilt, yet remain in act. Now ignorance is not removed by repentance, but remains in act, all its guilt being removed by repentance. Therefore ignorance is not a sin, unless perchance it be original sin. Obj. 5: Further, if ignorance be a sin, then a man will be sinning as long as he remains in ignorance. But ignorance is continual in the one who is ignorant. Therefore a person in ignorance would be continually sinning, which is clearly false, else ignorance would be a most grievous sin. Therefore ignorance is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing but sin deserves punishment. But ignorance deserves punishment, according to 1 Corinthians 14:38. "If any man know not, he shall not be known." Therefore ignorance is a sin. I answer that, Ignorance differs from nescience, in that nescience denotes mere absence of knowledge. Wherefore whoever lacks knowledge about anything can be said to be nescient about it, in which sense Dionysius puts nescience in the angels (On the Heavenly Hierarchy vii). On the other hand, ignorance denotes privation of knowledge, that is, lack of knowledge of those things that one has a natural aptitude to know. Some of these we are under an obligation to know, those, to wit, without the knowledge of which we are unable to accomplish a due act rightly. Wherefore all are bound in common to know the articles of faith, and the universal principles of right, and each individual is bound to know matters regarding his duty or state. Meanwhile there are other things which a man may have a natural aptitude to know, yet he is not bound to know them, such as the geometrical theorems and contingent particulars, except in some individual case. Now it is evident that whoever neglects to have or do what he ought to have or do, commits a sin of omission. Wherefore, through negligence, ignorance of what one is bound to know is a sin. Whereas it is not imputed as a sin to man if he fails to know what he is unable to know. Consequently, ignorance of such like things is called invincible, because it cannot be overcome by study. For this reason, such like ignorance, not being voluntary, since it is not in our power to be rid of it, is not a sin. Wherefore it is evident that no invincible ignorance is a sin. On the other hand, vincible ignorance is a sin, if it be about matters one is bound to know, but not if it be about things one is not bound to know. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above in question 71, Article 6, first reply, when we say that a sin is a word, deed, or desire, we include the opposite negations, by reason of which omissions have the character of sin. So that negligence, inasmuch as ignorance is a sin, is comprised in the above definition of sin, insofar as one omits to say what one ought, or to do what one ought, or to desire what one ought, in order to acquire the knowledge which we ought to have. Reply to Obj. 2. Although privation of grace is not a sin in itself, yet by reason of negligence in preparing oneself for grace, it may have the character of sin, even as ignorance. Nevertheless, even here there is a difference, since man can acquire knowledge by his acts, whereas grace is not acquired by acts, but by God's favor. Reply to Obj. 3. Just as, in a sin of transgression, the sin consists not only in the act of will, but also in the act willed, which is commanded by the will, so in a sin of omission, not only the act of the will is a sin, but also the omission, insofar as it is in some way voluntary. And accordingly, the neglect to know, or even lack of consideration, is a sin. Reply to Obj. 4. Although when the guilt has passed away through repentance, the ignorance remains, according as it is a privation of knowledge, nevertheless the negligence does not remain, by reason of which the ignorance is said to be a sin. Reply to Obj. 5. Just as, in other sins of omission, man sins actually only at the time at which the affirmative precept is binding, so it is with the sin of ignorance, for the ignorant man sins actually indeed, not continually, but only at the time for acquiring the knowledge that he ought to have. Third article. Whether ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Objection 1. It would seem that ignorance excuses from sin altogether. For as Augustine says in his Retractions 1:9, every sin is voluntary. Now ignorance causes involuntariness, as stated above in question 6, Article 8. Therefore, ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Objection 2. Further, that which is done beside the intention is done accidentally. Now the intention cannot be about what is unknown. Therefore, what a man does through ignorance is accidental in human acts. But what is accidental does not give species. Therefore, nothing that is done through ignorance in human acts should be deemed sinful or virtuous. Obj. 3. Further, man is the subject of virtue and sin, inasmuch as he is partaker of reason. Now ignorance excludes knowledge which perfects the reason. Therefore ignorance excuses from sin altogether. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the Free Will 3:18 that "some things done through ignorance are rightly reproved." Now those things alone are rightly reproved which are sins. Therefore some things done through ignorance are sins. Therefore ignorance does not altogether excuse from sin. I answer that ignorance, by its very nature, renders the act which it causes involuntary. Now, it has already been stated in Articles 1 and 2 that ignorance is said to cause the act which the contrary knowledge would have prevented, so that this act, if knowledge were to hand, would be contrary to the will, which is the meaning of the word involuntary. If, however, the knowledge, which is removed by ignorance, would not have prevented the act, on account of the inclination of the will thereto, the lack of this knowledge does not make that man unwilling, but not willing, as stated in Ethic. 3:1. And such like ignorance, which is not the cause of the sinful act, as already stated, since it does not make the act to be involuntary, does not excuse from sin. The same applies to any ignorance that does not cause, but follows or accompanies the sinful act. On the other hand, ignorance, which is the cause of the act, since it makes it to be involuntary, of its very nature excuses from sin, because voluntariness is essential to sin. But it may fail to excuse altogether from sin, and this for two reasons. First, on the part of the thing itself which is not known. For ignorance excuses from sin, in so far as something is not known to be a sin. Now it may happen that a person ignores some circumstance of a sin, the knowledge of which circumstance would prevent him from sinning, whether it belong to the substance of the sin or not. And nevertheless his knowledge is sufficient for him to be aware that the act is sinful. For instance, if a man strikes someone, knowing that it is a man, which suffices for it to be sinful, and yet be ignorant of the fact that it is his father, which is a circumstance constituting another species of sin. Or, suppose that he is unaware that this man will defend himself and strike him back, and that if he had known this, he would not have struck him, which does not affect the sinfulness of the act. Wherefore, though this man sins through ignorance, yet he is not altogether excused, because, notwithstanding, he has a knowledge of the sin. Secondly, this may happen on the part of the ignorance itself, because, to wit, this ignorance is voluntary, either directly, as when a man wishes to set purpose to be ignorant of certain things that he may sin the more freely, or indirectly, as when a man, through stress of work or other occupations, neglects to acquire the knowledge which would restrain him from sin. For such like negligence renders the ignorance itself voluntary and sinful, provided it be about matters one is bound and able to know. Consequently, this ignorance does not altogether excuse from sin. If, however, the ignorance be such as to be entirely involuntary, either through being invincible, or through being of matters one is not bound to know, then such like ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Reply to Obj. 1. Not every ignorance causes involuntariness, as stated above in Q. 6, A. 8. Hence not every ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Reply to Obj. 2. So far as voluntariness remains in the ignorant person, the intention of sin remains in him, so that, in this respect, his sin is not accidental. Reply to Obj. 3. If the ignorance be such as to exclude the use of reason entirely, it excludes from sin altogether, as is the case with madmen and imbeciles. But such is not always the ignorance that causes the sin, and so it does not always excuse from the sin altogether. Fourth article: whether ignorance diminishes a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that ignorance does not diminish a sin. For that which is common to all sins does not diminish sin. Now ignorance is common to all sins, for the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:1 that "every evil man is ignorant." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. Objection 2: Further, one sin added to another makes a greater sin. But ignorance is itself a sin, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore it does not diminish sin. Objection 3: Further, the same thing does not both aggravate and diminish sin. Now ignorance aggravates sin, for Ambrose, commenting on Romans 2:4, "Knowest thou not that the benignity of God leadeth thee to penance?" says, "Thy sin is most grievous, if thou knowest not." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. Objection 4: Further, if any kind of ignorance diminishes a sin, this would seem to be chiefly the case as regards the ignorance which removes the use of reason altogether. Now this kind of ignorance does not diminish sin, but increases it, for the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:5 that "the punishment is doubled for a drunken man." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. On the contrary, whatever is a reason for sin to be forgiven, diminishes sin. Now such is ignorance, as is clear from 1 Timothy 1:13. "I obtained mercy, because I did it ignorantly." Therefore ignorance diminishes or alleviates sin. I answer that, since every sin is voluntary, ignorance can diminish sin in so far as it diminishes its voluntariness. And if it does not render it less voluntary, it nowise alleviates the sin. Now it is evident that the ignorance which excuses from sin altogether, through making it altogether involuntary, does not diminish a sin, but does away with it altogether. On the other hand, ignorance which is not the cause of the sin being committed, but is concomitant with it, neither diminishes nor increases the sin. Therefore sin cannot be alleviated by any ignorance, but only by such as is a cause of the sin being committed, and yet does not excuse from the sin altogether. Now it happens sometimes that such like ignorance is directly and essentially voluntary, as when a man is purposely ignorant that he may sin more freely, and ignorance of this kind seems rather to make the act more voluntary and more sinful, since it is through the will's intention to sin that he is unwilling to bear the hurt of ignorance, for the sake of freedom in sinning. Sometimes, however, the ignorance which is the cause of a sin being committed is not directly voluntary, but indirectly or accidentally, as when a man is unwilling to work hard at his studies, the result being that he is ignorant, or as when a man willfully drinks too much wine, the result being that he becomes drunk and indiscreet, and this ignorance diminishes voluntariness and consequently alleviates the sin. For when a thing is not known to be a sin, the will cannot be said to consent to the sin directly, but only accidentally. Wherefore, in that case there is less contempt, and therefore less sin. Reply to Obj. 1: The ignorance whereby "every evil man is ignorant" is not the cause of sin being committed, but something resulting from that cause, notably, of the passion or habit inclining to sin. Reply Obj. 2: One sin added to another makes more sins, but it does not always make a sin greater, since, perchance, the two sins do not coincide, but are separate. It may happen, if the first diminishes the second, that the two together have not the same gravity as one of them alone would have. Thus murder is a more grievous sin if committed by a man when sober, than if committed by a man when drunk, although in the latter case there are two sins, because drunkenness diminishes the sinfulness of the resulting sin more than its own gravity implies. Reply Obj. 3: The words of Ambrose may be understood as referring to simply affected ignorance, or they may have reference to a species of the sin of ingratitude, the highest degree of which is that man even ignores the benefits he has received, or again, they may be an allusion to the ignorance of unbelief, which undermines the foundation of the spiritual edifice. Reply Obj. 4: The drunken man deserves a double punishment for the two sins which he commits, notably, drunkenness, and the sin which results from his drunkenness. And yet drunkenness, on account of the ignorance connected therewith, diminishes the resulting sin, and more perhaps than the gravity of the drunkenness implies, as stated above in the second reply. It might also be said that the words quoted refer to an ordinance of the legislator named Pittacus, who ordered drunkards to be more severely punished if they assaulted anyone, having an eye not to the indulgence which the drunkard might claim, but to expediency, since more harm is done by the drunk than by the sober, as the Philosopher observes in Politics ii. End of question 76. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 77 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 77. Of the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite, in 8 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite, as to whether a passion of the soul may be a cause of sin, and under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether a passion of the sensitive appetite can move or incline the will. Second, whether it can overcome the reason against the latter's knowledge. Third, whether a sin resulting from a passion is a sin of weakness. Fourth, whether the passion of self-love is the cause of every sin. Fifth, of 3 causes mentioned in 1 John 2:16, concupiscence of the eyes, concupiscence of the flesh, and pride of life. Sixth, whether the passion which causes a sin diminishes it. Seventh, whether passion excuses from sin altogether. Eighth, whether a sin committed through passion can be mortal. First article. Whether the will is moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. For no passive power is moved except by its object. Now the will is a power both passive and active, inasmuch as it is mover and moved, as the Philosopher says of the appetitive power in general (De Anima iii, 54). Since, therefore, the object of the will is not a passion of the sensitive appetite, but good defined by reason, it seems that a passion of the sensitive appetite does not move the will. Obj. 2: Further, the higher mover is not moved by the lower. Thus the soul is not moved by the body. Now the will, which is the rational appetite, is compared to the sensitive appetite as a higher mover to a lower: for the Philosopher says (De Anima iii, 57) that "the rational appetite moves the sensitive appetite, even as, in the heavenly bodies, one sphere moves another." Therefore the will cannot be moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. Obj. 3: Further, nothing immaterial can be moved by that which is material. Now the will is an immaterial power, because it does not use a corporeal organ, since it is in the reason, as stated in De Anima iii, 42: whereas the sensitive appetite is a material force, since it is seated in an organ of the body. Therefore a passion of the sensitive appetite cannot move the intellective appetite. On the contrary, It is written (Dan. 13:56): "Lust hath perverted thy heart." I answer that, A passion of the sensitive appetite cannot draw or move the will directly, but it can do so indirectly, and this in two ways. First, by a kind of distraction, because since all the soul's powers are rooted in the one essence of the soul, it follows of necessity that, when one power is intent in its act, another power becomes remiss, or is even altogether impeded in its act, both because all energy is weakened through being divided, so that, on the contrary, through being centered on one thing, it is less able to be directed to several; and because, in the operations of the soul, a certain attention is requisite, and if this be closely fixed on one thing, less attention is given to another. In this way, by a kind of distraction, when the movement of the sensitive appetite is enforced in respect of any passion whatever, the proper movement of the rational appetite or will must, of necessity, become remiss or altogether impeded. Secondly, this may happen on the part of the will's object, which is good apprehended by reason: because the judgment and apprehension of reason is impeded on account of a vehement and inordinate apprehension of the imagination and judgment of the estimative power, as appears in those who are out of their mind. Now it is evident that the apprehension of the imagination and the judgment of the estimative power follow the passion of the sensitive appetite, even as the verdict of the taste follows the disposition of the tongue. For which reason we observe that those who are in some kind of passion do not easily turn their imagination away from the object of their emotion, the result being that the judgment of the reason often follows the passion of the sensitive appetite, and consequently the will's movement follows it also, since it has a natural inclination always to follow the judgment of the reason. Reply Obj. 1: Although the passion of the sensitive appetite is not the direct object of the will, yet it occasions a certain change in the judgment about the object of the will, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: The higher mover is not directly moved by the lower, but in a manner it can be moved by it indirectly, as stated. The third objection is solved in like manner. Second article: Whether the reason can be overcome by a passion against its knowledge? Objection 1: It would seem that the reason cannot be overcome by a passion against its knowledge. For the stronger is not overcome by the weaker. Now knowledge, on account of its certitude, is the strongest thing in us. Therefore it cannot be overcome by a passion, which is weak and soon passes away. Obj. 2: Further, the will is not directed save to the good or the apparent good. Now when a passion draws the will to that which is really good, it does not influence the reason against its knowledge. And when it draws it to that which is good apparently, but not really, it draws it to that which appears good to the reason. But what appears to the reason is in the knowledge of the reason. Therefore a passion never influences the reason against its knowledge. Obj. 3: Further, if it be said that it draws the reason from its knowledge of something in general, to form a contrary judgment about a particular matter, on the contrary, if a universal and a particular proposition be opposed, they are opposed by contradiction, e.g. every man and not every man. Now if two opinions contradict one another, they are contrary to one another, as stated in On Interpretation ii. If therefore anyone, while knowing something in general, were to pronounce an opposite judgment in a particular case, he would have two contrary opinions at the same time, which is impossible. Obj. 4: Further, whoever knows the universal, knows also the particular which he knows to be contained in the universal. Thus he who knows that every mule is sterile, knows that this particular animal is sterile, provided he knows it to be a mule, as is clear from Posterior Analytics i, 2. Now he who knows something in general, e.g. that no fornication is lawful, knows this general proposition to contain, e.g. the particular proposition, this is an act of fornication. Therefore it seems that his knowledge extends to the particular. Obj. 5: Further, according to the Philosopher (On Interpretation I), words express the thoughts of the mind. Now it often happens that man, while in a state of passion, confesses that which he has chosen is an evil, even in that particular case. Therefore he has knowledge, even in particular. Therefore it seems that the passions cannot draw the reason against its universal knowledge, because it is impossible for it to have universal knowledge together with an opposite particular judgment. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 7:23, "I see another law in my members, fighting against the law of my mind, and captivating me in the law of sin." Now the law that is in the members is concupiscence, of which he had been speaking previously. Since then concupiscence is a passion, it seems that a passion draws the reason counter to its knowledge. I answer that, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. vii, 2, the opinion of Socrates was that knowledge can never be overcome by passion, wherefore he held every virtue to be a kind of knowledge, and every sin a kind of ignorance. In this he was somewhat right, because, since the object of the will is a good or an apparent good, it is never moved to an evil, unless that which is not good appear good in some respect to the reason: so that the will would never tend to evil unless there were ignorance or error in the reason. Hence it is written (Proverbs 14:22): "They err that work evil." Experience, however, shows that many act contrary to knowledge that they have, and this is confirmed by Divine authority, according to the words of Luke 12:47: "The servant who knew that the will of his lord, and did not, shall be beaten with many stripes." and of James 4:17: "To him who knoweth to do good, and doth it not, to him it is a sin." Consequently, he was not altogether right, and it is necessary with the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 3) to make a distinction. Because, since man is directed to right action by a twofold knowledge, viz. universal and particular, a defect in either of them suffices to hinder the rectitude of the will and of the deed, as stated above (Q. 76, A. 1). It may happen, then, that a man has some knowledge in general, for example, that no fornication is lawful, and yet he does not know in particular that this act, which is fornication, must not be done: and this suffices for the will not to follow the universal knowledge of the reason. Again, it must be observed that nothing prevents a thing which is known habitually from not being considered actually: so that it is possible for a man to have correct knowledge not only in general, but also in particular, and yet not to consider his knowledge actually. And in such a case it does not seem difficult for a man to act counter to what he does not actually consider. Now, that a man sometimes fails to consider in particular what he knows habitually, may happen through mere lack of attention. For instance, a man who knows geometry may not attend to the consideration of geometrical conclusions which he is ready to consider at any moment. Sometimes man fails to consider actually what he knows habitually, on account of some hindrance supervening, for example, some external occupation, or some bodily infirmity. And in this way a man who is in a state of passion fails to consider in particular what he knows in general, in so far as the passions hinder him from considering it. Now it hinders him in three ways. First, by way of distraction, as explained above (A. 1. Secondly, by way of opposition, because a passion often inclines to something contrary to what man knows in general. Thirdly, by way of bodily transmutation, the result of which is that the reason is somehow fettered so as not to exercise its act freely: even as sleep or drunkenness, on account of some change wrought on the body, fetters the use of reason. That this takes place in the passions is evident from the fact that sometimes, when the passions are very intense, man loses the use of reason altogether: for many have gone out of their minds through excess of love or anger. It is in this way that passion draws the reason to judge in particular against the knowledge which it has in general. Reply Obj. 1: Universal knowledge, which is most certain, does not hold the foremost place in action, but rather particular knowledge, since actions are about singulars. Wherefore it is not astonishing that, in matters of action, passion acts counter to universal knowledge, if the consideration of particular knowledge be lacking. Reply Obj. 2: The fact that something appears good in particular to the reason, whereas it is not good, is due to a passion: and yet this particular judgment is contrary to the universal knowledge of reason. Reply Obj. 3: It is impossible for anyone to have an actual knowledge or true opinion about a universal affirmative proposition, and at the same time a false opinion about a particular negative proposition, or vice versa. But it may well happen that a man has a true habitual knowledge about a universal affirmative proposition, and actually a false opinion about a particular negative: because an act is directly opposed, not to a habit, but to an act. Reply Obj. 4: He that has knowledge in a universal is hindered on account of a passion from reasoning about that universal, so as to draw the conclusion. But he reasons about another universal proposition suggested by the inclination of the passion, and draws his conclusion accordingly. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 3, that the syllogism of an incontinent man has 4 propositions, 2 particular and 2 universal, of which one is of the Son, for example, "No fornication is lawful," and the other of passion, for example, "Pleasure is to be pursued." Hence passion fetters the reason, and hinders it from arguing and concluding under the first proposition, so that while the passion lasts, the reason argues and concludes under the second. Reply Obj. 5: Even as a drunken man sometimes gives utterance to words of deep signification, of which, however, he is incompetent to judge, his drunkenness hindering him, so that a man who is in a state of passion may indeed say in words that he ought not to do so and so, yet his inner thought is that he must do it, as stated in Ethic. vii, 3. Third article: Whether a sin committed through passion should be called a sin of weakness? Objection 1: It would seem that a sin committed through passion should not be called a sin of weakness. For a passion is a vehement movement of the sensitive appetite, as stated above in A. 1. Now vehemence of movements is evidence of strength rather than of weakness. Therefore a sin committed through passion should not be called a sin of weakness. Obj. 2: Further, weakness in man regards that which is most fragile in him. Now this is the flesh, whence it is written (Ps. 77:39): "He remembered that they are flesh." Therefore sins of weakness should be those which result from bodily defects, rather than those which are due to a passion. Obj. 3: Further, man does not seem to be weak in respect of things which are subject to his will. Now it is subject to man's will whether he do or do not the things to which his passions incline him, according to Gen. 4:7: "Thy appetite shall be under thee, and thou shalt have dominion over it." Therefore sin committed through passion is not a sin of weakness. On the contrary, Cicero, in his Questions debated at Tusculum IV, calls the passions diseases of the soul. Now weakness is another name for disease. Therefore a sin that arises from passion should be called a sin of weakness. I answer that, the cause of sin is on the part of the soul, in which, chiefly, sin resides. Now weakness may be applied to the soul by way of likeness to weakness of the body. Accordingly, man's body is said to be weak, when it is disabled or hindered in the execution of its proper action, through some disorder of the body's parts, so that the humors and members of the human body cease to be subject to its governing and motive power. Hence a member is said to be weak, when it cannot do the work of a healthy member, the eye, for instance, when it cannot see clearly, as the Philosopher states in The Natural History of Animals x, 1. Therefore weakness of the soul is when the soul is hindered from fulfilling its proper action on account of a disorder in its parts. Now as the parts of the body are said to be out of order, when they fail to comply with the order of nature, so too the parts of the soul are said to be inordinate, when they are not subject to the order of reason, for the reason is the ruling power of the soul's parts. Accordingly, when the concupiscible or irascible power is affected by any passion contrary to the order of reason, the result being that an impediment arises in the aforesaid manner due to action of man, it is said to be a sin of weakness. Hence the Philosopher in Ethic. vii, 8 compares the incontinent man to an epileptic, whose limbs move in a manner contrary to his intention. Reply to Obj. 1: Just as in the body the stronger the movement against the order of nature, the greater the weakness, so likewise, the stronger the movement of passion against the order of reason, the greater the weakness of the soul. Reply to Obj. 2: Sin consists chiefly in an act of the will, which is not hindered by weakness of the body. For he that is weak in body may have a will ready for action, yet be hindered by a passion, as stated above (A. 1). Hence when we speak of sins of weakness, we refer to weakness of soul rather than of body. And yet even weakness of soul is called weakness of the flesh, in so far as it is owing to a condition of the flesh that the passions of the soul arise in us, through the sensitive appetite being a power using a corporeal organ. Reply to Obj. 3: It is in the will's power to give or refuse its consent to what passion inclines us to do, and it is in this sense that our appetite is said to be under us. And yet this consent or dissent of the will is hindered in the way already explained (A. 1). Fourth Article. Whether self-love is the source of every sin? Objection 1: It would seem that self-love is not the source of every sin. For that which is good and right in itself is not the proper cause of sin. Now love of self is a good and right thing in itself, wherefore man is commanded to love his neighbor as himself, according to Leviticus 19:18. Therefore self-love cannot be the proper cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, the Apostle says in Rom. 7:8, "Sin taking occasion by the commandment wrought in me all manner of concupiscence." On which words a gloss says that "the law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evils." The reason for which is that concupiscence is the cause of every sin. Now concupiscence is a distinct passion from love, as stated above in Q. 3, A. 2, and in Q. 23, A. 4. Therefore self-love is not the cause of every sin. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine, in commenting on Psalm 79:17, "Things set on fire and dug down," says that "every sin is due either to love arousing us to undue ardor, or to fear inducing false humility." Therefore self-love is not the only cause of sin. Obj. 4: Further, as man sins at times through inordinate love of self, so does he sometimes through inordinate love of his neighbor. Therefore self-love is not the cause of every sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:28) that "self-love, amounting to contempt of God, builds up the city of Babylon." Now every sin makes man a citizen of Babylon. Therefore self-love is the cause of every sin. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 75, A. 1, the proper and direct cause of sin is to be considered on the part of the adherence to a mutable good, in which respect every sinful act proceeds from inordinate desire for some temporal good. Now the fact that anyone desires a temporal good inordinately is due to the fact that he loves himself inordinately, for to wish anyone some good is to love him. Therefore it is evident that inordinate love of self is the cause of every sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Well-ordered self-love, whereby man desires a fitting good for himself, is right and natural. But it is inordinate self-love, leading to contempt of God, that Augustine, in On the City of God 1428, reckons to be the cause of sin. Reply Obj. 2: Concupiscence, whereby a man desires good for himself, is reduced to self-love as to its cause, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: Man is said to love both the good he desires for himself, and himself to whom he desires it. Love, in so far as it is directed to the object of desire, for example, a man is said to love wine or money, admits as its cause fear, which pertains to avoidance of evil. For every sin arises either from inordinate desire for some good, or from inordinate avoidance of some evil. But each of these is reduced to self-love, since it is through loving himself that man either desires good things or avoids evil things. Reply Obj. 4: A friend is like another self, according to Ethics 9. Wherefore the sin which is committed through love for a friend seems to be committed through self-love. Fifth article: Whether concupiscence of the flesh, concupiscence of the eyes, and pride of life are fittingly described as causes of sin. Objection 1: It would seem that concupiscence of the flesh, concupiscence of the eyes, and pride of life are unfittingly described as causes of sin. Because, according to the Apostle in 1 Timothy 6:10, covetousness is the root of all evils. Now pride of life is not included in covetousness. Therefore it should not be reckoned among the causes of sin. Objection 2: Further, concupiscence of the flesh is aroused chiefly by what is seen by the eyes, according to Daniel 13:56, "Beauty hath deceived thee." Therefore concupiscence of the eyes should not be condivided with concupiscence of the flesh. Objection 3: Further, concupiscence is desire for pleasure, as stated above in Q. 30, A. 2. Now objects of pleasure are perceived not only by the sight, but also by the other senses. Therefore concupiscence of the hearing and of the other senses should also have been mentioned. Objection 4: Further, just as man is induced to sin through inordinate desire of good things, so is he also through inordinate avoidance of evil things, as stated above in A. 4, ad 3. But nothing is mentioned here pertaining to avoidance of evil. Therefore the causes of sin are insufficiently described. On the contrary, it is written in 1 John 2:16, "All that is in the world is concupiscence of the flesh," or sin, or pride of life. Now a thing is said to be "in the world" by reason of sin, wherefore it is written in 1 John 5:19, "The whole world is seated in wickedness." Therefore these three are causes of sin. I answer that, as stated above in A. 4, inordinate self-love is the cause of every sin. Now self-love includes inordinate desire of good, for a man desires good for the one he loves. Hence it is evident that inordinate desire of good is the cause of every sin. Now good is, in two ways, the object of the sensitive appetite, wherein are the passions which are the cause of sin. First, absolutely, according as it is the object of the concupiscible part. Secondly, under the aspect of difficulty, according as it is the object of the irascible part, as stated above in Q. 23, A. 1. Again, concupiscence is twofold, as stated above in Q. 30, A. 3. One is natural, and is directed to those things which sustain the nature of the body, whether as regards the preservation of the individual, such as food, drink, and the like, or as regards the preservation of the species, such as sexual matters. And the inordinate appetite of such things is called concupiscence of the flesh. The other is spiritual concupiscence, and is directed to those things which do not afford sustentation or pleasure in respect of the fleshly senses, but are delectable in respect of the apprehension or imagination, or some similar mode of perception: such are money, apparel, and the like. And this spiritual concupiscence is called concupiscence of the eyes, whether this be taken as referring to the sight itself, of which the eyes are the organ, so as to denote curiosity according to Augustine's exposition in Confessions 10, or to the concupiscence of things which are proposed outwardly to the eyes, so as to denote covetousness according to the explanation of others. The inordinate appetite of the arduous good pertains to the pride of life, for pride is the inordinate appetite of excellence, as we shall state further on, in Q. 84, A. 2, as well as in the Prima Secundae, Q. 162, A. 1. It is therefore evident that all passions that are a cause of sin can be reduced to these three, since all the passions of the concupiscible part can be reduced to the first two, and all the irascible passions to the third, which is not divided into two, because all the irascible passions conform to spiritual concupiscence. Reply Obj. 1: Pride of life is included in covetousness according as the latter denotes any kind of appetite for any kind of good. How covetousness, as a special vice, which goes by the name of avarice, is the root of all sins, shall be explained further on, in Q. 84, A. 1. Reply Obj. 2: Concupiscence of the eyes does not mean here the concupiscence for all things which can be seen by the eyes, but only for such things as afford, not carnal pleasure in respect of touch, but in respect of the eyes, that is, of any apprehensive power. Reply Obj. 3: The sense of sight is the most excellent of all the senses, and covers a larger ground, as stated in Metaph. I, and so its name is transferred to all the other senses, and even to the inner apprehensions, as Augustine states in his Homily 33. Reply Obj. 4: Avoidance of evil is caused by the appetite for good, as stated above in Q. 25, A. 2, as well as in Q. 39, A. 2. And so those passions alone are mentioned which incline to good, as being the causes of those which cause inordinately the avoidance of evil. Sixth Article. Whether sin is alleviated on account of a passion? Objection 1: It would seem that sin is not alleviated on account of passion. For increase of cause adds to the effect. Thus if a hot thing causes something to melt, a hotter will do so yet more. Now passion is a cause of sin, as stated in A. 5. Therefore, the more intense the passion, the greater the sin. Therefore passion does not diminish sin, but increases it. Obj. 2: Further, a good passion stands in the same relation to merit, as an evil passion does to sin. Now a good passion increases merit, for a man seems to merit the more, according as he is moved by a greater pity to help a poor man. Therefore an evil passion also increases rather than diminishes a sin. Obj. 3: Further, a man seems to sin the more grievously, according as he sins with a more intense will. But the passion that impels the will makes it tend with greater intensity to the sinful act. Therefore passion aggravates a sin. On the contrary, the passion of concupiscence is called a temptation of the flesh. But the greater the temptation that overcomes a man, the less grievous his sin, as Augustine states in De Civ. Dei 4:12. I answer that, sin consists essentially in an act of the free will, which is a faculty of the will and reason, while passion is a movement of the sensitive appetite. Now the sensitive appetite can be related to the free will antecedently and consequently. Antecedently, according as a passion of the sensitive appetite draws or inclines the reason or will, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, as well as in Question 10, Article 3. And consequently, insofar as the movements of the higher powers redound onto the lower, since it is not possible for the will to be moved to anything intensely without a passion being aroused in the sensitive appetite. Accordingly, if we take passion as preceding the sinful act, it must needs diminish the sin, because the act is a sin insofar as it is voluntary, and under our control. Now the thing is said to be under our control through the reason and will, and therefore the more the reason and will do anything of their own accord, and not through the impulse of a passion, the more it is voluntary and under our control. In this respect, passion diminishes sin, insofar as it diminishes its voluntariness. On the other hand, a consequent passion does not diminish a sin, but rather increases it, or rather it is a sign of its gravity, insofar, to wit, as it shows the intensity of the will towards the sinful act. And so it is true that the greater the pleasure or the concupiscence with which anyone sins, the greater the sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Passion is the cause of sin on the part of that to which the sinner turns. But the gravity of a sin is measured on the part of that from which he turns, which results accidentally from his turning to something else. Accidentally, that is, beside his intention. Now an effect is increased by the increase not of its accidental cause, but of its direct cause. Reply to Obj. 2: A good passion consequent to the judgment of reason increases merit, but if it precede, so that a man is moved to do well, rather by his passion than by the judgment of his reason, such a passion diminishes the goodness and praiseworthiness of his action. Reply to Obj. 3: Although the movement of the will incited by the passion is more intense, yet it is not so much the will's own movement as if it were moved to sin by the reason alone. Seventh Article. Whether passion excuses from sin altogether? Objection 1. It would seem that passion excuses from sin altogether. For whatever causes an act to be involuntary, excuses from sin altogether. But concupiscence of the flesh, which is a passion, makes an act to be involuntary, according to Galatians 5:17. The flesh lusteth against the Spirit, so that you do not the things that you would. Therefore passion excuses from sin altogether. Objection 2: Further, passion causes a certain ignorance of a particular matter, as stated above in Article 2, as well as in Question 76, Article 3. But ignorance of a particular matter excuses from sin altogether, as stated above in Question 6, Article 8. Therefore passion excuses from sin altogether. Objection 3: Further, disease of the soul is graver than disease of the body. But bodily disease excuses from sin altogether, as in the case of mad people. Much more, therefore, does passion, which is a disease of the soul. On the contrary, the Apostle, in Romans 7:5, speaks of the passions as passions of sins, for no other reason that they cause sin, which would not be the case if they excused from sin altogether. Therefore, passion does not excuse from sin altogether. I answer that an act which, in its genus, is evil, cannot be excused from sin altogether, unless it be rendered altogether involuntary. Consequently, if the passion be such that it renders the subsequent act wholly involuntary, it entirely excuses from sin; otherwise it does not excuse entirely. In this matter, 2 points apparently should be observed. First, that a thing may be voluntary either in itself, as when the will tends towards it directly, or in its cause, when the will tends towards that cause and not towards the effect, as is the case with one who wilfully gets drunk, for in that case he is considered to do voluntarily whatever he does through being drunk. Secondly, we must observe that a thing is said to be voluntary directly or indirectly. Directly, if the will tends towards it; indirectly, if the will could have prevented it, but did not. Accordingly, therefore, we must make a distinction, because a passion is sometimes so strong as to take away the use of reason altogether, as in the case of those who are mad through love or anger. And then if such a passion were voluntary from the beginning, the act is reckoned a sin, because it is voluntary in its cause, as we have stated with regard to drunkenness. If, however, the cause be not voluntary but natural, for instance, if anyone through sickness or some such cause fall into such a passion as deprives him of the use of reason, his act is rendered wholly involuntary, and he is entirely excused from sin. Sometimes, however, the passion is not such as to take away the use of reason altogether, and then reason can drive the passion away by turning to other thoughts, or it can prevent it from having its full effect. Since the members are not put to work except by the consent of reason, as stated above in Q. 17, Art. 9. Wherefore such a passion does not excuse from sin altogether. Reply Obj. 1: The words, "so that you do not the things that you would," are not to be referred to outward deeds, but to the inner movement of concupiscence. For a man would never wish to desire evil, in which sense we are to understand the words of Romans 7:19, "The evil which I will not, that I do." Or again, they may be referred to the will as preceding the passion, as is the case with the incontinent, who act counter to their resolution on account of their concupiscence. Reply Obj. 2: The particular ignorance which excuses altogether is ignorance of a circumstance, which a man is unable to know even after taking due precautions. But passion causes ignorance of law in a particular case, by preventing universal knowledge from being applied to a particular act, which passion the reason is able to drive away, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: Bodily disease is involuntary. There would be a comparison, however, if it were voluntary, as we have stated about drunkenness, which is a kind of bodily disease. Eighth Article: Whether a sin committed through passion can be mortal? Objection 1: It would seem that sin committed through passion cannot be mortal, because venial sin is condivided with mortal sin. Now sin committed from weakness is venial, since it has in itself a motive for pardon, venia. Since therefore sin committed through passion is a sin of weakness, it seems that it cannot be mortal. Obj. 2: Further, the cause is more powerful than its effect. But passion cannot be a mortal sin, for there is no mortal sin in the sensuality, as stated above in Q. 74, A. 4. Therefore a sin committed through passion cannot be mortal. Obj. 3: Further, passion is a hindrance to reason, as explained above in AA. 1 and 2. Now it belongs to the reason to turn to God, or to turn away from Him, which is the essence of a mortal sin. Therefore a sin committed through passion cannot be mortal. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Rom. 7:5 that "the passions of the sins work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death." Now it is proper to mortal sin to bring forth fruit unto death. Therefore sin committed through passion may be mortal. I answer that, Mortal sin, as stated above in Q. 72, A. 5, consists in turning away from our last end, which is God, which aversion pertains to the deliberating reason, whose function it is also to direct towards the end. Therefore that which is contrary to the last end can happen not to be a mortal sin only when the deliberating reason is unable to come to the rescue, which is the case in sudden movements. Now when anyone proceeds from passion to a sinful act, or to a deliberate consent, this does not happen suddenly, and so the deliberating reason can come to the rescue here, since it can drive the passion away, or at least prevent it from having its effect, as stated above. Wherefore, if it does not come to the rescue, there is mortal sin, and it is thus, as we see, that many murders and adulteries are committed through passion. Reply to Obj. 1: A sin may be venial in three ways. First, through its cause, that is, through having cause to be forgiven, which cause lessens the sin. Thus a sin that is committed through weakness or ignorance is said to be venial. Secondly, through its issue. Thus every sin through repentance becomes venial, that is, receives pardon, veniam. Thirdly, by its genus, for example, an idle word. This is the only kind of venial sin that is opposed to mortal sin, whereas the objection regards the first kind. Reply to Obj. 2: Passion causes sin as regards the adherence to something. But that this be a mortal sin regards the aversion, which follows accidentally from the adherence, as stated above in A. 6, first reply. Hence the argument does not prove. Reply to Obj. 3: Passion does not always hinder the act of reason altogether. Consequently, the reason remains in possession of its free will, so as to turn away from God, or to turn to Him. If, however, the use of reason be taken away altogether, the sin is no longer either mortal or venial. End of question 77. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 78 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 78. Of that cause of sin which is malice, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of the will, notably malice. And under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether it is possible for anyone to sin through certain malice, that is, purposely. Second, whether everyone that sins through habit sins through certain malice. Third, whether everyone that sins through certain malice sins through habit. Fourth, whether it is more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion. First article, whether anyone sins through certain malice. Objection 1. It would seem that no one sins purposely, or through certain malice, because ignorance is opposed to purpose or certain malice. Now, every evil man is ignorant, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:1, and it is written in Proverbs 14:22, "They err that work evil." Therefore, no one sins through certain malice. Objection 2. Further, Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4 that no one works intending evil. Now to sin through malice seems to denote the intention of doing evil. Translator's note, alluding to the derivation of malitia, malice, from malum, evil. In sinning, because an act is not denominated from that which is unintentional and accidental, therefore no one sins through malice. Objection 3. Further, malice itself is a sin. If therefore malice is a cause of sin, it follows that sin goes on causing sin indefinitely, which is absurd. Therefore no one sins through malice. On the contrary, it is written in Job 34:27, "Who as it were on purpose have revolted from God, and would not understand all his ways." Now to revolt from God is to sin. Therefore some sin purposely or through certain malice. I answer that man, like any other being, has naturally an appetite for the good, and so if his appetite incline away to evil, this is due to corruption or disorder in some one of the principles of man, for it is thus that sin occurs in the actions of natural things. Now the principles of human acts are the intellect and the appetite, both rational, that is, the will, and sensitive. Therefore, even as sin occurs in human acts, sometimes through a defect of the intellect, as when anyone sins through ignorance, and sometimes through a defect in the sensitive appetite, as when anyone sins through passion, so too does it occur through a defect consisting in a disorder of the will. Now the will is out of order when it loves more the lesser good. Again, the consequence of loving a thing less is that one chooses to suffer some hurt in its regard, in order to obtain a good that one loves more, as when a man, even knowingly, suffers the loss of a limb, that he may save his life, which he loves more. Accordingly, when an inordinate will loves some temporal good, for example, riches or pleasure, more than the order of reason or divine law or divine charity or some such thing, it follows that it is willing to suffer the loss of some spiritual good, so that it may obtain possession of some temporal good. Now evil is merely the privation of some good, and so a man wishes knowingly a spiritual evil, which is evil simply, whereby he is deprived of a spiritual good, in order to possess a temporal good. Wherefore he is said to sin through certain malice or on purpose, because he chooses evil knowingly. Reply to Obj. 1. Ignorance sometimes excludes the simple knowledge that a particular action is evil, and then man is said to sin through ignorance. Sometimes it excludes the knowledge that a particular action is evil at this particular moment, as when he sins through passion. And sometimes it excludes the knowledge that a particular evil is not to be suffered for the sake of possessing a particular good, but not the simple knowledge that it is an evil. It is thus that a man is ignorant when he sins through certain malice. Reply to Obj. 2. Evil cannot be intended by anyone for its own sake, but it can be intended for the sake of avoiding another evil, or obtaining another good, as stated above. And in this case, anyone would choose to obtain a good intended for its own sake, without suffering the loss of the other good. Even as a lustful man would wish to enjoy a pleasure without offending God, but with the two set before him to choose from, he prefers sinning and thereby incurring God's anger, to being deprived of the pleasure. Reply to Obj. 3. The malice through which anyone sins may be taken to denote habitual malice, in the sense in which the Philosopher, in Ethics 5:1, calls an evil habit by the name of malice, just as a good habit is called virtue. And in this way anyone is said to sin through malice when he sins through the inclination of a habit. It may also denote actual malice, whether by malice we mean the choice itself of evil, and thus anyone is said to sin through malice insofar as he sins through making a choice of evil, or whether by malice we mean some previous fault that gives rise to a subsequent fault, as when anyone impugns the grace of his brother through envy. Nor does this imply that a thing is its own cause, for the interior act is the cause of the exterior act, and one sin is the cause of another, not indefinitely, however, since we can trace it back to some previous sin which is not caused by any previous sin, as was explained above in question 75, Article 4, third reply. Second article: whether everyone that sins through habit sins through certain malice. Objection 1. It would seem that not everyone who sins through habit sins through certain malice, because sin committed through certain malice seems to be most grievous. Now it happens sometimes that a man commits a slight sin through habit, as when he utters an idle word. Therefore, sin committed from habit is not always committed through certain malice. Objection 2. Further, acts proceeding from habits are like the acts by which those habits were formed, according to Ethics 2:1 and 2. But the acts which precede a vicious habit are not committed through certain malice. Therefore, the sins that arise from habit are not committed through certain malice. Objection 3. Further, when a man commits a sin through certain malice, he is glad after having done it, according to Proverbs 2:14, "who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things." And this, because it is pleasant to obtain what we desire, and to do those actions which are connatural to us by reason of habit. But those who sin through habit are sorrowful after committing a sin, because bad men, that is, those who have a vicious habit, are full of remorse, according to Ethics 9:4. Therefore, sins that arise from habit are not committed through certain malice. On the contrary, a sin committed through certain malice is one that is done through choice of evil. Now we make choice of those things to which we are inclined by habit, as stated in Ethics 6:2, with regard to virtuous habits. Therefore, a sin that arises from habit is committed through certain malice. I answer that there is a difference between a sin committed by one who has the habit, and a sin committed by habit. For it is not necessary to use a habit, since it is subject to the will of the person who has the habit. Hence habit is defined as being something we use when we will, as stated above in question 50, Article 1. And thus, even as it may happen that one who has a vicious habit may break forth into a virtuous act, because a bad habit does not corrupt reason altogether, something of which remains unimpaired, the result being that a sinner does some works which are generically good. So too it may happen sometimes that one who has a vicious habit acts, not from that habit, but through the uprising of a passion, or again through ignorance. But whenever he uses the vicious habit, he must needs sin through certain malice. Because to anyone that has a habit, whatever is befitting to him in respect of that habit has the aspect of something lovable, since it thereby becomes, in a way, connatural to him, according as custom and habit are a second nature. Now the very thing which befits a man in respect of a vicious habit is something that excludes a spiritual good, the result being that a man chooses a spiritual evil, that he may obtain possession of what befits him in respect of that habit, and this is to sin through certain malice. Wherefore it is evident that whoever sins through habit sins through certain malice. Reply to Obj. 1. Venial sin does not exclude spiritual good, consisting in the grace of God or charity. Wherefore it is an evil, not simply, but in a relative sense, and for that reason the habit thereof is not a simple, but a relative evil. Reply to Obj. 2. Acts proceeding from habits are of like species as the acts from which those habits were formed, but they differ from them as perfect from imperfect. Such is the difference between sin committed through certain malice and sin committed through passion. Reply to Obj. 3. He that sins through habit is always glad for what he does through habit, as long as he uses the habit. But since he is able not to use the habit, and to think of something else by means of his reason, which is not altogether corrupted, it may happen that while not using the habit, he is sorry for what he has done through the habit. And so it often happens that such a man is sorry for his sin, not because sin in itself is displeasing to him, but on account of his reaping some disadvantage from the sin. Third article: whether one who sins through certain malice sins through habit. Objection 1. It would seem that whoever sins through certain malice sins through habit. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:9 that an unjust action is not done as an unjust man does it, that is, through choice, unless it be done through habit. Now to sin through certain malice is to sin through making a choice of evil, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore no one sins through certain malice unless he has the habit of sin. Objection 2: Further, Origen says in On the Principles III that a man is not suddenly ruined and lost, but must needs fall away little by little. But the greatest fall seems to be that of the man who sins through certain malice. Therefore a man comes to sin through certain malice, not from the outset, but from inveterate custom, which may engender a habit. Objection 3: Further, whenever a man sins through certain malice, his will must needs be inclined of itself to the evil he chooses. But by the nature of that power man is inclined, not to evil, but to good. Therefore, if he chooses evil, this must be due to something supervening, which is passion or habit. Now when a man sins through passion, he sins not through certain malice, but through weakness, as stated in Q. 77, A. 3. Therefore, whenever anyone sins through certain malice, he sins through habit. On the contrary, the good habit stands in the same relation to the choice of something good, as the bad habit to the choice of something evil. But it happens sometimes that a man, without having the habit of a virtue, chooses that which is good according to that virtue. Therefore, sometimes also a man, without having the habit of a vice, may choose evil, which is to sin through certain malice. I answer that the will is related differently to good and to evil, because from the very nature of the power it is inclined to the rational good as its proper object. Wherefore every sin is said to be contrary to nature. Hence, if a will be inclined by its choice to some evil, this must be occasioned by something else. Sometimes, in fact, this is occasioned through some defect in the reason, as when anyone sins through ignorance, and sometimes this arises through the impulse of the sensitive appetite, as when anyone sins through passion. Yet neither of these amounts to a sin through certain malice, for then alone does anyone sin through certain malice, when his will is moved to evil of its own accord. This may happen in two ways. First, through his having a corrupt disposition inclining him to evil, so that, in respect of that disposition, some evil is, as it were, suitable and similar to him. And to this thing, by reason of its suitableness, the will tends, as to something good, because everything tends of its own accord to that which is suitable to it. Moreover, this corrupt disposition is either a habit acquired by custom, or a sickly condition on the part of the body, as in the case of a man who is naturally inclined to certain sins by reason of some natural corruption in himself. Secondly, the will, of its own accord, may tend to an evil through the removal of some obstacle. For instance, if a man be prevented from sinning, not through sin being in itself displeasing to him, but through hope of eternal life, or fear of hell, if hope give place to despair, or fear to presumption, he will end in sinning through certain malice, being freed from the bridle, as it were. It is evident, therefore, that sin committed through certain malice always presupposes some inordinateness in man, which, however, is not always a habit. So that it does not follow of necessity, if a man sins through certain malice, that he sins through habit. Reply to Obj. 1: To do an action as an unjust man does, may be not only to do unjust things through certain malice, but also to do them with pleasure, and without any notable resistance on the part of the reason, and this occurs only in one who has a habit. Reply to Obj. 2: It is true that a man does not fall suddenly into sin from certain malice, and that something is presupposed, but this something is not always a habit, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3: That which inclines the will to evil is not always a habit or a passion, but at times is something else. Moreover, there is no comparison between choosing good and choosing evil, because evil is never without some good of nature, whereas good can be perfect without the evil of fault. Fourth article: Whether it is more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion? Objection 1: it would seem that it is not more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion. Because ignorance excuses from sin either altogether or in part. Now ignorance is greater in one who sins through certain malice than in one who sins through passion, since he that sins through certain malice suffers from the worst form of ignorance, which, according to the Philosopher in Ethic. 7:8, is ignorance of principle, for he has a false estimation of the end, which is the principle in matters of action. Therefore there is more excuse for one who sins through certain malice than for one who sins through passion. Obj. 2: Further, the more a man is impelled to sin, the less grievous his sin, as is clear with regard to a man who is thrown headlong into sin by a more impetuous passion. Now he that sins through certain malice is impelled by habit, the impulse of which is stronger than that of passion. Therefore, to sin through habit is less grievous than to sin through passion. Obj. 3: Further, to sin through certain malice is to sin through choosing evil. Now he that sins through passion also chooses evil. Therefore he does not sin less than the man who sins through certain malice. On the contrary, a sin that is committed on purpose, for this very reason deserves heavier punishment, according to Job 34:26. He hath struck them as being wicked, in open sight, who, as it were, on purpose, have revolted from him. Now punishment is not increased except for a graver fault. Therefore a sin is aggravated through being done on purpose, that is, through certain malice. I answer that a sin committed through malice is more grievous than a sin committed through passion, for 3 reasons. First, because, as sin consists chiefly in an act of the will, it follows that, other things being equal, a sin is all the more grievous according as the movement of the sin belongs more to the will. Now when a sin is committed through malice, the movement of sin belongs more to the will, which is then moved to evil of its own accord, than when a sin is committed through passion, when the will is impelled to sin by something extrinsic, as it were. Wherefore a sin is aggravated by the very fact that it is committed through certain malice, and so much the more as the malice is greater; whereas it is diminished by being committed through passion, and so much the more as the passion is stronger. Secondly, because the passion which incites the will to sin soon passes away, so that man repents of his sin and soon returns to his good intentions; whereas the habit through which a man sins is a permanent quality, so that he who sins through malice abides longer in his sin. For this reason the Philosopher in Ethic. 7:8 compares the intemperate man who sins through malice to a sick man who suffers from a chronic disease, while he compares the incontinent man who sins through passion to one who suffers intermittently. Thirdly, because he who sins through certain malice is ill-disposed in respect of the end itself, which is the principle in matters of action. And so the defect is more dangerous than in the case of the man who sins through passion, whose purpose tends to a good end, although this purpose is interrupted on account of the passion for the time being. Now the worst of all defects is defect of principle. Therefore it is evident that a sin committed through malice is more grievous than one committed through passion. Reply to Obj. 1: Ignorance of choice, to which the objection refers, neither excuses nor diminishes a sin, as stated above in Q. 76, A. 4. Therefore neither does a greater ignorance of the kind make a sin to be less grave. Reply to Obj. 2. The impulse due to a passion is, as it were, due to a defect which is outside the will, whereas, by a habit, the will is inclined from within. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to Obj. 3. It is one thing to sin while choosing, and another to sin through choosing. For he that sins through passion sins while choosing, but not through choosing, because his choosing is not for him the first principle of his sin. For he is induced through the passion to choose what he would not choose, were it not for the passion. On the other hand, he that sins through certain malice chooses evil of his own accord, in the way already explained in Articles 2 and 3. So that his choosing, of which he has full control, is the principle of his sin, and for this reason he is said to sin through choosing. End of question 78. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 79 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 79. Of the external causes of sin in 4 articles. We must now consider the external causes of sin, and 1. On the part of God. 2. On the part of the devil. 3. On the part of man. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether God is a cause of sin. Second, whether the act of sin is from God. Third, whether God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Fourth, whether these things are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded or hardened. First article. Whether God is a cause of sin. Objection 1. It would seem that God is a cause of sin. For the Apostle says of certain ones in Romans 1:28, "God delivered them up to a reprobate sense to do those things which are not right." And a gloss comments on this by saying that God works in men's hearts by inclining their wills to whatever He wills, whether to good or to evil. Now sin consists in doing what is not right, and in having a will inclined to evil. Therefore, God is to man a cause of sin. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Wisdom 14:11, "The creatures of God are turned to an abomination, and a temptation to the souls of men." But temptation usually denotes a provocation to sin. Since, therefore, creatures were made by God alone, as was established in the first part, in question 44, Article 1, it seems that God is a cause of sin by provoking man to sin. Objection 3. Further, the cause of the cause is the cause of the effect. Now God is the cause of the free will, which itself is the cause of sin. Therefore, God is the cause of sin. Objection 4. Further, every evil is opposed to good. But it is not contrary to God's goodness that He should cause the evil of punishment, since of this evil it is written in Isaiah 45:7 that God creates evil, and in Amos 3:6, "Shall there be evil in the city which God hath not done?" Therefore it is not incompatible with God's goodness that He should cause the evil of fault. On the contrary, it is written in Wisdom 11:25, "Thou hatest none of the things which thou hast made." Now God hates sin, according to Wisdom 14:9. To God the wicked and his wickedness are hateful. Therefore God is not a cause of sin. I answer that man is, in two ways, a cause either of his own or of another's sin. First, directly, namely by inclining his or another's will to sin. Secondly, indirectly, namely by not preventing someone from sinning. Hence in Ezekiel 3:18 it is said to the watchman, "If thou say not to the wicked, thou shalt surely die, I will require his blood at thy hand." Now God cannot be directly the cause of sin, either in himself or in another, since every sin is a departure from the order which is to God as the end, whereas God inclines and turns all things to Himself as to their last end, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. I). So that it is impossible that He should either be to Himself or to another the cause of departing from the order which is to Himself. Therefore He cannot be directly the cause of sin. In like manner, neither can He cause sin indirectly. For it happens that God does not give some the assistance whereby they may avoid sin, which assistance were He to give, they would not sin. But He does all this according to the order of His wisdom and justice, since He Himself is wisdom and justice, so that if someone sin, it is not imputable to him as though he were the cause of that sin, even as a pilot is not said to cause the wrecking of the ship, through not steering the ship, unless he cease to steer while able and bound to steer. It is therefore evident that God is nowise a cause of sin. Reply Obj. 1: As to the words of the Apostle, the solution is clear from the text. For if God delivered some up to a reprobate sense, it follows that they already had a reprobate sense, so as to do what was not right. Accordingly He is said to deliver them up to a reprobate sense, in so far as He does not hinder them from following that reprobate sense, even as we are said to expose a person to danger if we do not protect him. The saying of Augustine to the effect that "God inclines men's wills to good and evil," is to be understood as meaning that He inclines the will directly to good, and to evil in so far as He does not hinder it, as stated above. And yet even this is due as being deserved through a previous sin. Reply Obj. 2: When it is said the "creatures of God are turned to an abomination, and a temptation to the souls of men," the preposition "to" does not denote causality but sequel. For God did not make the creatures that they might be an evil to man. This was the result of man's folly, wherefore the text goes on to say, "and a snare to the feet of the unwise," who, to wit, in their folly, use creatures for a purpose other than that for which they were made. Reply Obj. 3: The effect which proceeds from the middle cause, according as it is subordinate to the first cause, is reduced to that first cause; but if it proceed from the middle cause, according as it goes outside the order of the first cause, it is not reduced to that first cause: thus if a servant do anything contrary to his master's orders, it is not ascribed to the master as though he were the cause thereof. In like manner, sin, which the free will commits against the commandment of God, is not attributed to God as being its cause. Reply Obj. 4: Punishment is opposed to the good of the person punished, who is thereby deprived of some good or other. But fault is opposed to the good of subordination to God, and so it is directly opposed to the divine goodness. Consequently, there is no comparison between fault and punishment. Second article: Whether the act of sin is from God? Objection 1: It would seem that the act of sin is not from God. For Augustine says On the Perfection of Righteousness II that "the act of sin is not a thing." Now whatever is from God is a thing. Therefore the act of sin is not from God. Objection 2: Further, man is not said to be the cause of sin, except because he is the cause of the sinful act, for "no one works intending evil," as Dionysius says (On the Divine Names IV). Now God is not a cause of sin, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore God is not the cause of the act of sin. Obj. 3: Further, some actions are evil and sinful in their species, as was shown above (Q. 18, AA. 2, 8). Now whatever is the cause of a thing causes whatever belongs to it in respect of its species. If therefore God caused the act of sin, He would be the cause of sin, which is false, as was proved above (A. 1). Therefore God is not the cause of the act of sin. On the contrary, the act of sin is a movement of the free will. Now "the will of God is the cause of every movement," as Augustine declares (De Trin. iii, 4, 9). Therefore God's will is the cause of the act of sin. I answer that, the act of sin is both a being and an act, and in both respects it is from God: because every being, whatever the mode of its being, must be derived from the first being, as Dionysius declares (On the Divine Names V). Again, every action is caused by something existing in act, since nothing produces an action save in so far as it is in act: and every being in act is reduced to the first act, viz. God, as to its cause, Who is act by His essence. Therefore God is the cause of every action, in so far as it is an action. But sin denotes a being and an action with a defect, and this defect is from the created cause, viz. the free will, as falling away from the order of the first agent, viz. God. Consequently, this defect is not reduced to God as its cause, but to the free will, even as the defect of limping is reduced to a crooked leg as its cause, but not to the motive power, which nevertheless causes whatever there is of movement in the limping. Accordingly, God is the cause of the act of sin, and yet He is not the cause of sin, because He does not cause the act to have a defect. Reply Obj. 1: In this passage Augustine calls by name of thing that which is a thing simply, viz. substance, for in this sense the act of sin is not a thing. Reply Obj. 2: Not only the act, but also the defect, is reduced to man as its cause, which defect consists in man not being subject to whom he ought to be, although he does not intend this principally. Wherefore man is the cause of the sin, while God is the cause of the act, in such a way that nowise is he the cause of the defect accompanying the act, so that he is not the cause of the sin. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above in Q. 72, A. 1, acts and habits do not take their species from the privation itself, wherein consists the nature of evil, but from some object to which that privation is united. And so this defect, which consists in not being from God, belongs to the species of the act consequently, and not as a specific difference. Third article: Whether God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Objection 1: It would seem that God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 3, that God is not the cause of that which makes man worse. Now man is made worse by spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Therefore God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Objection 2: Further, Fulgentius says, "God does not punish what he causes." Now God punishes the hardened heart, according to Ecclesiasticus 3:27, "A hard heart shall fear evil at the last." Therefore God is not the cause of hardness of heart. Obj. 3: Further, the same effect is not put down to contrary causes. But the cause of spiritual blindness is said to be the malice of man, according to Wisdom 2:21, "For their own malice blinded them." And again, according to 2 Corinthians 4:4, "The god of this world hath blinded the minds of unbelievers," which causes seem to be opposed to God. Therefore God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. On the contrary, it is written in Isaiah 6:10, "Blind the heart of this people, and make their ears heavy," and in Romans 9:18, "He hath mercy on whom he will, and whom he will he hardeneth." I answer that, spiritual blindness and hardness of heart imply two things. One is the movement of the human mind in cleaving to evil, and turning away from the divine light. And as regards this, God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart, just as He is not the cause of sin. The other thing is the withdrawal of grace, the result of which is that the mind is not enlightened by God to see aright, and man's heart is not softened to live aright, and as regards this, God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Now we must consider that God is the universal cause of the enlightening of souls, according to John 1:9. "That was the true light which enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world," even as the sun is the universal cause of the enlightening of bodies, though not in the same way. For the sun enlightens by necessity of nature, whereas God works freely, through the order of His wisdom. Now although the sun, so far as it is concerned, enlightens all bodies, yet if it be encountered by an obstacle in a body, it leaves it in darkness, as happens to a house whose window shutters are closed, although the sun is in no way the cause of the house being darkened, since it does not act of its own accord in failing to light up the interior of the house. And the cause of this is the person who closed the shutters. On the other hand, God, who of His own accord withholds His grace from those in whom He finds an obstacle, so that the cause of grace being withheld is not only the man who raises an obstacle to grace, but God who of His own accord withholds His grace. In this way, God is the cause of spiritual blindness, deafness of ear, and hardness of heart. These differ from one another in respect of the effects of grace, which both perfects the intellect by the gift of wisdom, and softens the affections by the fire of charity. And since two of the senses excel in rendering service to the intellect, notably, sight and hearing, of which the former assists discovery, and the latter teaching, hence it is that spiritual blindness corresponds to sight, heaviness of the ears to hearing, and hardness of heart to the affections. Reply to Obj. 1. Blindness and hard-heartedness, as regards the withholding of grace, are punishments, and therefore, in this respect, they make man no worse. It is because he is already worsened by sin that he incurs them, even as other punishments. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument considers hard-heartedness in so far as it is a sin. Reply to Obj. 3. Malice is the demeritorious cause of blindness, just as sin is the cause of punishment, and in this way too the devil is said to blind, in so far as he induces man to sin. Fourth article. Whether blindness and hardness of heart are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. Objection 1. It would seem that blindness and hardness of heart are always directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. For Augustine says in his Enchiridion 11 that "as God is supremely good, He would nowise allow evil to be done, unless He could draw some good from every evil. Much more, therefore, does He direct to some good the evil of which He Himself is the cause. Now God is the cause of blindness and hardness of heart, as stated above in Article 3. Therefore they are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. Obj. 2. Further, it is written in Wisdom 1:13 that "God hath no pleasure in the destruction of the ungodly." Now He would seem to take pleasure in their destruction if He did not turn their blindness to their profit, just as a physician would seem to take pleasure in torturing the invalid if he did not intend to heal the invalid when he prescribes a bitter medicine for him. Therefore God turns blindness to the profit of those who are blinded. Obj. 3. Further, God is not a respecter of persons, according to Acts 10:34. Now He directs the blinding of some to their salvation, as in the case of some of the Jews who were blinded so as not to believe in Christ, and through not believing to slay Him, and afterwards were seized with compunction and converted, as related by Augustine in his Questions on the Gospels 3. Therefore God turns all blindness to the spiritual welfare of those who are blinded. On the contrary, on the other hand, according to Romans 3:8, evil should not be done that good may ensue. Now blindness is an evil. Therefore God does not blind some for the sake of their welfare. I answer that blindness is a kind of preamble to sin. Now sin has a twofold relation: to one thing directly, notably, to the sinner's damnation; to another by reason of God's mercy or providence, notably, that the sinner may be healed, in so far as God permits some to fall into sin, that by acknowledging their sin they may be humbled and converted, as Augustine states in On Nature and Grace 22. Therefore blindness, of its very nature, is directed to the damnation of those who are blinded, for which reason it is accounted an effect of reprobation. But through God's mercy, temporary blindness is directed medicinally to the spiritual welfare of those who are blinded. This mercy, however, is not vouchsafed to all those who are blinded, but only to the predestinated, to whom "all things work together unto good," according to Romans 8:28. Therefore, as regards some, blindness is directed to their healing, but as regards others, to their damnation, as Augustine says in his Questions on the Gospels (3). Reply Obj. 1: Every evil that God does or permits to be done is directed to some good; yet not always to the good of those in whom the evil is, but sometimes to the good of others, or of the whole universe. Thus He directs the sin of tyrants to the good of the martyrs, and the punishment of the lost to the glory of His justice. Reply Obj. 2: God does not take pleasure in the loss of man as regards the loss itself, but by reason of His justice, or of the good that ensues from the loss. Reply Obj. 3: That God directs the blindness of some to their spiritual welfare is due to His mercy, but that the blindness of others is directed to their loss is due to His justice; and that He vouchsafes His mercy to some and not to all does not make God a respecter of persons, as explained in the First Part (Q. 23, A. 5, ad 3). Reply Obj. 4: Evil of faults must not be done that good may ensue, but evil of punishment must be inflicted for the sake of good. End of question 79. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 80 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 80. Of the cause of sin as regards the devil, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin as regards the devil, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the devil is directly the cause of sin. Second, whether the devil induces us to sin by persuading us inwardly. Third, whether he can make us sin of necessity. Fourth, whether all sins are due to the devil's suggestion. First article: whether the devil is directly the cause of man's sinning. Objection 1. It would seem that the devil is directly the cause of man's sinning. For sin consists directly in an act of the appetite. Now Augustine says On the Trinity 4:12 that "the devil inspires his friends with evil desires." And Bede, commenting on Acts 5:3, says that the devil "draws the mind to evil desires." And Isidore says On the Highest Good 2:41 and 3:5 that "the devil fills men's hearts with secret lusts." Therefore the devil is directly the cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, Jerome says Against Giovannius 2:2 that "as God is the perfecter of good, so is the devil the perfecter of evil. But God is directly the cause of our good. Therefore, the devil is directly the cause of our sins. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says in a chapter of the Eudemian Ethics 7:18, "There must needs be some extrinsic principle of human counsel." Now human counsel is not only about good things, but also about evil things. Therefore, as God moves man to take good counsel, and so is the cause of good, so the devil moves him to take evil counsel, and consequently is directly the cause of sin. On the contrary, Augustine proves in De Lib. Arb. 1:11 that "nothing else than his own will makes man's mind the slave of his desire." Now man does not become a slave to his desires except through sin. Therefore the cause of sin cannot be the devil but man's own will alone. I answer that, sin is an action, so that a thing can be directly the cause of sin in the same way as anyone is directly the cause of an action, and this can only happen by moving that action's proper principle to act. Now the proper principle of a sinful action is the will, since every sin is voluntary. Consequently, nothing can be directly the cause of sin except that which can move the will to act. Now the will, as stated above in Question 9, Articles 3, 4, and 6, can be moved by two things. First, by its object, inasmuch as the apprehended appetible is said to move the appetite. Secondly, by that agent which moves the will inwardly to will, and this is no other than the will itself, or God, as was shown above in Question 9, Articles 3, 4, and 6. Now God cannot be the cause of sin, as stated above in Question 79, Article 1. Therefore it follows that in this respect man's will alone is directly the cause of his sin. As regards the object, a thing may be understood as moving the will in three ways. First, the object itself which is proposed to the will. Thus we say that food arouses man's desire to eat. Secondly, he that proposes or offers this object. Thirdly, he that persuades the will that the object proposed has an aspect of good, because he also, in a fashion, offers the will its proper object, which is a real or apparent good of reason. Accordingly, in the first way the sensible things which approach from without move a man's will to sin. In the second and third ways, either the devil or a man may incite to sin, either by offering an object of appetite to the senses, or by persuading the reason. But in none of these three ways can anything be the direct cause of sin, because the will is not, of necessity, moved by any object except the last end, as stated above in Question 10, Articles 1 and 2. Consequently, neither the thing offered from without, nor he that proposes it, nor he that persuades, is the sufficient cause of sin. Therefore it follows that the devil is a cause of sin neither directly nor sufficiently, but only by persuasion or by proposing the object of appetite. Reply to Obj. 1: All these and other like authorities, if we meet with them, are to be understood as denoting that the devil induces man to affection for a sin, either by suggesting to him or by offering him objects of appetite. Reply to Obj. 2: This comparison is true in so far as the devil is somewhat the cause of our sins, even as God is in a certain way the cause of our good actions, but does not extend to the mode of causation. For God causes good things in us by moving the will inwardly, whereas the devil cannot move us in this way. Reply Obj. 3: God is the universal principle of all inward movements of man, but that the human will be determined to an evil counsel is directly due to the human will, and to the devil as persuading or offering the object of appetite. Second article: whether the devil can induce man to sin by internal instigations. Objection 1: It would seem that the devil cannot induce man to sin by internal instigations. Because the internal movements of the soul are vital functions. Now, no vital functions can be exercised except by an intrinsic principle, not even those of the vegetal soul, which are the lowest of vital functions. Therefore, the devil cannot instigate man to evil through his internal movements. Objection 2: Further, all the internal movements arrive from the external senses according to the order of nature. Now it belongs to God alone to do anything beside the order of nature, as was stated in the first part, Q. 110, A. 4. Therefore, the devil cannot effect anything in man's internal movements, except in respect of things which are perceived by the external senses. Objection 3: Further, the internal acts of the soul are to understand and to imagine. Now the devil can do nothing in connection with either of these, because, as stated in the first part, Q. 111, Articles 2 and 3, the devil cannot impress species on the human intellect, nor does it seem possible for him to produce imaginary species, since imaginary forms, being more spiritual, are more excellent than those which are in sensible matter, which, nevertheless, the devil is unable to produce, as is clear from what we have said in the first part, Q. 110, A. 2, and Q. 111, Articles 2 and 3. Therefore, the devil cannot through man's internal movements induce him to sin. On the contrary, in that case, the devil would never tempt man, unless he appeared visibly, which is evidently false. I answer that, the interior part of the soul is intellective and sensitive, and the intellective part contains the intellect and the will. As regards the will, we have already stated in Article 1, and in Q. 111, A. 1, what is the devil's relation thereto. Now the intellect, of its very nature, is moved by that which enlightens it in the knowledge of truth, which the devil has no intention of doing in man's regard. Rather does he darken man's reason, so that it may consent to sin, which darkness is due to the imagination and sensitive appetite. Consequently, the operation of the devil seems to be confined to the imagination and sensitive appetite, by moving either of which he can induce man to sin. For his operation may result in presenting certain forms to the imagination, and he is able to incite the sensitive appetite to some passion or other. The reason of this is, that as stated in the first part, Q. 110, A. 3, the corporeal nature has a natural aptitude to be moved locally by the spiritual nature, so that the devil can produce all those effects which can result from the local movement of bodies here below, except he be restrained by the divine power. Now the representation of forms to the imagination is due sometimes to local movement, for the Philosopher says On Sleep and Waking that "when an animal sleeps, the blood descends in abundance to the sensitive principle, and the movements descend with it, notably, the impressions left by the action of sensible objects, which impressions are preserved by means of sensible species, and continue to move the apprehensive principle, so that they appear just as though the sensitive principles were being affected by them at that time. Hence, such a local movement of the vital spirits or humors can be procured by the demons, whether man sleep or wake, and so it happens that man's imagination is brought into play. In like manner, the sensitive appetite is incited to certain passions according to certain fixed movements of the heart and the vital spirits, wherefore the devil can cooperate in this also. And through certain passions being aroused in the sensitive appetite, the result is that man more easily perceives the movement or sensible image which is brought in the manner explained, before the apprehensive principle, since, as the Philosopher observes On Sleep and Waking 3 and 4, "Lovers are moved, by even a slight likeness, to an apprehension of the beloved." It also happens, through the rousing of a passion, that what is put before the imagination is judged as being something to be pursued, because, to him who is held by a passion, whatever the passion inclines him to, seems good. In this way the devil induces man inwardly to sin. Reply Obj. 1: Although vital functions are always from an intrinsic principle, yet an extrinsic agent can cooperate with them, even as external heat cooperates with the functions of the vegetal soul, so that food may be more easily digested. Reply Obj. 2: This apparition of imaginary forms is not altogether outside the order of nature, nor is it due to a command alone, but according to local movement, as explained above. Consequently, the reply to the third objection is clear, because these forms are received originally from the senses. Third article: Whether the devil can induce man to sin of necessity. Objection 1: It would seem that the devil can induce man to sin of necessity. Because the greater can compel the lesser. Now it is said of the devil in Job 41:24 that "there is no power on earth that can compare with him." Therefore he can compel man to sin while he dwells on the earth. Obj. 2: Further, man's reason cannot be moved except in respect of things that are offered outwardly to the senses, or are represented to the imagination, because "all our knowledge arises from the senses, and we cannot understand without a phantasm," according to De Anima iii, 30, 39. Now the devil can move man's imagination, as stated above in A. 2. And also the external senses, for Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 12, that "this evil," of which, to wit, the devil is the cause, "extends gradually through all the approaches to the senses. It adapts itself to shapes, blends with colors, mingles with sounds, seasons every flavor." Therefore it can incline man's reason to sin of necessity. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says De Civ. Dei xix, 4 that "there is some sin when the flesh lusteth against the spirit." Now the devil can cause concupiscence of the flesh, or even other passions, in the way explained above in A. 2. Therefore he can induce man to sin of necessity. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Peter 5:8, "Your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, goeth about seeking whom he may devour." Now, it would be useless to admonish this, if it were true that man were under the necessity of succumbing to the devil. Therefore, he cannot induce man to sin of necessity. Further, it is likewise written in James 4:7, "Be subject to God, but resist the devil, and he will fly from you," which would be said neither rightly nor truly if the devil were able to compel us, in any way whatever, to sin, for then neither would it be possible to resist him, nor would he fly from those who do. Therefore, he does not compel to sin. I answer that, the devil, by his own power, unless he be restrained by God, can compel anyone to do an act which, in its genus, is a sin. But he cannot bring about the necessity of sinning. This is evident from the fact that man does not resist that which moves him to sin, except by his reason, the use of which the devil is able to impede altogether by moving the imagination and the sensitive appetite, as is the case with one who is possessed. But then, the reason being thus fettered, whatever man may do is not imputed to him as a sin. If, however, the reason is not altogether fettered, then, in so far as it is free, it can resist sin, as stated above, in Q. 77, Art. 7. It is consequently evident that the devil can nowise compel man to sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Not every power that is greater than man can move man's will. God alone can do this, as stated above in Q. 9, Art. 6. Reply to Obj. 2: That which is apprehended by the senses or the imagination does not move the will of necessity, so long as man has the use of reason. Nor does such an apprehension always fetter the reason. Reply to Obj. 3: The lusting of the flesh against the spirit, when the reason actually resists it, is not a sin, but is matter for the exercise of virtue. That reason does not resist is not in the devil's power, wherefore he cannot bring about the necessity of sinning. Fourth article: Whether all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion. Objection 1: It would seem that all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion. For Dionysius says (On the Divine Names IV) that "the crowd of demons are the cause of all evils, both to themselves and to others." Objection 2: Further, whoever sins mortally becomes the slave of the devil, according to John 8:34, "Whosoever committeth sin is the slave of sin." Now, "by whom a man is overcome, of the same also is he the slave," according to 2 Peter 2:19. Therefore, whoever commits a sin has been overcome by the devil. Obj. 3: Further, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 4:10 that the sin of the devil is irreparable, because he sinned at no other's suggestion. Therefore, if any men were to sin by their own free will and without suggestion from any other, their sin would be irremediable, which is clearly false. Therefore, all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion. On the contrary, it is written on Church Doctrine 82, "Not all our evil thoughts are incited by the devil. sometimes they are due to a movement of the free will. I answer that, the devil is the occasional and indirect cause of all our sins, insofar as he induced the first man to sin, by reason of whose sin human nature is so infected that we are all prone to sin, even as the burning of wood might be imputed to the man who dried the wood so as to make it easily inflammable. He is not, however, the direct cause of all the sins of men, as though each were the result of his suggestion. Origen proves this in On the Principles, 3:2, from the fact that even if the devil were no more, men would still have the desire for food, sexual pleasures, and the like, which desire might be inordinate, unless it were subordinate to reason, a matter that is subject to the free will. Reply Obj. 1. The crowd of demons are the cause of all our evils, as regards their original cause, as stated. Reply Obj. 2. A man becomes another's slave not only by being overcome by him, but also by subjecting himself to him spontaneously. It is thus that one who sins of his own accord becomes the slave of the devil. Reply Obj. 3. The devil's sin was irremediable, not only because he sinned without another's suggestion, but also because he was not already prone to sin on account of any previous sin, which can be said of no sin of man. End of question 80. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 81 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 81. Of the cause of sin on the part of man, in 5 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of man. Now, while man, like the devil, is the cause of another's sin by outward suggestion, he has a certain special manner of causing sin by way of origin. Wherefore, we must speak about original sin, the consideration of which will be threefold: 1. Of its transmission; 2. Of its essence; 3. Of its subject. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether man's first sin is transmitted by way of origin to his descendants. Second, whether all the other sins of our first parent, or of any other parents, are transmitted to their descendants by way of origin. Third, whether original sin is contracted by all those who are begotten of Adam by way of seminal generation. Fourth, whether it would be contracted by anyone formed miraculously from some part of the human body. Fifth, whether original sin would have been contracted if the woman, and not the man, had sinned. First article. Whether the first sin of our first parent is contracted by his descendants by way of origin. Objection 1. It would seem that the first sin of our first parent is not contracted by others by way of origin. For it is written in Ezekiel 18:20, "The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father." But he would bear the iniquity if he contracted it from him. Therefore no one contracts any sin from one of his parents by way of origin. Obj. 2: Further, an accident is not transmitted by way of origin, unless its subject also be transmitted, since accidents do not pass from one subject to another. Now the rational soul, which is the subject of sin, is not transmitted by way of origin, as was shown in the first part (Q. 118, A. 2). Therefore neither can any sin be transmitted by way of origin. Obj. 3: Further, whatever is transmitted by way of human origin is caused by the semen. But the semen cannot cause sin, because it lacks the rational part of the soul, which alone can be a cause of sin. Therefore no sin can be contracted by way of origin. Obj. 4: Further, that which is more perfect in nature is more powerful in action. Now perfect flesh cannot infect the soul united to it, else the soul could not be cleansed of original sin so long as it is united to the body. Much less therefore can the semen infect the soul. Obj. 5: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 5, "No one finds fault with those who are ugly by nature, but only those who are so through want of exercise and through carelessness." Now those are said to be naturally ugly who are so from their origin. Therefore nothing which comes by way of origin is blameworthy or sinful. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Rom. 5:12, "By one man sin entered into this world, and by sin death." Nor can this be understood as denoting imitation or suggestion, since it is written in Wisdom 2:24, "By the envy of the devil death came into this world." It follows therefore that through origin from the first man, sin entered into the world. I answer that, according to the Catholic faith, we are bound to hold that the first sin of the first man is transmitted to his descendants by way of origin. For this reason children are taken to be baptized soon after their birth, to show that they have to be washed from some uncleanness. The contrary is part of the Pelagian heresy, as is clear from Augustine in many of his books. In endeavoring to explain how the sin of our first parent could be transmitted by way of origin to his descendants, various writers have gone about it in various ways. For some, considering that the subject of sin is the rational soul, maintained that the rational soul is transmitted with the semen, so that thus an infected soul would seem to produce other infected souls. Others, rejecting this as erroneous, endeavor to show how the guilt of the parent's soul can be transmitted to the children, even though the soul be not transmitted, from the fact that defects of the body are transmitted from parent to child. Thus a leper may beget a leper, or a gouty man may be the father of a gouty son, on account of some seminal corruption, although this corruption is not leprosy or gout. Now since the body is proportionate to the soul, and since the soul's defects redound into the body, and vice versa, in like manner, say they, a culpable defect of the soul is passed on to the child through the transmission of the semen, albeit the semen itself is not the subject of the guilt. But all these explanations are insufficient, because granted that some bodily defects are transmitted by way of origin from parent to child, and granted that even some defects of the soul are transmitted in consequence, on account of a defect in the bodily habit, as in the case of idiots begetting idiots, nevertheless, the fact of having a defect by the way of origin seems to exclude the notion of guilt, which is essentially something voluntary. Wherefore, granted that the rational soul were transmitted, from the very fact that the stain on the child's soul is not in its will, it would cease to be a guilty stain binding its subject to punishment. For, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:5, "No one reproaches a man born blind; one rather takes pity on him." Therefore we must explain the matter otherwise, by saying that all men born of Adam may be considered as one man, inasmuch as they have one common nature, which they receive from their first parents; even as in civil matters, all who are members of one community are reputed as one body, and the whole community as one man. Indeed, Porphyry says On the Species that "by sharing the same species, many men are one man." Accordingly, the multitude of men born of Adam are as so many members of one body. Now the action of one member of the body, of the hand for instance, is voluntary not by the will of that hand, but by the will of the soul, the first mover of the members. Wherefore a murder which the hand commits would not be imputed as a sin to the hand, considered by itself as apart from the body, but is imputed to it as something belonging to man and moved by man's first moving principle. In this way, then, the disorder which is in this man born of Adam is voluntary, not by his will, but by the will of his first parent, who, by the movement of generation, moves all who originate from him, even as the soul's will moves all the members to their actions. Hence the sin which is thus transmitted by the first parent to his descendants is called original, just as the sin which flows from the soul into the bodily members is called actual. And just as the actual sin that is committed by a member of the body is not the sin of that member, except inasmuch as that member is a part of the man, for which reason it is called a human sin, so original sin is not the sin of this person, except inasmuch as this person receives his nature from his first parent, for which reason it is called the sin of nature, according to Eph. 2:3. "We were by nature children of wrath." Reply Obj. 1: The son is said not to bear the iniquity of his father, because he is not punished for his father's sin, unless he share in his guilt. It is thus in the case before us: because guilt is transmitted by the way of origin from father to son, even as actual sin is transmitted through being imitated. Reply Obj. 2: Although the soul is not transmitted, because the power in the semen is not able to cause the rational soul, nevertheless the motion of the semen is a disposition to the transmission of the rational soul, so that the semen by its own power transmits the human nature from parent to child, and with that nature the stain which infects it. For he that is born is associated with his first parent in his guilt, through the fact that he inherits his nature from him by a kind of movement which is that of generation. Reply Obj. 3: Although the guilt is not actually in the semen, yet human nature is there virtually accompanied by that guilt. Reply Obj. 4: The semen is the principle of generation, which is an act proper to nature by helping it to propagate itself. Hence the soul is more infected by the semen than by the flesh which is already perfect, and already affixed to a certain person. Reply Obj. 5: A man is not blamed for that which he has from his origin, if we consider the man born in himself. But if we consider him as referred to a principle, then he may be reproached for it. Thus a man may from his birth be under a family disgrace, on account of a crime committed by one of his forebears. Second article: Whether also other sins of the first parent or of near ancestors are transmitted to their descendants? Objection 1: It would seem that also other sins, whether of the first parent or of nearer ancestors, are transmitted to their descendants. For punishment is never due unless for a fault. Now some are punished by the judgment of God for the sin of their immediate parents, according to Exodus 20:5: "I am God, jealous, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, until the third and fourth generation." Furthermore, according to human law, the children of those who are guilty of high treason are disinherited. Therefore the guilt of nearer ancestors is also transmitted to their descendants. Obj. 2: Further, a man can better transmit to another that which he has of himself, than that which he has received from another. Thus fire heats better than hot water does. Now a man transmits to his children, by the way of origin, the sin which he has from Adam. Much more therefore should he transmit the sin which he has contracted of himself. Obj. 3: Further, the reason why we contract original sin from our first parent is because we were in him as in the principle of our nature, which he corrupted. But we were likewise in our nearer ancestors as in principles of our nature, which, however it be corrupt, can be corrupted yet more by sin, according to Apocalypse 22:11: "He that is filthy, let him be filthier still." Therefore children contract, by the way of origin, the sins of their nearer ancestors, even as they contract the sin of their first parent. On the contrary, good is more self-diffusive than evil. But the merits of the nearer ancestors are not transmitted to their descendants. Much less therefore are their sins. I answer that, Augustine puts this question in the Enchiridion 46 and 47, and leaves it unsolved. Yet if we look into the matter carefully, we shall see that it is impossible for the sins of the nearer ancestors, or even any other but the first sin of our first parent, to be transmitted by way of origin. The reason is that a man begets his like in species, but not in individual. Consequently, those things that pertain directly to the individual, such as personal actions and matters affecting them, are not transmitted by parents to their children. For a grammarian does not transmit to his son the knowledge of grammar that he has acquired by his own studies. On the other hand, those things that concern the nature of the species are transmitted by parents to their children, unless there be a defect of nature. Thus a man with eyes begets a son having eyes, unless nature fails. And if nature be strong, even certain accidents of the individual pertaining to natural disposition are transmitted to the children, for example, fleetness of body, acuteness of intellect, and so forth, but nowise those that are purely personal, as stated above. Now just as something may belong to the person as such, and also something through the gift of grace, so may something belong to the nature as such, notably, whatever is caused by the principles of nature, and something too through the gift of grace. In this way, original justice, as stated in the first part, Question 100, Article 1, was a gift of grace, conferred by God on all human nature in our first parent. This gift the first man lost by his first sin. Wherefore, as that original justice, together with the nature, was to have been transmitted to his posterity, so also was its disorder. Other actual sins, however, whether of the first parent or of others, do not corrupt the nature as nature, but only as the nature of that person, that is, in respect of the proneness to sin, and consequently other sins are not transmitted. Reply to Obj. 1. According to Augustine in his letter to Avitus, his letter 250, children are never inflicted with spiritual punishment on account of their parents, unless they share in their guilt, either in their origin or by imitation, because every soul is God's immediate property, as stated in Ezekiel 18:4. Sometimes, however, by divine or human judgment, children receive bodily punishment on their parents' account, inasmuch as the child, as to its body, is part of its father. Reply to Obj. 2. A man can more easily transmit that which he has of himself, provided it be transmissible. But the actual sins of our nearer ancestors are not transmissible, because they are purely personal, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. The first sin infects nature with a human corruption pertaining to nature, whereas other sins infect it with a corruption pertaining only to the person. Third article. Whether the sin of the first parent is transmitted by the way of origin to all men? Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of the first parent is not transmitted by the way of origin to all men. Because death is a punishment consequent upon original sin. But not all those who are born of the seed of Adam will die, since those who will still be living at the coming of our Lord will never die, as seemingly may be gathered from 1 Thessalonians 4:14. We who are alive, unto the coming of the Lord, shall not prevent them who have slept. Therefore, they do not contract original sin. Obj. 2: Further, no one gives another what he has not himself. Now a man who has been baptized has not original sin. Therefore, he does not transmit it to his children. Obj. 3: Further, the gift of Christ is greater than the sin of Adam, as the Apostle declares in Romans 5:15 and following. But the gift of Christ is not transmitted to all men. Neither, therefore, is the sin of Adam. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 5:12, "Death passed upon all men in whom all have sinned." I answer that, according to the Catholic faith, we must firmly believe that, Christ alone excepted, all men descended from Adam contract original sin from him, else all would not need redemption which is through Christ, and this is erroneous. The reason for this may be gathered from what has been stated in Article 1, notably, that original sin, in virtue of the sin of our first parent, is transmitted to his posterity, just as, from the soul's will, actual sin is transmitted to the members of the body, through their being moved by the will. Now it is evident that actual sin can be transmitted to all such members as have an inborn aptitude to be moved by the will. Therefore, original sin is transmitted to all those who are moved by Adam by the movement of generation. Reply to Obj. 1. It is held with greater probability, and more commonly, that all those that are alive at the coming of our Lord will die and rise again shortly, as we shall state more fully in the third part, in the Supplementum, question 78, Article 1, first objection. If, however, it be true, as others hold, that they will never die, an opinion which Jerome mentions among others in a letter to Manerius on the resurrection of the body, his letter 119, then we must say in reply to the objection that although they are not to die, the debt of death is none the less in them, and that the punishment of death will be remitted by God, since He can also forgive the punishment due for actual sins. Reply to Obj. 1. Original sin is taken away by baptism as to the guilt, insofar as the soul recovers grace as regards the mind. Nevertheless, original sin remains in its effect as regards the fomes, which is the disorder of the lower parts of the soul and of the body itself, in respect of which, and not of the mind, man exercises his power of generation. Consequently, those who are baptized transmit original sin, since they do not beget as being renewed in baptism, but as still retaining something of the oldness of the first sin. Reply to Obj. 3. Just as Adam's sin is transmitted to all who are born of Adam corporally, so is the grace of Christ transmitted to all that are begotten of him spiritually, by faith and baptism. And this, not only unto the removal of sin of their first parent, but also unto the removal of actual sins, and the obtaining of glory. Fourth Article. Whether original sin would be contracted by a person formed miraculously from human flesh? Objection 1. It would seem that original sin would be contracted by a person formed miraculously from human flesh. For a gloss on Genesis 4:1 says that Adam's entire posterity was corrupted in his loins, because they were not severed from him in the place of life before he sinned, but in the place of exile after he had sinned. But if a man were to be formed in the aforesaid manner, his flesh would be severed in the place of exile. Therefore it would contract original sin. Objection 2: Further, original sin is caused in us by the soul being infected through the flesh. But man's flesh is entirely corrupted. Therefore a man's soul would contract the infection of original sin from whatever part of the flesh it was formed. Objection 3: Further, original sin comes upon all from our first parent, insofar as we were all in him when he sinned. But those who might be formed out of human flesh would have been in Adam. Therefore they would contract original sin. On the contrary, they would not have been in Adam according to seminal virtue, which alone is the cause of the transmission of original sin, as Augustine states in On the Literal Interpretation of Genesis 10:18 and following. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 3, original sin is transmitted from the first parent to his posterity, inasmuch as they are moved by him through generation, even as the members are moved by the soul to actual sin. Now there is no movement to generation except by the active power of generation, so that those alone contract original sin who are descended from Adam through the active power of generation originally derived from Adam, that is, who are descended from him through seminal power. For the seminal power is nothing else than the active power of generation. But if anyone were to be formed by God out of human flesh, it is evident that the active power would not be derived from Adam. Consequently, he would not contract original sin, even as a hand would have no part in a human sin, if it were moved not by the man's will, but by some external power. Reply to Obj. 1. Adam was not in the place of exile until after his sin. Consequently, it is not on account of the place of exile, but on account of the sin, that original sin is transmitted to those to whom his active generation extends. Reply to Obj. 2. The flesh does not corrupt the soul, except in so far as it is the active principle in generation, as we have stated. Reply to Obj. 3. If a man were to be formed from human flesh, he would have been in Adam by way of bodily substance, as Augustine expresses it in On the Literal Interpretation of Genesis 10, but not according to seminal virtue, as stated above. Therefore, he would not contract original sin. Fifth article. Whether if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have contracted original sin. Objection 1. It would seem that if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have contracted original sin. Because we contract original sin from our parents, in so far as we were once in them, according to the word of the Apostle in Romans 5:12, "In whom all have sinned." Now a man pre-exists in his mother as well as in his father. Therefore, a man would have contracted original sin from his mother's sin as well as from his father's. Objection 2: Further, if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have been born liable to suffering and death, since it is the mother that provides the matter in generation, as the Philosopher states in On the Generation and Corruption of Animals 2:1 and 4, when death and liability to suffering are the necessary results of matter. Now liability to suffering and the necessity of dying are punishments of original sin. Therefore, if Eve and not Adam had sinned, their children would contract original sin. Obj. 3: Further, Damascene says On the True Faith 3:3 that "the Holy Ghost came upon the Virgin," of whom Christ was to be born without original sin, "purifying her." But this purification would not have been necessary if the infection of original sin were not contracted from the mother. Therefore, the infection of original sin is contracted from the mother, so that, if Eve had sinned, her children would have contracted original sin, even if Adam had not sinned. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 5:12, "By one man sin entered into this world." Now if the woman would have transmitted original sin to her children, he should have said that it entered by two, since both of them sinned, or rather that it entered by a woman, since she sinned first. Therefore, original sin is transmitted to the children, not by the mother, but by the father. I answer that the solution of this question is made clear by what has been said. For it has been stated in Article 1 that original sin is transmitted by the first parent in so far as he is the mover in the begetting of his children. Wherefore it has been said in Article 4 that if anyone were begotten materially only of human flesh, they would not contract original sin. Now it is evident that in the opinion of philosophers, the active principle of generation is from the father, while the mother provides the matter. Therefore, original sin is contracted not from the mother but from the father, so that, accordingly, if Eve and not Adam had sinned, their children would not contract original sin; whereas if Adam and not Eve had sinned, they would contract it. Reply to Obj. 1: The child pre-exists in its father as in its active principle, and in its mother as in its material and passive principle. Consequently, the comparison fails. Reply to Obj. 2: Some hold that if Eve and not Adam had sinned, their children would be immune from the sin, but would have been subject to the necessity of dying and to other forms of suffering that are necessary results of the matter which is provided by the mother, not as punishments, but as actual defects. This, however, seems unreasonable. Because, as stated in the first part, in question 97, Articles 1 and 2, fourth reply, immortality and impassibility, in the original state, were a result not of the condition of matter, but of original justice, whereby the body was subjected to the soul, so long as the soul remained subject to God. Now privation of original justice is original sin. If, therefore, supposing Adam had not sinned, original sin would not have been transmitted to posterity on account of Eve's sin. It is evident that the children would not have been deprived of original justice, and consequently they would not have been liable to suffer and subject to the necessity of dying. Reply to Obj. 3: This prevenient purification in the Blessed Virgin was not needed to hinder the transmission of original sin, but because it behooved the Mother of God to shine with the greatest purity, as Anselm says On the Virginal Conception and Original Sin 18. For nothing is worthy to receive God unless it be pure, according to Psalm 92:5. Holiness becometh thy house, O Lord. End of question 81. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 82 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 82. Of original sin as to its essence, in 4 articles. We must now consider original sin as to its essence, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether original sin is a habit. Second, whether there is but one original sin in each man. Third, whether original sin is concupiscence. Fourth, whether original sin is equally in all. First article, whether original sin is a habit. Objection 1. It would seem that original sin is not a habit. For original sin is the absence of original justice, as Anselm states On the Virginal Conception and Original Sin 2, 3, and 26. So that original sin is a privation. But privation is opposed to habit. Therefore, original sin is not a habit. Objection 2. Further, actual sin has the nature of fault more than original sin, insofar as it is more voluntary. Now the habit of actual sin has not the same nature of a fault, else it would follow that man, while asleep, would be guilty of sin. Therefore, no original habit has the nature of a fault. Objection 3. Further, in wickedness, act always precedes habit, because evil habits are not infused but acquired. Now original sin is not preceded by an act. Therefore, original sin is not a habit. On the contrary, Augustine says in his book on the baptism of infants, On the Merits and Forgiveness of Sins and on Infant Baptism 139, that on account of original sin, little children have the aptitude of concupiscence, though they have not the act. Now aptitude denotes some kind of habit. Therefore, original sin is a habit. I answer that, as stated above in question 49, Article 4, as well as in question 50, Article 1, habit is twofold. The first is a habit whereby power is inclined to an act. Thus science and virtue are called habits. In this way, original sin is not a habit. The second kind of habit is the disposition of a complex nature, whereby that nature is well or ill disposed to something, chiefly when such a disposition has become like a second nature, as in the case of sickness or health. In this sense, original sin is a habit. For it is an inordinate disposition, arising from the destruction of the harmony which was essential to original justice, even as bodily sickness is an inordinate disposition of the body, by reason of the destruction of that equilibrium which is essential to health. Hence it is that original sin is called the languor of nature. Cf. Augustine, commenting on Psalm 118, in his Homily 3. Reply to Obj. 1. As bodily sickness is partly a privation, insofar as it denotes the destruction of the equilibrium of health, and partly something positive, notably, the very humors that are inordinately disposed, so too original sin denotes the privation of original justice, and besides this, the inordinate disposition of the parts of the soul. Consequently, it is not a pure privation, but a corrupt habit. Reply to Obj. 2. Actual sin is an inordinateness of an act, whereas original sin, being the sin of nature, is an inordinate disposition of nature, and has the character of fault, through being transmitted from our first parent, as stated above (Q. 81, A. 1). Now this inordinate disposition of nature is a kind of habit, whereas the inordinate disposition of an act is not, and for this reason original sin can be a habit, whereas actual sin cannot. Reply Obj. 3. This objection considers the habit which inclines a power to an act. But original sin is not this kind of habit. Nevertheless, a certain inclination to an inordinate act does follow from original sin, not directly but indirectly, notably, by the removal of the obstacle, that is, original justice, which hindered inordinate movements; just as an inclination to inordinate bodily movements results indirectly from bodily sickness. Nor is it necessary to say that original sin is a habit infused, or a habit acquired, except by the act of our first parent, but not by our own act. But it is a habit inborn, due to our corrupt origin. Second article: whether there are several original sins in one man. Objection 1. It would seem that there are many original sins in one man. For it is written in Psalm 1:7, "Behold, I was conceived in iniquities, and in sins did my mother conceive me." But the sin in which a man is conceived is original sin. Therefore there are several original sins in man. Obj. 2: Further, one and the same habit does not incline its subject to contraries, since the inclination of habit is like that of nature which tends to one thing. Now original sin, even in one man, inclines to various and contrary sins. Therefore original sin is not one habit, but several. Obj. 3: Further, original sin infects every part of the soul. Now the different parts of the soul are different subjects of sin, as shown above in Q. 74. Since then one sin cannot be in different subjects, it seems that original sin is not one, but several. On the contrary, it is written in John 1:29, "Behold the Lamb of God, behold him who taketh away the sin of the world." And the reason for the employment of the singular is that the "sin of the world" is original sin, as a gloss expounds this passage. I answer that, in one man there is one original sin. Two reasons may be assigned for this. The first is on the part of the cause of original sin, for it has been stated in Q. 81, A. 2, that the first sin alone of our first parent was transmitted to his posterity. Wherefore in one man original sin is one in number, and in all men it is one in proportion, that is, in relation to its first principle. The second reason may be taken from the very essence of original sin. Because in every inordinate disposition, unity of species depends on the cause, while the unity of number is derived from the subject. For example, take bodily sickness. Various species of sickness proceed from different causes, for example, from excessive heat or cold, or from a lesion in the lung or liver; while one specific sickness in one man will be one in number. Now the cause of this corrupt disposition that is called original sin is only one, viz. the privation of original justice, removing the subjection of man's mind to God. Consequently, original sin is specifically one, and in one man can be only one in number, while in different men it is one in species and in proportion, but is numerically many. Reply to Obj. 1. The employment of the plural in sins may be explained by the custom of the divine scriptures in the frequent use of the plural for the singular, for example, "They are dead that sought the life of the child," or by the fact that all actual sins virtually pre-exist in original sin, as in a principle, so that it is virtually many, or by the fact of there being many deformities in the sin of our first parent, notably pride, disobedience, gluttony, and so forth, or by several parts of the soul being infected by original sin. Reply to Obj. 2. Of itself and directly, that is, by its own form, one habit cannot incline its subject to contraries. But there is no reason why it should not do so, indirectly and accidentally, that is, by the removal of an obstacle. Thus, when the harmony of a mixed body is destroyed, the elements have contrary local tendencies. In like manner, when the harmony of original justice is destroyed, the various powers of the soul have various opposite tendencies. Reply to Obj. 3. Original sin infects the different parts of the soul, in so far as they are the parts of one whole, even as original justice held all the soul's parts together in one. Consequently, there is but one original sin, just as there is but one fever in one man, although the various parts of the body are affected. Third article. Whether original sin is concupiscence? Objection 1. It would seem that original sin is not concupiscence. For every sin is contrary to nature, according to Damascene in On the True Faith 2, 4, and 30. But concupiscence is in accordance with nature, since it is the proper act of the concupiscible faculty, which is a natural power. Therefore, concupiscence is not original sin. Objection 2. Further, through original sin, the passions of sins are in us, according to the Apostle in Romans 7:5. Now there are several other passions besides concupiscence, as stated above in Q. 23, A. 4. Therefore, original sin is not concupiscence any more than another passion. Objection 3. Further, by original sin, all the parts of the soul are disordered, as stated above in A. 2, Obj. 3. But the intellect is the highest of the soul's parts, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. x, 7. Therefore, original sin is ignorance rather than concupiscence. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Retractions 1:15, "Concupiscence is the guilt of original sin." I answer that, everything takes its species from its form, and it has been stated in A. 2 that the species of original sin is taken from its cause. Consequently, the formal element of original sin must be considered in respect of the cause of original sin. But contraries have contrary causes. Therefore, the cause of original sin must be considered with respect to the cause of original justice, which is opposed to it. Now the whole order of original justice consists in man's will being subject to God, which subjection, first and chiefly, was in the will, whose function it is to move all the other parts to the end, as stated above in Q. 9, A. 1, so that the will, being turned away from God, all the other powers of the soul become inordinate. Accordingly, the privation of original justice, whereby the will was made subject to God, is the formal element in original sin, while every other disorder of the soul's powers is a kind of material element in respect of original sin. Now the inordinateness of the other powers of the soul consists chiefly in their turning inordinately to mutable good, which inordinateness may be called by the general name of concupiscence. Hence original sin is concupiscence, materially, but privation of original justice, formally. Reply to Obj. 1. Since, in man, the concupiscible power is naturally governed by reason, the act of concupiscence is so far natural to man as it is in accord with the order of reason, while, in so far as it trespasses beyond the bounds of reason, it is, for a man, contrary to reason. Such is the concupiscence of original sin. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in Q. 25, A. 1, all the irascible passions are reducible to concupiscible passions, as holding the principal place. And of these, concupiscence is the most impetuous in moving, and is felt most, as stated above in Q. 25, A. 2, first reply. Therefore, original sin is ascribed to concupiscence as being the chief passion, and as including all the others in a fashion. Reply to Obj. 3. As in good things, the intellect and reason stand first, so conversely in evil things, the lower part of the soul is found to take precedence, for it clouds and draws the reason, as stated above in Q. 77, Articles 1 and 2, as well as in Q. 80, Article 2. Hence original sin is called concupiscence rather than ignorance, although ignorance is comprised among the material defects of original sin. Fourth article. Whether original sin is equally in all. Objection 1. It would seem that original sin is not equally in all. Because original sin is inordinate concupiscence, as stated above in Article 3. Now all are not equally prone to acts of concupiscence. Therefore, original sin is not equally in all. Objection 2. Further, original sin is an inordinate disposition of the soul, just as sickness is an inordinate disposition of the body. But sickness is subject to degrees. Therefore, original sin is subject to degrees. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in On Marriage and Concupiscence 123 that lust transmits original sin to the child. But the act of generation may be more lustful in one than in another. Therefore, original sin may be greater in one than in another. On the contrary, original sin is the sin of nature, as stated above in Q. 81, A. 1. But nature is equally in all. Therefore, original sin is too. I answer that, There are two things in original sin. One is the privation of original justice. The other is the relation of this privation to the sin of our first parent, from whom it is transmitted to man through his corrupt origin. As to the first, original sin has no degrees, since the gift of original justice is taken away entirely. And privations that remove something entirely, such as death and darkness, cannot be more or less, as stated above in Question 73, Article 2. In like manner, neither is this possible as to the second, since all are related equally to the first principle of our corrupt origin, from which principle original sin takes the nature of guilt. For relations cannot be more or less. Consequently, it is evident that original sin cannot be more in one than in another. Reply to Obj. 1. Through the bond of original justice being broken, which held together all the powers of the soul in a certain order, each power of the soul tends to its own proper movement, and the more impetuously as it is stronger. Now it happens that some of the soul's powers are stronger in one man than in another, on account of the different bodily temperaments. Consequently, if one man is more prone than another to acts of concupiscence, this is not due to original sin, because the bond of original justice is equally broken in all, and the lower parts of the soul are, in all, left to themselves equally. But it is due to the various dispositions of the powers, as stated. Reply to Obj. 2. Sickness of the body, even sickness of the same species, has not an equal cause in all. For instance, if a fever be caused by corruption of the bile, the corruption may be greater or less, and nearer to, or further from, a vital principle. But the cause of original sin is equal to all, so that there is no comparison. Reply to Obj. 3. It is not the actual lust that transmits original sin. For, supposing God were to grant to a man to feel no inordinate lust in the act of generation, he would still transmit original sin. We must understand this to be habitual lust, whereby the sensitive appetite is not kept subject to reason by the bonds of original justice. This lust is equally in all. End of question 82. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 83 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 83. Of the subject of original sin, in 4 articles. We must now consider the subject of original sin, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the subject of original sin is the flesh rather than the soul. Second, if it be the soul, whether this be through its essence or through its powers. Third, whether the will prior to the other powers is the subject of original sin. Fourth, whether certain powers of the soul are specially infected, notably the generative power, the concupiscible part, and the sense of touch. First article: whether original sin is more in the flesh than in the soul. Objection 1: It would seem that original sin is more in the flesh than in the soul. Because the rebellion of the flesh against the mind arises from the corruption of original sin. Now the root of this rebellion is seated in the flesh, for the Apostle says in Romans 7:23, "I see another law in my members, fighting against the law of my mind." Therefore, original sin is seated chiefly in the flesh. Objection 2: Further, a thing is more in its cause than in its effect. Thus heat is in the heating fire more than in the hot water. Now the soul is infected with the corruption of original sin by the carnal semen. Therefore, original sin is in the flesh rather than in the soul. Objection 3: Further, we contract original sin from our first parent, in so far as we were in him by reason of seminal virtue. Now our souls were not in him thus, but only our flesh. Therefore, original sin is not in the soul, but in the flesh. Objection 4: Further, the rational soul created by God is infused into the body. If therefore the soul were infected with original sin, it would follow that it is corrupted in its creation or infusion, and thus God would be the cause of sin, since He is the author of the soul's creation and fusion. Objection 5: Further, no wise man pours a precious liquid into a vessel, knowing that the vessel will corrupt the liquid. But the rational soul is more precious than any liquid. If therefore the soul, being united with the body, could be corrupted with the infection of original sin, God, who is wisdom itself, would never infuse the soul into such a body. And yet He does. Wherefore it is not corrupted by the flesh. Therefore original sin is not in the soul, but in the flesh. On the contrary, the same is the subject of a virtue and of the vice or sin contrary to that virtue. But the flesh cannot be the subject of virtue, for the Apostle says in Romans 7:18, "I know that there dwelleth not in me, that is to say, in my flesh, that which is good." Therefore the flesh cannot be the subject of original sin, but only the soul. I answer that, one thing can be in another in two ways. First, as in its cause, either principal or instrumental. Secondly, as in its subject. Accordingly, the original sin of all men was in Adam indeed, as in its principal cause, according to the words of the Apostle in Romans 5:12, "In whom all have sinned"; whereas it is in the bodily semen, as in its instrumental cause, since it is by the active power of the semen that original sin together with human nature is transmitted to the child. But original sin can nowise be in the flesh as its subject, but only in the soul. The reason for this is that, as stated above in Q. 81, A. 1, original sin is transmitted from the will of our first parent to this posterity, by a certain movement of generation, in the same way as actual sin is transmitted from any man's will to his other parts. Now in this transmission it is to be observed that whatever accrues from the motion of the will consenting to sin, to any part of man that can in any way share in that guilt, either as its subject or as its instrument, has the character of sin. Thus from the will consenting to gluttony, concupiscence of food accrues to the concupiscible faculty, and partaking of food accrues to the hand and the mouth, which, in so far as they are moved by the will to sin, are the instruments of sin. But that further action is evoked in the nutritive power and the internal members, which have no natural aptitude for being moved by the will, does not bear the character of guilt. Accordingly, since the soul can be the subject of guilt, while the flesh of itself cannot be the subject of guilt, whatever accrues to the soul from the corruption of the first sin has the character of guilt, while whatever accrues to the flesh has the character, not of guilt, but of punishment, so that, therefore, the soul is the subject of original sin, and not the flesh. Reply to Obj. 1: As Augustine says in his Retractions (I, 27), the Apostle is speaking in that passage of man already redeemed, who is delivered from guilt, but is still liable to punishment, by reason of which sin is stated to dwell in the flesh. Consequently, it follows that the flesh is the subject, not of guilt, but of punishment. Reply to Obj. 2: Original sin is caused by the semen as instrumental cause. Now there is no need for anything to be more in the instrumental cause than in the effect, but only in the principal cause, and in this way original sin was in Adam more fully, since in him it had the nature of actual sin. Reply to Obj. 3: The soul of any individual man was in Adam in respect of his seminal power, not indeed as in its effective principle, but as in a dispositive principle. Because the bodily semen, which is transmitted from Adam, does not of its own power produce the rational soul, but disposes the matter for it. Reply to Obj. 4: The corruption of original sin is nowise caused by God, but by the sin alone of our first parent through carnal generation. And so, since creation implies a relation in the soul to God alone, it cannot be said that the soul is tainted through being created. On the other hand, infusion implies relation both to God infusing, and to the flesh into which the soul is infused. And so, with regard to God infusing, it cannot be said that the soul is stained through being infused, but only with regard to the body into which it is infused. Reply to Obj. 5: The common good takes precedence of private good. Wherefore God, according to His wisdom, does not overlook the general order of things, which is that such a soul be infused into such a body, lest this soul contract a singular corruption: all the more that the nature of the soul demands that it should not exist prior to its infusion into the body, as stated in the First Part, Q. 90, A. 4, as well as in Q. 118, A. 3. And it is better for the soul to be thus, according to its nature, than not to be at all, especially since it can avoid damnation by means of grace. Second article: Whether original sin is in the essence of the soul rather than in the powers? Objection 1: It would seem that original sin is not in the essence of the soul rather than in the powers. For the soul is naturally apt to be the subject of sin in respect of those parts which can be moved by the will. Now the soul is moved by the will, not as to its essence, but only as to the powers. Therefore original sin is in the soul, not according to its essence, but only according to the powers. Obj. 2: Further, original sin is opposed to original justice. Now, original justice was in a power of the soul, because power is the subject of virtue. Therefore, original sin also is in a power of the soul, rather than in its essence. Obj. 3: Further, just as original sin is derived from the soul as from the flesh, so is it derived by the powers from the essence. But original sin is more in the soul than in the flesh. Therefore it is more in the powers than in the essence of the soul. Obj. 4: Further, original sin is said to be concupiscence, as stated in Q. 82, A. 3. But concupiscence is in the powers of the soul. Therefore original sin is also. On the contrary, original sin is called the sin of nature, as stated above in Q. 81, A. 1. Now the soul is the form and nature of the body, in respect of its essence, and not in respect of its powers, as stated in the first part, Q. 76, A. 6. Therefore the soul is the subject of original sin, chiefly in respect of its essence. I answer that, the subject of a sin is chiefly in that part of the soul to which the motive cause of that sin primarily pertains. Thus, if the motive cause of a sin is sensual pleasure, which regards the concupiscible power, through its being its proper object, it follows that the concupiscible power is the proper subject of that sin. Now it is evident that original sin is caused through our origin. Consequently, that part of the soul which is first reached by man's origin is the primary subject of original sin. Now the origin reaches the soul as the term of generation, according as it is the form of the body, and this belongs to the soul in respect of its essence, as was proved in the first part, in Q. 76, A. 6. Therefore the soul, in respect of its essence, is the primary subject of original sin. Reply to Obj. 1: As the motion of the will of an individual reaches to the soul's powers and not to its essence, so the motion of the will of the first generator, through the channel of generation, reaches first of all to the essence of the soul, as stated. Reply to Obj. 2: Even original justice pertained radically to the essence of the soul, because it was God's gift to human nature, to which the essence of the soul is related before the powers. For the powers seem to regard the person, inasmuch as they are the principles of personal acts. Hence they are the proper subjects of actual sins, which are the sins of the person. Reply to Obj. 3: The body is related to the soul as matter to form, which, though it comes second in order of generation, nevertheless comes first in the order of perfection and nature. But the essence of the soul is related to the powers, as a subject to its proper accidents, which follow their subject both in the order of generation and in that of perfection. Consequently, the comparison fails. Reply to Obj. 4: Concupiscence, in relation to original sin, holds the position of matter and effect, as stated above in Q. 82, A. 3. Third article. Whether original sin infects the will before the other powers? Objection 1. It would seem that original sin does not infect the will before the other powers. For every sin belongs chiefly to that power by whose act it was caused. Now original sin is caused by an act of the generative power. Therefore it seems to belong to the generative power more than to the others. Objection 2. Further, original sin is transmitted through the carnal semen. But the other powers of the soul are more akin to the flesh than the will is, as is evident with regard to all the sensitive powers which use a bodily organ. Therefore, original sin is in them more than in the will. Objection 3. Further, the intellect precedes the will, for the object of the will is only the good understood. If, therefore, original sin infects all the powers of the soul, it seems that it must first of all infect the intellect, as preceding the others. On the contrary, original justice has a prior relation to the will, because it is rectitude of the will, as Anselm states On the Virginal Conception and Original Sin 3. Therefore, original sin, which is opposed to it, also has a prior relation to the will. I answer that two things must be considered in the infection of original sin. First, its adherence to its subject, and in this respect it regards first the essence of the soul, as stated above in Article 2. In the second place, we must consider its inclination to act, and in this way it regards the powers of the soul. It must therefore regard first of all that power in which is seated the first inclination to commit a sin, and this is the will, as stated above (Q. 74, Articles 1 and 2). Therefore, original sin regards first of all the will. Reply Obj. 1. Original sin, in man, is not caused by the generative power of the child, but by the act of the parental generative power. Consequently, it does not follow that the child's generative power is the subject of original sin. Reply Obj. 2. Original sin spreads in two ways: from the flesh to the soul, and from the essence of the soul to the powers. The former follows the order of generation, the latter follows the order of perfection. Therefore, although the other, notably the sensitive powers, are more akin to the flesh, yet, since the will, being the higher power, is more akin to the essence of the soul, the infection of original sin reaches it first. Reply Obj. 3. The intellect precedes the will in one way, by proposing its object to it. In another way, the will precedes the intellect in the order of motion to act, which motion pertains to sin. Fourth article. Whether the aforesaid powers are more infected than the others? Objection 1. It would seem that the aforesaid powers are not more infected than the others. For the infection of original sin seems to pertain more to that part of the soul which can be first the subject of sin. Now this is the rational part, and chiefly the will. Therefore, that power is most infected by original sin. Objection 2: Further, No power of the soul is infected by guilt, except in so far as it can obey reason. Now the generative power cannot obey reason, as stated in Ethics 1:13. Therefore, the generative power is not the most infected by original sin. Obj. 3: Further, of all the senses, the sight is the most spiritual and the nearest to reason, in so far as it shows us how a number of things differ, according to Metaphysics 1. But the infection of guilt is first of all in the reason. Therefore, the sight is more infected than touch. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 16-24) that the infection of original sin is most apparent in the movements of the members of generation, which are not subject to reason. Now those members serve the generative power in the mingling of sexes, wherein there is the delectation of touch, which is the most powerful incentive to concupiscence. Therefore, the infection of original sin regards these three chiefly, viz. the generative power, the concupiscible faculty, and the sense of touch. I answer that, those corruptions especially are said to be infectious, which are of such a nature as to be transmitted from one subject to another. Hence contagious diseases, such as leprosy and murrain and the like, are said to be infectious. Now the corruption of original sin is transmitted by the act of generation, as stated above in Q. 81, A. 1. Therefore, the powers which concur in this act are chiefly said to be infected. Now this act serves the generative power, inasmuch as it is directed to generation; and it includes delectation of the touch, which is the most powerful object of the concupiscible faculty. Consequently, while all the parts of the soul are said to be corrupted by original sin, these three are said specially to be corrupted and infected. Reply Obj. 1: Original sin, in so far as it inclines to actual sins, belongs chiefly to the will, as stated above in A. 3. But in so far as it is transmitted to the offspring, it belongs to the aforesaid powers proximately, and to the will remotely. Reply Obj. 2: The infection of actual sin belongs only to the powers which are moved by the will of the sinner. But the infection of original sin is not derived from the will of the contractor, but through his natural origin, which is effected by the generative power. Hence it is this power that is infected by original sin. Obj. 3: Sight is not related to the act of generation, except in respect of remote disposition, in so far as the concupiscible species is seen through the sight. But the delectation is completed in the touch. Wherefore, the aforesaid infection is ascribed to the touch rather than to the sight. End of question 83. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 84 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 84. Of the cause of sin in respect of one sin being the cause of another, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin, in so far as one sin can be the cause of another. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether covetousness is the root of all sins. Second, whether pride is the beginning of every sin. Third, whether other special sins should be called capital vices besides pride and covetousness. Fourth, how many capital vices there are, and which are they? First article, whether covetousness is the root of all sins. Objection 1. It would seem that covetousness is not the root of all sins. For covetousness, which is immoderate desire for riches, is opposed to the virtue of liberality. But liberality is not the root of all virtues. Therefore, covetousness is not the root of all sins. Objection 2. Further, the desire for the means proceeds from desire for the end. Now riches, the desire for which is called covetousness, are not desired except as being useful for some end, as stated in Ethics 1:5. Therefore, covetousness is not the root of all sins, but proceeds from some deeper root. Objection 3. Further, it often happens that avarice, which is another name for covetousness, arises from other sins, as when a man desires money through ambition, or in order to sate his gluttony. Therefore, it is not the root of all sins. On the contrary, the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6:10, "The desire of money is the root of all evil." I answer that, according to some, covetousness may be understood in different ways. First, as denoting inordinate desire for riches, and thus it is a special sin. Secondly, as denoting inordinate desire for any temporal good, and thus it is a genus comprising all sins, because every sin includes an inordinate turning to a mutable good, as stated above in question 72, Article 2. Thirdly, as denoting an inclination of a corrupt nature to desire corruptible goods inordinately. And they say that in this sense, covetousness is the root of all sins, comparing it to the root of a tree, which draws its sustenance from earth, just as every sin grows out of the love of temporal things. Now, though all this is true, it does not seem to explain the mind of the Apostle when he states that covetousness is the root of all sins. For in that passage he clearly speaks against those who, because "they will become rich, fall into temptation, and into the snare of the devil, for covetousness is the root of all evils." Hence it is evident that he is speaking of covetousness as denoting the inordinate desire for riches. Accordingly, we must say that covetousness, as denoting a special sin, is called the root of all sins, in likeness to the root of a tree in furnishing sustenance to the whole tree. For we see that by riches man acquires the means of committing any sin whatever, and of sating his desire for any sin whatever, since money helps man to obtain all manner of temporal goods, according to Ecclesiastes 10:19, "All things obey money," so that in this desire for riches is the root of all sins. Reply to Obj. 1. Virtue and sin do not arise from the same source. For sin arises from the desire of mutable good, and consequently, the desire of that good which helps one to obtain all temporal goods is called the root of all sins. But virtue arises from the desire for the immutable God, and consequently charity, which is the love of God, is called the root of the virtues, according to Ephesians 3:17. Rooted and founded in charity. Reply to Obj. 2. The desire of money is said to be the root of all sins, not as though riches were sought for their own sake, as being the last end, but because they are much sought after as useful for any temporal end. And since a universal good is more desirable than a particular good, they move the appetite more than any individual goods, which along with many others can be procured by means of money. Reply to Obj. 3. Just as, in natural things, we do not ask what happens always, but what happens most frequently, for the reason that the nature of corruptible things can be hindered, so as not always to act in the same way. So also in moral matters, we consider what happens in the majority of cases, not what happens invariably, for the reason that the will does not act of necessity. So when we say that covetousness is the root of all evils, we do not assert that no other evil can be its root, but that other evils more frequently arise therefrom, for the reason given. Second article. Whether pride is the beginning of every sin. Objection 1. It would seem that pride is not the beginning of every sin. For the root is a beginning of a tree, so that the beginning of a sin seems to be the same as the root of sin. Now, covetousness is the root of every sin, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, it is also the beginning of every sin, and not pride. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:14, "The beginning of the pride of man is apostasy from God." But apostasy from God is a sin. Therefore, another sin is the beginning of pride, so that the latter is not the beginning of every sin. Obj. 3. Further, the beginning of every sin would seem to be that which causes all sins. Now this is inordinate self-love, which, according to Augustine in De Civ. Dei xiv, builds up the city of Babylon. Therefore, self-love, and not pride, is the beginning of every sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:15, "Pride is the beginning of all sin." I answer that, some say pride is to be taken in three ways. First, as denoting inordinate desire to excel, and thus it is a special sin. Secondly, as denoting actual contempt of God, to the effect of not being subject to His commandment, and thus they say it is a generic sin. Thirdly, as denoting an inclination to this contempt, owing to the corruption of nature, and in this sense they say that it is the beginning of every sin, and that it differs from covetousness, because covetousness regards sin as turning towards the mutable good by which sin is, as it were, nourished and fostered, for which reason covetousness is called the root, whereas pride regards sin as turning away from God, to whose commandment man refuses to be subject, for which reason it is called the beginning, because the beginning of evil consists in turning away from God. Now, though all this is true, nevertheless it does not explain the mind of the wise man who said in Ecclesiasticus 10:15, "Pride is the beginning of all sin." For it is evident that he is speaking of pride as denoting inordinate desire to excel, as is clear from what follows in verse 17: "God hath overturned the thrones of proud princes." Indeed, this is the point of nearly the whole chapter. We must therefore say that pride, even as denoting a special sin, is the beginning of every sin. For we must take note that, in voluntary actions, such as sins, there is a twofold order: of intention and of execution. In the former order, the principle is the end, as we have stated many times before, in Q. 1, Art. 1, first reply; in Q. 18, Art. 7, second reply; in Q. 15, Art. 1, second reply; and in Q. 25, Art. 2. Now man's end in acquiring all temporal goods is that, through their means, he may have some perfection and excellence. Therefore, from this point of view, pride, which is the desire to excel, is said to be the beginning of every sin. On the other hand, in the order of execution, the first place belongs to that which, by furnishing the opportunity of fulfilling all desires of sin, has the character of a root, and such are riches, so that, from this point of view, covetousness is said to be the root of all evils, as stated above in Article 1. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2. Apostasy from God is stated to be the beginning of pride, insofar as it denotes a turning away from God, because from the fact that man wishes not to be subject to God, it follows that he desires inordinately his own excellence in temporal things. Wherefore, in the passage quoted, apostasy from God does not denote the special sin, but rather that general condition of every sin, consisting in its turning away from God. It may also be said that apostasy from God is said to be the beginning of pride, because it is the first species of pride. For it is characteristic of pride to be unwilling to be subject to any superior, and especially to God: the result being that a man is unduly lifted up in respect of the other species of pride. Reply to Obj. 3. In desiring to excel, man loves himself, for to love oneself is the same as to desire some good for oneself. Consequently, it amounts to the same whether we reckon pride or self-love as the beginning of every evil. Third article: whether any other special sins, besides pride and avarice, should be called capital. Objection 1. It would seem that no other special sins besides pride and avarice should be called capital. Because "the head seems to be to an animal what the root is to a plant," as stated in De Anima ii, 38. For the roots are like a mouth. If therefore covetousness is called the root of all evils, it seems that it alone, and no other sin, should be called a capital vice. Obj. 2: Further, the head bears a certain relation of order to the other members, in so far as sensation and movement follow from the head. But sin implies privation of order. Therefore sin has not the character of head, so that no sins should be called capital. Obj. 3: Further, capital crimes are those which receive capital punishment. But every kind of sin comprises some that are punished thus. Therefore the capital sins are not certain specific sins. On the contrary, Gregory, in his Commentary on Job 31:17, enumerates certain special vices under the name of capital. I answer that the word capital is derived from caput, a head. Now the head, properly speaking, is that part of an animal's body which is the principle and director of the whole animal. Hence, metaphorically speaking, every principle is called a head, and even men who direct and govern others are called heads. Accordingly, a capital vice is so called, in the first place, from head taken in the proper sense, and thus the name capital is given to a sin for which capital punishment is inflicted. It is not in this sense that we are now speaking of capital sins, but in another sense, in which the term capital is derived from head, taken metaphorically for a principle or director of others. In this way, a capital vice is one from which other vices arise, chiefly by being their final cause, which origin is formal, as stated above in question 72, Article 6. Wherefore, a capital vice is not only the principle of others, but is also their director and, in a way, their leader, because the art or habit to which the end belongs is always the principle and the commander in matters concerning the means. Hence Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:17, compares these capital vices to the leaders of an army. Reply to Obj. 1. The term capital is taken from caput, and applied to something connected with, or partaking of, the head, as having some property thereof, but not as being the head taken literally. And therefore the capital vices are not only those which have the character of primary origin, as covetousness, which is called the root, and pride, which is called the beginning, but also those which have the character of proximate origin in respect of several sins. Reply to Obj. 2. Sin lacks order in so far as it turns away from God, for in this respect it is an evil. And evil, according to Augustine (On the Nature of Good IV), is the privation of mode, species, and order. But in so far as sin applies a turning to something, it regards some good. Wherefore, in this respect, there can be order in sin. Reply to Obj. 3. This objection considers capital sin as so called from the punishment it deserves, in which sense we are not taking it here. Fourth Article. Whether the 7 capital vices are suitably reckoned? Objection 1. It would seem that we ought not to reckon 7 capital vices, notably vainglory, envy, anger, sloth, covetousness, gluttony, lust. For sins are opposed to virtues. But there are 4 principal virtues, as stated above in question 61, Article 2. Therefore, there are only 4 principal or capital vices. Objection 2. Further, the passions of the soul are causes of sin, as stated above in question 77. But there are 4 principal passions of the soul, 2 of which, notably hope and fear, are not mentioned among the above sins, whereas certain vices are mentioned to which pleasure and sadness belong, since pleasure belongs to gluttony and lust, and sadness to sloth and envy. Therefore, the principal sins are unfittingly enumerated. Objection 3. Further, anger is not a principal passion. Therefore, it should not be placed among the principal vices. Objection 4. Further, just as covetousness or avarice is the root of sin, so is pride the beginning of sin, as stated above in Article 2. But avarice is reckoned to be one of the capital vices. Therefore, pride also should be placed among the capital vices. Obj. 5: Further, some sins are committed which cannot be caused through any of these, as, for instance, when one sins through ignorance, or when one commits a sin with a good intention, for example, steals in order to give an alms. Therefore, the capital vices are insufficiently enumerated. On the contrary, stands the authority of Gregory, who enumerates them in this way, in his commentary on Job 31:17. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, the capital vices are those which give rise to others, especially by way of final cause. Now this kind of origin may take place in two ways. First, on account of the condition of the sinner, who is disposed so as to have a strong inclination for one particular end, the result being that he frequently goes forward to other sins. But this kind of origin does not come under the consideration of art, because man's particular dispositions are infinite in number. Secondly, on account of a natural relationship of these ends to one another, and it is in this way that most frequently one vice arises from another, so that this kind of origin can come under the consideration of art. Accordingly, therefore, those vices are called capital, whose ends have certain fundamental reasons for moving the appetite, and it is in respect of those fundamental reasons that the capital vices are differentiated. Now a thing moves the appetite in two ways. First, directly and of its very nature. Thus good moves the appetite to seek it, while evil, for the same reason, moves the appetite to avoid it. Secondly, indirectly and on account of something else, as it were. Thus one seeks an evil on account of some attendant good, or avoids a good on account of some attendant evil. Again, man's good is threefold. For in the first place, there is a certain good of the soul, which derives its aspect of appetibility, merely through being apprehended, notably, the excellence of honor and praise, and this good is sought inordinately by vainglory. Secondly, there is the good of the body, and this regards either the preservation of the individual, for example, meat and drink, which good is pursued inordinately by gluttony, or the preservation of the species, for example, sexual intercourse, which good is sought inordinately by lust. Thirdly, there is external good, notably riches, to which covetousness is referred. These same four vices avoid inordinately the contrary evils. Or again, good moves the appetite chiefly through possessing some property of happiness, which all men seek naturally. Now in the first place, happiness implies perfection, since happiness is a perfect good, to which belongs excellence or renown, which is desired by pride or vainglory. Secondly, it implies satiety, which covetousness seeks in riches that give promise thereof. Thirdly, it implies pleasure, without which happiness is impossible, as stated in Ethics 1:7, as well as in Ethics 10:6-8. And this gluttony and lust pursue. On the other hand, avoidance of good on account of an attendant evil occurs in two ways. For this happens either in respect of one's own good, and thus we have sloth, which is sadness about one's spiritual good on account of the attendant bodily labor; or else it happens in respect of another's good, and this, if it be without recrimination, belongs to envy, which is sadness about another's good as being a hindrance to one's own excellence; while if it be with recrimination with a view to vengeance, it is anger. Again, these same vices seek the contrary evils. Reply to Obj. 1: Virtue and vice do not originate in the same way, since virtue is caused by the subordination of the appetite to reason, or to the immutable good, which is God, whereas vice arises from the appetite for mutable good. Wherefore there is no need for the principal vices to be contrary to the principal virtues. Reply to Obj. 2: Fear and hope are irascible passions. Now all the passions of the irascible part arise from passions of the concupiscible part, and these are all in a way directed to pleasure or sorrow. Hence pleasure and sorrow have a prominent place among the capital sins, as being the most important of the passions, as stated above in Q. 25, A. 4. Reply to Obj. 3: Although anger is not a principal passion, yet it has a distinct place among the capital vices, because it implies a special kind of movement in the appetite, in so far as recrimination against another's good has the aspect of a virtuous good, that is, of the right to vengeance. Reply to Obj. 4: Pride is said to be the beginning of every sin in the order of the end, as stated above in A. 2. And it is in the same order that we are to consider the capital sin as being principal. Wherefore pride, like a universal vice, is not counted along with the others, but is reckoned as the queen of them all, as Gregory states in his commentary on Job 31:27. But covetousness is said to be the root from another point of view, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. Reply to Obj. 5: These vices are called capital because others, most frequently, arise from them, so that nothing prevents some sins from arising out of other causes. Nevertheless, we might say that all the sins which are due to ignorance can be reduced to sloth, to which pertains the negligence of a man who declines to acquire spiritual goods on account of the attendant labor. For the ignorance that can cause sin is due to negligence, as stated above in Q. 76, A. 2. That a man commit a sin with a good intention seems to point to ignorance, in so far as he knows not that evil should not be done that good may come of it. End of question 84. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.